Chapter 451. The attack on his chest made Muin, who was at the side, feel as if his heart was in his throat. However, Mu Huai had been famous for many years. Although he had just advanced to the high-level king stage with the help of elixirs, his realm had long been stabilized. In addition, he cultivated the top green rank mysterious skill, spirit concealment technique. When the giant sword was about to sweep his chest, Mu Huai disappeared again. Luo Batian was not surprised. Although he looked down on the people of the Purple Heaven sect, it did not mean that he would despise anyone who fought against him. He sensed danger behind him, but before he could react, the tip of the sword had broken through his dark protection force and pierced his back. However, when Mu Huai thought that he had succeeded, he found that the sword in his hand did not pierce into Luo Batian's body. Instead, it made a ding sound and could not be inserted anymore. Obviously, Luo Batian was wearing a high-level armor. Otherwise, with his fourth-rank mysterious weapon, how could it not pierce into Luo Batian's body? Mu Huai was about to retreat after failing to succeed. How could Luo Batian allow him to leave so easily? He held the sword backhandedly and made dozens of slashes. Each slash carried powerful spiritual power, and bursts of earthy yellow halo exuded a bright color. Ding! Ding! Mu Huai blocked with all his strength, but the strength of each slash of Luo Batian was very frightening. Each slash was like a huge stone weighing thousands of kilograms, which cracked his palm and splashed blood. In the end, the green patterned sword in his hand could not withstand the power of the giant sword and was broken. Seeing that Mu Huai was injured and his mysterious weapon was damaged, Mu In exclaimed, "Junior brother, let me help you." After saying that, a black stick appeared in his hand and smashed toward Luo Batian, hoping to force Luo Batian away. Unfortunately, the old man of the heavy sword sect suddenly appeared and grabbed the black stick with one hand. He said with a sinister smile on his face, "You have no share here." With that, he threw Mu In and the Xian rod far away. A high-level king stage expert could not withstand a single blow. This old man was an expert of the Earth Sovereign stage. On the other side, Mu Huai had another sword in his hand, but he was facing Luo Batian's overbearing attack, which put him in danger. Seeing that Mu Huai was about to be killed by the giant sword, Xiao Songlin and the others finally arrived. "That's enough, young man. If you dare to kill my disciple, don't even think about leaving the Purple Heaven sect." Xiao Songlin shouted and waved his hand to take Mu Huai away. Luo Batian did not continue, and the old man also returned to Luo Batian's side. The old man retreated to Luo Batian. These 6 people had followed Luo Batian to the Purple Sky sect to propose marriage, but in reality, they were the elders of the Heavy Sword sect to protect Luo Batian. 5 of them were at the mid to high king rank, and one of them was at the Earth Sovereign rank like the old man. From this, one could see how much importance the Heavy Sword sect placed on Luo Batian. He'd brought along 5 king rank experts with him, and there were even 2 formidable earthly Emperor Realm experts. Such a force was sufficient to allow him to look down upon all experts anywhere he went. Li, Mu Mu, Mu, Mu He Mu Mu, Mu, Mu Mu, He, old dog, do you have that ability? Luo Batian crossed his arms in front of his chest and retorted in disdain. Mu Huai clenched his fists. He did not dare to disobey Xiao Songlin. Mu Huai clenched his fists tightly. He did not dare to go against Xiao Songlin's will and retreated to Xiao Songlin's side. Mu Huai clenched his fists. He did not dare to disobey Xiao Songlin. Many experts gathered in the sky above the Purple Heaven sect. "Lord Yin, is this how you treat your guests?" Luo Batian looked at Yin Xiong and asked sarcastically. His arrogant eyes showed that he did not put Yin Xiong in his eyes at all. No one knew if it was because of his character in the Heavy Sword sect or if he really had the ability to be arrogant. After all, this was the territory of the Purple Heaven sect. Yin Xiong frowned and said, "Young Master Luo, we have agreed to your request. Why did you take away the disciple of Wooden Flag Peak? Could it be that young Master Luo is going back on his word? Hurry up and let them out. We don't want to hurt the relationship between the 2 sects," Su Jianan advised. Luo Batian sneered. I was just about to discuss this with Sect Master Yun. He paused for a moment before continuing. Then Mu Chi Feng's junior sister can be Lady Yun's dowry maid. To be the future mistress of our heavy sword sect, it would be inexcusable to not have a dowry maid. Furthermore, when Lady Yun arrives at our heavy sword sect for the first time, she will need someone familiar to accompany her. Bastard, it is your honor to marry Our Lady. How dare you ask for a dowry? Don't think that you can bully others just because your heavy sword sect is strong. This is the Purple Heaven sect, not your heavy sword sect. The Peak Lords were angered by Luo Batian's words. Gu Shi, who was usually the friendliest, was the first to scold Luo Batian. Everyone present was a Peak Lord. No one wanted to attach themselves to the heavy sword sect, but they had no choice but to agree. However, Luo Batian was too arrogant. He wanted to take away 2 girls from the Purple Heaven sect. Yin Mingqi was married to the Purple Heaven sect, but Ji Beixin was not related to the Purple Heaven sect. Luo Batian wanted to take the buy one, get one free ping e. As soon as Gu Shi finished scolding, he felt a powerful pressure coming towards him. Watch out! Xiao Songlin reacted the fastest. He wanted to block it for Gu Shi, but it was too late. Gu Shi's chest was hit, and he was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Whoever dares to speak rudely again, don't blame me for being impolite. The old man from the heavy sword sect said coldly. It was his aura that had injured Gu Shi. Good. I didn't expect your heavy sword sect to be so arrogant. Let me experience your power. Wu Youqiu was an unyielding man. He was the first to jump out when he saw his junior was injured. He rushed towards the elder from the heavy sword sect and launched a powerful elemental attack at the elder. You're not qualified for Elder He to make a move. Another Earth Emperor from the Chong Sword sect blocked Wu Youqiu's powerful move in advance and quickly countered with a palm strike. Wu Youqiu clenched his fist and met the elder's attack head-on. Boom! Powerful energy fluctuations shook the surroundings, causing explosions to ring out in all directions. The energy dispersed, and Wu Youqiu was actually forced back dozens of steps, while the other party stood in the same place, not moving an inch. Mid-level strength, Wu Youqiu exclaimed while suppressing the blood in his body. He was a low-level Earth Sovereign, but he was pushed back by a single attack. It was obvious that his opponent was much stronger than him. As the energy spread and vibrated, figures instantly swept out between the peaks of the Purple Heaven sect. Dozens of King Stage experts flew towards them. This was the true strength of the Purple Heaven sect. At the same time, 3 figures flew at high speed and arrived among the crowd in an instant. Who dares to offend the Purple Heaven sect? An elder covered in intense flames shouted. His voice was deafening like a clap of thunder in a clear sky. He was the previous elder of the Scarlet Fire Peak, and the other 2 were the supreme elders of the Golden Tree Peak and the Azure Spring Pavilion. At present, a total of 6 earthly sovereigns had appeared in the Purple Sky sect, and all 9 peak lords were present. Along with the elders of the various peaks, there were a total of a few dozen king rank experts. If an 8th rank sect was this powerful, then a 7th rank sect must be even more terrifying. Sect Leader Yin, have you thought it through? Do you really want to become enemies with the heavy sword sect? Luo Batian ignored the question of the previous elder of the Scarlet Fire Peak and asked Yun Xiong calmly. What an arrogant junior! The previous elder of the Scarlet Fire Peak was furious at being ignored by Luo Batian. A powerful aura surged toward Luo Batian. Before the King Stage aura could reach Luo Batian, the old man from the Heavy Sword sect stepped in front of Luo Batian. The aura was like a stone thrown into the sea, without any power. The previous elder of the Scarlet Fire Peak was already a middle-stage Earth Sovereign, but his aura couldn't affect the old man at all. It was clear that the old man's strength was unfathomable. Whoever dares to move, don't blame me for being impolite. The old man from the Heavy Sword sect was finally angered. A powerful aura arose from his body, and a strong gust of wind blew in the surroundings, causing the air to tremble violently. The previous elder of the Scarlet Fire Peak, who was the closest to him, was forced to retreat. A peak Earth Sovereign, The previous elder of the Scarlet Fire Peak steadied himself, and his expression became one of shock. The other people from the Purple Heaven sect were shocked. They didn't expect the old man following Luo Batian to be a terrifying expert who had reached the peak Earth Sovereign. Although there were 6 Emperor Stage experts on the Purple Heaven sect side, the strongest was still Wood Flag Peak's Xiao Songlin, who was at the peak of the Middle Stage Earth Sovereign, followed by the previous elder of the Scarlet Fire Peak. The others were only low-stage Earth Sovereigns. If they really fought, they might not be a match for the old man, even if they joined forces, not to mention that the other party had a middle-stage Earth Sovereign. At this time, a beautiful figure flew over from afar. She was like a fairy from the 9th heaven, and her peerless charm made all the beautiful scenery around her pale in comparison. Yin Mingqi arrived in front of the crowd and frowned slightly, but she didn't say anything. Luo Batian stared at Yin Mingqi's flawless face and thought to himself, "That's her. Besides a woman like her, who else is worthy of being my wife? Young Master Luo, I think you'd better hand over the person. You're making things difficult for me." Yin Xiong took the opportunity to say to Luo Batian, "Haha, sect leader Yin, I've already made it very clear just now. Miss Yin will marry me, and the junior sister below will be her dowry maid. My decision will not change, even if you don't agree." Luo Batian laughed wantonly. He didn't put the experts of the Purple Heaven sect in his eyes at all. Xiao Songlin couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, "Does my Purple Heaven sect really have no one?" For a moment, everyone was on guard. "Humph. Do you think you can bully us just because you have more people? Old dogs, open your eyes and see clearly. This young master is not so easy to bully." Luo Batian snorted coldly, and the spirit beast bracer on his wrist flashed. A powerful spirit beast instantly appeared in front of the people of the Purple Heaven sect. Roar! An earth-shattering roar of a beast shook everyone, causing them to panic. When they saw the spirit beast figure clearly, their faces turned extremely ugly. Chapter 452. What they saw was a lion. This lion was very tall, its body was nearly 10 meters long, and it looked like a small hill, making it hard for people to breathe. Its huge head, the loose hair on its neck, its deep mouth, and its bloodthirsty fangs made it look extremely sinister. Its body of yellow hair was like a wave, and with a gentle shake, the halos of light rippled, giving people a very novel feeling. A huge lion, a lion that could fly in the air. This was impressively a mid-stage, 6th-order astral yellow lion, the overlord of the jungle, the king of the 100 beasts. No one from the Purple Sky sect thought that Luo Batian actually had such a trump card, and this trump card was enough to send them into the cold cellar. If there was a slight mistake, it might be their life demanding Lion King. The 6 great earthly emperors of the Purple Heaven sect all had ugly expressions on their faces. When it came to spirit beasts, they also had them, but they didn't have such a high-grade spirit beast. At most, it was only a 5th-grade spirit beast. How about this? Everyone, it is the honor of your Purple Sky sect that Miss Yun can marry me, and it is not a loss for junior sister XN to be a dowry, don't you think? Luo Batian crossed his arms in front of his chest and said with a playful smile on his face. A mid-stage 6th-order spirit beast was equivalent to the strength of a mid-stage Empyrean, and in the Purple Sky sect, no one could fight against it. As long as he gave the order, the Purple Sky sect would be destroyed. This was also the real reason why he dared to forcibly capture Jibei Xin. If he didn't have this astral yellow lion by his side, he wouldn't be so impulsive and rash. After all, this was not the territory of their heavy sword sect. The pressure of the astral yellow lion made it hard for everyone to breathe, and even Mu Huai, who had always been very stubborn, quieted down. Although he was very dissatisfied with the marriage, and also dissatisfied with Luo Batian and the heavy sword sect, he had to consider the safety of the thousands of sect disciples. At this time, Yin Mengqi lightly stepped forward and lightly opened her red lips and said, "Senior brother Luo, are you going to force me to buy and sell? It seems that you have no sincerity towards me at all." Yin Mengqi's words were very gentle and pleasant to listen to. It was like a stream of water in a forest, gently tapping on Luo Baishan's heart. Hearing this, Luo Batian felt extremely comfortable. He softly said to Yun Mingqi, "Miss Yun, you've misunderstood. My love for you is something that the heavens have taken pity on. That's why I've shamelessly come all the way here to propose marriage. It's just that I'm afraid that after Miss Yun marries me, there won't be anyone you're familiar with in the Heavy Sword sect. That's why I invited junior sister Xian back to accompany you." Who would have thought that everyone would misunderstand me? So I had no choice but to do this. As long as everyone agrees to marry junior sister Xian to Miss Yun, this matter will end here. I don't want to fall out with everyone, right? Though Luo Baishan's words were no longer as domineering as before, they were filled with disdain and contempt. It was as if the people from the Purple Sky sect were nothing in his eyes. Yin Mingqi revealed a smile that made hundreds of flowers pale in comparison. "This is just a small matter. Senior brother Luo, there's no need to be angry. I'll discuss it with father and the other elders. I'll definitely make you satisfied." Luo Batian didn't expect Yin Mingqi to be so easy to talk to. He immediately smiled and replied, "Sure." Then, he waved at the astral yellow lion, telling it to calm down. At this time, Yun Xiong also slightly waved his hand toward some of the elders. Some of the elders from various peaks quickly returned to their respective peaks, but their hearts were no longer calm. "Father, elders, with my status, it shouldn't be too much for me to need a maid to accompany me, right?" Yin Mingqi lightly asked Yun Xiong and the elders. Yun Xiong narrowed his eyes as he looked at his daughter. He suddenly felt that his daughter was very unfamiliar. The elders of the other peaks all looked at each other, not knowing how to reply. Mu Huai couldn't help but say, "Miss, you can bring the dowry maid, but it's impossible for that child, Ji Beixin, to accompany you. Elder Mu, why can't she come with me? Could it be that she's your true disciple?" Yin Mingqi asked. "She is the daughter of one of this old man's former disciples. I will not allow her to be humiliated by scoundrels." Mu Huai replied very firmly. In his heart, he felt a deep sense of disgust towards the current Yun Mingqi. He never thought that this pure and flawless girl, who he had watched grow up, would actually become so cold. She hadn't even married yet, but she was already siding with the people of the Heavy Sword sect. This was too hard for him to accept. At the same time, he felt that his precious disciple was not worthy of your love. "Xiao, if you were here, I believe that you would be very sad. This kind of woman is not worthy of you liking. Elder Mu, why are you so stubborn? If junior sister Xian follows me to the Heavy Sword sect, her achievements will only be higher. Moreover, I can take care of her for you. I won't let her suffer any grievances. Don't you believe me?" Yin Mingqi said. At this time, Luo Batian couldn't help but interrupt from behind. "That's right, I won't treat them badly." However, in his heart, he was thinking proudly, "I will let them know the taste of happiness. It's good that you have such a good heart. In short, no matter what, I will not let you take her away unless you step over my old life." Mu Huai coldly snorted. He had already thrown caution to the wind. If he couldn't even protect the person that his disciple had entrusted to him, how could he still have the face to be a master? "You really don't want face when I give you it?" Thick killing intent flashed in Luo Baishan's eyes. "Senior brother Mu, why don't we just let them go? In any case, she's just an ordinary female disciple." Yun Xiong tried to persuade him. He had never seen Ji Beixin before, but he could imagine that she should be a pretty girl. Otherwise, she wouldn't have attracted Luo Batian to kidnap her. He felt that she was just an ordinary disciple. Even if she was given as part of his daughter's dowry, it wouldn't be a big deal. Moreover, the Heavy Sword sect was a big sect, so she wouldn't be treated badly. All right. I didn't expect the sect master to think so too. Mu Huai's heart suddenly ached. He felt that the sect master that he had followed for so many years was actually so snobbish. He didn't even care about the face of his own sect, and he could even give away his own disciple at will. A sense of desolation and disappointment filled his heart. Then, a resolute expression appeared on his face. "Today, I, Mu Huai, will leave the sect. I will no longer be an elder of the Purple Sky sect." His voice was like a clap of thunder that shook the entire Purple Sky sect. Junior brother, don't be impulsive. Mu Yuan's expression changed, and he immediately tried to persuade Mu Huai. Su Jianan also said, Junior brother Mu, why do you have to be like this? Senior brother Mu, don't be like this. There's still room for discussion. When Haiyan, who had just arrived, also tried to persuade him. The other peak lords also tried to persuade him. However, just as they were trying to persuade him, Mu Huai suddenly disappeared in front of them. You want to hide from me with that speed? The old man from the Heavy Sword sect snorted coldly. He pointed with one hand, and an elemental light shot downwards. Puff! Mu Huai, who had just disappeared, was instantly injured in one of his legs. There was a bloody hole on his thigh, and blood was gushing out. He gritted his teeth, ignoring the injury on his leg, and continued to fly towards the pavilion with all his might. It was obvious that he wanted to save Ji Beixin. You're courting death. The old man from the Heavy Sword sect shouted again, and a palm print pressed towards Mu Huai. You want to kill my disciple? No way. Xiao Songlin looked up, and a green spiritual sword appeared in his hand. He slashed the palm print of the old man from the Heavy Sword sect in half. You dare stop me? I'll send you and your disciple to hell. The old man from the Heavy Sword sect frowned slightly. He kept forming palms with his hands, and a powerful ball of light blasted toward Xiao Songlin. The spiritual sword in Xiao Songlin's hand was one of the two spiritual weapons of the Purple Sky sect. He waved the long sword, and the ball of energy from the old man from the Heavy Sword sect was cut into pieces. It did not cause any damage to the old man. However, just as he was about to block the attack, the elder from the Heavy Sword sect suddenly appeared behind him. Senior brother Xiao, behind you. The supreme elder of the Red Flame Mountain shouted. He wanted to rush over to help, but the other earthly emperor from the Heavy Sword sect stopped him. Xiao Songlin was one level lower than the old man, and his strength was not on the same level. Although someone warned him, he was already locked on by the old man, and there was no way he could escape. He could only forcefully counterattack with his sword, hoping to recover some of his disadvantage. However, before his sword could reach Xiao Songlin, he was hit by the old man's palm. He was thrown far away, and the dark protection force on his body was shattered. Blood sprayed out like flowers in summer. Senior brother Xiao, let's fight him. Wu Yulai and Wu Youtu had the closest relationship with Xiao Songlin. When they saw that Xiao Songlin was injured, they couldn't help but attack the old man from the Heavy Sword sect at the same time. A grain of light dares to compete with the bright moon. The old man from the Heavy Sword sect shouted lightly, and his whole body rushed towards Wu Yulai and Wu Youtu. Rumble! Powerful attribute lights intertwined with each other. Two figures were blasted far away, and they were the two brothers, Wu Yulai and Wu Youtu. The two elders of the previous generation of the Golden Tree Peak and the Jade Spring Pavilion wanted to move, but they didn't dare to because the Yellow Dipper Lion was staring at them fiercely. If they moved, they would definitely suffer. Go and catch the one down there, Luo Batian said to a high-level King Stage expert beside him. The high-level King Stage expert nodded and immediately went into the pavilion. Moon was worried about Mu Huai's safety, and he wanted to go down to save him, but he was blocked by the people from the Heavy Sword sect. After a while, the high-level King Stage expert from the Heavy Sword sect flew out with the heavily injured Mu Huai. Mu Huai's aura was extremely weak, and his face was terrifyingly pale. Old dog, how do you want to die for blocking my good fortune? Luo Batian coldly stared at Mu Huai and said. At this time, Yin Mengqi quickly arrived in front of Luo Batian. Senior brother Luo, forget it. It's not worth it to hurt our friendship for such an insensible person. No matter what, he is still our Purple Sky sect's peak lord. Let him go, otherwise people will say that I don't want my own family. Luo Batian was slightly stunned when he heard this, and said, All right, I'll listen to Miss Yin. Just when the high-level King Stage expert from the Heavy Sword sect was about to release him, Mu Huai spat out a mouthful of blood towards Luo Batian. Pa, if you have the guts, kill me. This old man doesn't need you adulterers to pity me. Luo Batian was caught off guard, and his face was stained with the fishy blood. His face revealed a sinister expression, and he said, "Kill this old dog." The blood just now was sprayed out by Mu Huai with inner strength. Seeing Luo Batian stained with blood, he revealed a satisfied smile, and his old eyes gradually closed. The faces of the people from the Purple Sky sect changed, but no one dared to step forward to save him. Seeing that Mu Huai was about to die in front of them, an angry voice suddenly sounded. "Whoever dares to touch my master, I will destroy his entire family." Chapter 453. Whoever dares to touch my master, I will kill his whole family. This voice was like a thunderclap, and it shook the eardrums of the surrounding people to the point of buzzing. Some of the weaker King Stage experts almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, they weren't the target of this voice, so they were able to stabilize their minds and didn't suffer any substantial injuries. As for the high-level King Stage cultivator who wanted to kill Mu Huai, his head was shaken to the point that it was in a mess, and his eardrums were overflowing with blood. His hand couldn't help but soften, and Mu Huai fell from the sky. "Junior brother." Muin's eyes were anxious, and he rushed towards Mu Huai, trying to catch him. However, a figure was faster than him, so fast that even the crowd couldn't see who it was. They only saw a blur, and then Mu Huai was hugged by that person. When the crowd fixed their eyes on that person, the pupils of the people of the Purple Heaven sect also shrank, and they all showed a look of horror. They actually saw a person who should not have appeared in the world anymore. The people of the Heavy Sword sect just frowned slightly and didn't think it was a big deal. They muttered in their hearts, "It turns out that he is just a middle-stage, King Stage cultivator. I thought he was some great big shot, bah." A young man held Mu Huai, who was dying, and his face was full of anger. This was a young man in his early 20s. His handsome face had become terrifyingly malevolent due to his anger. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and every strand of hair was like a spirit snake. The golden dragon scales that surrounded his body made him seem exceptionally noble. A golden dragon phantom soared into the sky, and the dragon roared incessantly. It seemed that its reverse scale had been touched, and that terrifyingly strong, killing intent made people tremble without even thinking about it. This was Ling Xiao, who had rushed from the Purple Heaven City. He had thought that the conflict between Mu Huai and the sect master would not be too fierce, so he didn't hurry along the way, which almost led to the tragedy. Ling Xiao looked at Mu Huai, who was covered in blood, and his heart was bleeding. Although Mu Huai didn't teach him anything powerful, on the wooden flag peak, he cared for Ling Xiao a little bit and protected Ling Xiao, which made Ling Xiao feel that it was really good to have such a master, and he had a sense of belonging. He felt that no matter how strong he was, he would always be a cherished disciple in front of his master. However, as soon as he returned, he saw his master beaten half to death by someone else. A strong hostility rose to the sky. "Brat, if you know what's good for you, you'd better scram. Otherwise, I'll kill this old dog first before sending you on your way with him." Luo Batian looked at Ling Xiao, who had suddenly appeared. Because he had also been affected by that shout, his eardrums were still hurting. Most importantly, his future woman Yun Mingqi was staring at that brat without blinking. This caused the flames of jealousy in him to burn even brighter. Ling Xiao acted as if he hadn't heard it. Instead, he stared at Mu Huai in his arms like a child and said in a choked voice, "Master, I'm back." At the same time, he fed a rank 4 healing medicinal pill to Mu Huai. Although Mu Huai was seriously injured, he still had a breath left in him. After taking the medicinal pill, coupled with his wood attribute healing technique, he gradually regained some of his senses. He looked at his apprentice, who was very close to him, and revealed a look of disbelief. He muttered, "Shower, is his master dead? Otherwise, how can I see you?" Mu Huai's mental state was extremely poor. He thought that he had gone to the underworld to meet Ling Xiao. "Master, I'm back. You're not dead, and no one can let you die. Even the God of Heaven is not qualified," Ling Xiao said faintly. His anger continued to spread out, causing the surrounding people to tremble. What a terrifying, killing intent. This sentence appeared in everyone's mind. Luo Batian frowned and gave a look to the high-rank King Stage disciple who had just injured Mu Huai. The high-rank King Stage disciple understood tacitly and punched out without warning. Everyone came back to their senses. Muin tried to stop it, but it was still a step too late. Yun Mingqi couldn't help but exclaim, "No!" Rumble. The people of the Purple Heaven sect were shocked. The most outstanding disciple was actually attacked in front of their eyes. Do you really want to start a massacre in our Purple Heaven sect? When Haiyan of the Jade Spring Pavilion had always admired Ling Xiao. When she saw Ling Xiao being attacked, she couldn't help but shout angrily at Luo Batian. Luo Batian ignored Wen Haiyan and shifted his gaze to Yun Mingqi. He felt more and more unhappy. With his intuition, he could feel the strong fluctuations of Yun Mingqi's emotions. This boy must die. This sentence flashed in Luo Batian's mind. On the other side, Muin was already on the verge of a violent rage. His junior brother was already seriously injured, and now Ling Xiao was injured in front of him. He madly attacked the high-rank King Stage disciple of the Heavy Sword sect. "Martial uncle, come back first." An indifferent voice faintly rang out. Everyone looked in another direction and saw that the tall and straight figure was still motionless. It was as if the high-rank King Stage disciple's full-strength attack hadn't injured him in the slightest. That dragon-scale armor was constantly emitting a dazzling light, causing people to feel that this young man really did have the aura of a king, causing them to be subdued. When Muin heard Ling Xiao shout, he shook off the person and quickly rushed to Ling Xiao's side. "Shower, are you all right?" "I'm fine. He's not even worthy of scratching an itch for me." Ling Xiao sneered. He then handed Mu Huai to Muin and said, "Martial uncle, look after my master." "Xiao, don't be impulsive. Your master and I are already planning to leave the sect. Let's go together. We're not their match. They're from the Heavy Sword sect." Muin took Mu Huai and immediately said to Ling Xiao. He could see that Ling Xiao's strength had greatly improved. He was sure that he had obtained some sort of fortuitous encounter in the secret realm. But even so, he didn't think that Ling Xiao would be able to obtain any benefits. The people from the Heavy Sword sect were all terrifyingly strong, and they even had a yellow dipper lion at the mid-6th stage. Even if the Purple Sky sect used all their strength, they might not be able to kill them, let alone Ling Xiao, who was only at the mid-rank king stage. People from the Heavy Sword sect. It would have been better if Mu and hadn't said anything. When Ling Xiao heard that it was someone from the Heavy Sword sect, a beautiful figure instantly appeared in his mind. He would never forget the parting words, "I blocked it." In an instant, Ling Xiao's eyes turned red with anger. A powerful aura soared into the sky, and the golden dragon image let out a deafening roar. This time, the golden dragon image became more and more solid, as if a real dragon had appeared in the world. The entire Purple Sky sect was shaken. That's a real dragon. Who could actually cause such a phenomenon? It can't be the people from the Heavy Sword sect, right? They're really going too far. If I had the strength, I would definitely kill them all. Sai, what can I do? Who told them to have a hard fist? In this world, a hard fist is the truth. Damn that. That seems to be Elderling. Which Elderling? Which Elderling? Wooden Flag Peaks Ling Xiao, Elderling. The attendants and disciples of the Purple Sky sect began to discuss among themselves. Looking at the golden dragon, they all had the urge to worship it. Not far from the pavilion, Chun Wenyu was sitting on his green wind eagle, looking at Ling Xiao with a surprised expression. His mouth was wide open. Junior brother actually came out? Chun Wenyu was pleasantly surprised and worried at the same time. His heart was extremely conflicted. On one hand, he was pleasantly surprised that Ling Xiao had escaped, but on the other hand, he was worried that Ji Beixin would no longer belong to him. Sai, junior sister Xian has always been cold to me. In her heart, she only likes junior brother Ling. If I were a woman, I would also like a dragon among men like junior brother Ling. Chun Wenyu sighed softly, his heart filled with bitterness. However, he had already gotten over it. Ji Beixin had never liked him in the first place. It was just his wishful thinking, so he could only hide this love in his heart. On Scarlet Flame Peak, a young man covered in flames ran to the top of the mountain. Looking at the golden dragon's shadow, he laughed out loud. Haha, I knew that junior brother Ling would definitely be able to escape. I don't have to feel too guilty now. After he finished laughing, he shook his wrist slightly, and a scarlet flame tiger appeared beside him. He jumped onto the tiger's back and rushed in the direction of the pavilion. On Artifact Refining Peak, there was also a young man staring at the golden dragon's shadow with a burning gaze. His expression became excited. A fire-cloud lion walked out from behind, and without thinking, he jumped onto the lion's back and also rushed towards the pavilion. In the Jade Spring Pavilion, a pure and innocent girl stared unblinkingly at the sky above the pavilion. Her beautiful eyes flashed with tears as she muttered, "Senior Sister Luo, he's back. He's really back." After saying that, she ran towards the private room with all her might. On Medicine Peak, a young man dressed in a professional artificer's robe stared at the sky not far away and waved his fists tightly. I knew that boss was blessed with a great life. No matter what difficulty it was, it wouldn't be difficult for him. The young man was rather calm as he stared blankly at the golden figure. His eyes were filled with worship. In his heart, he firmly believed that the golden figure would definitely stand like this forever. No matter what difficulty it would be difficult for him to be knocked down. The golden dragon's roar was endless, and it shook the air and caused it to churn. What are you waiting for? Quickly send him on his way. Luo Batian looked at Ling Xiao, who was in the limelight, and shouted at his high-ranked King Stage cultivator with dissatisfaction. The man came back to his senses and slashed at Ling Xiao with the giant sword in his hand. The high-ranked King Stage cultivator from the Heavy Sword sect had already used his full strength, and he was determined to kill Ling Xiao with one strike. That was because he thought that the attack just now could take Ling Xiao's life, but Ling Xiao was actually unharmed. This made him extremely angry. He felt that this kid must be wearing a high-ranked defensive armor. Otherwise, how could he still be alive? This time, he changed his strategy. The giant sword was actually aimed at the human's weakest point, the head. Xiao Songlin, who was injured not far away, wanted to help, but unfortunately, the old man from the Heavy Sword sect had locked onto him. He didn't have any chance to help, and this made him very anxious. Muin held Mu Huai in his arms and shouted at Ling Xiao, "Xiao, quickly run." At the same time, he freed his other hand and raised a Xian rod to help. However, the speed of the giant sword was too fast, and he couldn't help in time. Just when the giant sword was about to slash at Ling Xiao's head, a light blue long sword cleverly shot over. Chapter 454. No one had expected Ling Xiao's return. After all, the heaven-suppressing sex restriction in the secret realm could only be opened by the joint efforts of several earthly sovereigns. When Ling Xiao was sealed in the secret realm, he was only a high-level spirit master. Even though his strength had improved greatly and he had stepped into the mid-stage king stage, it was still not enough to break the restriction and come out of the secret realm. Therefore, no one had ever thought that Ling Xiao could reappear in the world. Everyone in the Purple Sky sect almost regarded Ling Xiao as a dead man, including Mu Huai and Yun Mingqi. However, now that Ling Xiao had returned in shock, all of them couldn't accept it. If it was before, they would definitely be very happy to see Ling Xiao's current strength. After all, he was a genius of the Purple Sky sect and a fourth-stage alchemist. If Ling Xiao continued to grow like this, they would definitely have one more earthly sovereign and a fifth-stage alchemist in the future. It was Ling Xiao's fault for being so young. A 21-year-old mid-stage king stage, a fourth-stage alchemist. Whether it was in the northwest or the south, he was definitely the only one. Although Luo Batian was a 30-year-old high-stage king stage genius, he was a monstrous genius in the northwest. However, he didn't have a distinguished identity like Ling Xiao, which meant that it was difficult for him to compare with Ling Xiao. Now, such a monstrous genius was no longer part of the Purple Sky sect. Looking at the relationship between him and Mu Huai, and the fact that Mu Huai had already left the sect, Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't stay. They couldn't help but ask themselves if their decision this time was right or wrong. They didn't know what to say, and there was only mourning in their hearts. Not to mention what would happen to Ling Xiao, now that he was facing a fatal blow and the thunderous fury of the Heavy Sword sect. Would he be able to escape this calamity? They didn't have the confidence. Facing the sword of the Heavy Sword sect's high-level king stage, Ling Xiao didn't take it seriously at all. However, others thought that he had dodged it. One of them managed to block the sword before Mu Huai could. A peerlessly beautiful figure stood in front of Ling Xiao, and a woman's fragrance wafted into Ling Xiao's nostrils. If it was the Ling Xiao of the past, he would definitely not be able to resist taking a few deep breaths to satisfy the desire in his heart. Then he would pull that delicate body into his arms and caress it. However, he wasn't in the mood to do so. Apart from being incomparably angry, his heart was also aching fiercely. Before he came here, he had heard Yun Mingqi say a few words to another young man. His heart felt as if it had been fiercely pierced by a bayonet. The direction he had worked so hard for, the goal he had been pursuing, had been destroyed in an instant. Xiao, don't be rash. You're not his match. Yun Mingqi stood in front of Ling Xiao. Now, Yun Mingqi was both surprised and happy. She was surprised that Ling Xiao had actually come out of the secret realm. She was happy that his strength had improved greatly and had actually caught up to hers. She had promised that as long as Ling Xiao's strength caught up to hers, she would obediently be his woman. Although she had already taken her relationship with Ling Xiao seriously, when Ling Xiao fulfilled her request, she was very proud in her heart. She remembered that this man had once disregarded everything to save her at the most dangerous time. She also remembered that this man had come from afar to participate in the sect's disciple selection for her. She also remembered that this man had worked hard from the Mystic Knight stage to catch up to her footsteps. His goal was to surpass her one day and become her man. Such a man who was willing to sacrifice for her. Such an outstanding man. What else could she be dissatisfied with? She had originally thought that she would never see Ling Xiao again in this lifetime. She had even prepared to sacrifice herself to take revenge for Ling Xiao. She had agreed to the marriage so that she could openly enter the Heavy Sword sect and think of a way to destroy the Heavy Sword sect in the future. Otherwise, with her strength, she didn't know when she would be able to take revenge for Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao had appeared, of course she didn't need to carry out her plan anymore. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao was on the verge of going berserk. It was impossible for him to understand Yun Mengqi's feelings. He also didn't know that Yun Mengqi had her own difficulties. He took a deep breath and faintly said, "Get out of my way." Yun Mengqi's body trembled. She immediately turned around and said, "Xiao, what did you say? Listen to me." Yun Mengqi's heart was a mess. At this time, Muin, who was at the side, interrupted her words. "Xiao, I have already agreed to marry the young sect master of the Heavy Sword sect. From now on, I will be the young sect master's wife." Muin didn't want Ling Xiao to be tricked by Yun Mingqi, so he reminded Ling Xiao from the side. This was simply adding fuel to the fire in Ling Xiao's heart. "Motherfucker, what are you still standing there for? Kill them for me." Luo Batian once again shouted at the high-level king-level cultivator. He saw that Yun Mengqi was actually protecting Ling Xiao. With one look, he knew that the two of them must have had some kind of relationship. How could he let his woman pretend to be another man? Therefore, Ling Xiao had to die. Yun Mingqi still wanted to explain, but the high-level king-level cultivator from the Heavy Sword sect bypassed her and charged towards Ling Xiao. He increased his speed to the extreme. Yun Mengqi, who was a middle-level king-level cultivator, couldn't keep up with him. The huge sword once again descended on Ling Xiao's head. "Go to hell!" The high-level king-level cultivator ferociously shouted. "No!" Yun Mingqi cried out in alarm. Just when everyone thought that Ling Xiao was going to die, they saw a shocking scene. The huge sword that was slashing towards Ling Xiao's head was caught by a hand. Everyone was dumbfounded. When had they ever seen a human's hand being able to contend against a profound level weapon? But the truth was right in front of them. They rubbed their eyes and found that what they saw was indeed the truth. That's right, it was Ling Xiao who had caught the sword with his bare hand. You could go to hell now. Ling Xiao's eyes were bloodshot, and a voice that sounded like it came from the depths of hell came out of his mouth. As soon as Ling Xiao's voice fell, he sent a kick flying. The high-level king-level cultivator didn't put Ling Xiao in his eyes, but when he saw Ling Xiao single-handedly catching his rank 4 sword, he was stunned. While he was distracted, an intense pain came from his crotch. His whole body was sent flying, and his crotch was dyed red. Ling Xiao's kick actually broke his crotch. This was a tragedy. Luo Batian frowned. Seeing that one of his people was actually injured in one move, he immediately shouted, "You actually dare to injure my heavy sword sex people? How dare you?" Then he said to the other 2 king-level cultivators, "Hurry up and finish him off." "Yes, young master." The 2 king-level cultivators replied and rushed towards Ling Xiao. The heavy sword sect sent 1 person to save the injured king-level cultivator. "We can talk things over. There's no need to make things like this." Yun Xiong persuaded. He didn't want others to cause trouble in the Purple Sky sect, but the pressure from the lion beside Luo Batian was too great, so he could only persuade him in a low voice, without any dignity as a sect master. "Sect Master Yun, you don't need to feel embarrassed. That old dog has already left the sect. He is not a member of the Purple Sky sect. I will only kill the old and the young. I will not bring trouble to Sect Master Yun." Luo Batian said indifferently. At this time, 2 blood-curdling screams could be heard. The 2 king-level cultivators who went to attack Ling Xiao didn't even get close to Ling Xiao before they both let out blood-curdling screams and fell from the sky. No one knew what was going on. How could 2 high-level king-level cultivators die before they could even use their full strength? Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to the 2, and in an instant, he was not far from Luo Batian. His eyes were red with anger as he looked at Luo Batian and said faintly, "Come here and accept your death." Just now, the 2 high-level king stage experts were killed by Ling Xiao using his mental energy. He could also kill Luo Batian in an instant, but he wanted to personally smash the young master of the heavy sword sect into pieces. He actually wanted to kill his master, steal his woman, and was the culprit who killed Luo Meiying from the same sect. This hatred must be settled, and he must vent the anger in his heart. Otherwise, he would go crazy. Luo Batian didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so strange, actually injuring one of his high-level king-level cultivators, and then inexplicably killing 2 of his high-level king-level cultivators. Ling Xiao's strength was only at the mid-level king level. How could he do all this? However, although Luo Batian was puzzled, he was not afraid of Ling Xiao. He had always been a proud son of heaven. In this vast northwest, the only person who could compare to him was the opponent in the Light Star Hall, and the person in front of him was not worthy of his attention. Seeing Luo Batian take a step forward, the old man from the heavy sword sect instantly appeared beside him and said in a low voice, "Young master, let this old man deal with him. This kid is a bit strange." Luo Batian waved his hand and said disdainfully, "A nameless brat is not worth your time. In any case, I haven't fought for a long time, so today is a good time to exercise my muscles and bones." Following that, Luo Batian stepped forward a few meters, pointed at Ling Xiao with one hand and shouted, "Report your name. I don't kill nameless people." Ling Xiao sneered and said, "A dead person is not qualified to know this young master's name." After saying that, Ling Xiao moved. He instantly disappeared in front of them. From the beginning, he had used his full speed, and many people and this constable could not catch his figure. Only the Earth Emperor Realm experts were moved and exclaimed, "What a fast speed! Go to hell!" Ling Xiao cried out in shock, and his fist smashed towards Luo Baishan's face without any warning. Luo Baishan's eyes twitched, and his head tilted backwards. Ling Xiao's fist brushed past the bridge of his nose, and the force of the blow caused his face to feel pain. Luo Batian was also amazing. As he dodged, he kicked towards Ling Xiao. In the face of Luo Baishan's counterattack, Ling Xiao did not dodge or evade. With a sneer on his face, he also kicked out like Luo Batian. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking rang out, and one of them let out a blood-curdling scream. When the two of them separated, others would think that the one who would be injured would be Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao was standing there unscathed, while Luo Batian was hugging his leg with a pained expression. Needless to say, Luo Batian had suffered a great loss in the head-on clash just now. Luo Batian was finally enraged, and a huge sword appeared behind his back. "Brat, you made me use my true strength. Even if I die, it will be worth it," Luo Batian said with a gloomy face. The huge sword released a powerful light, and streaks of saber shadows poured down like rain. The dense saber shadows and terrifying sword chi spread out, forcing the surrounding people to retreat far away. This move was definitely a high-grade sword technique, otherwise it would not have such terrifying power. Chapter 455. Luo Batian had always been the pride of the heavy sword sect. He became a Xian cultivator at the age of 13, a Xian cultivator at the age of 15, a spirit master at the age of 19, and a king at the age of 22. After that, he spent another 8 years to reach the high king level. His growth could only be described as monstrous. He had always been hidden in the heavy sword sect, and very few people knew of his existence. Now that he had reached the high king level, he was in high spirits, so the sect decided to choose a wife for him. Luo Batian's wife would become the future wife of the young sect leader, so the choice of a wife was very important. Not only did she have to have an outstanding character and cultivation of Tenbin, she also had to have a status that was worthy of Luo Batian. Recently, the heavy sword sect had gathered information on the outstanding women of various sects, and picked out 3 women who had outstanding character and Tenbin as their targets. These 3 women were Wu Fengyue of the 7th rank sect, Yin Mingqi of the 8th rank sect, and Mu Ji of the moon-worshipping sect. Originally, their best target was Wu Fengyue of the charm sect. She was only 26 years old, but she was already at the mid-king level. Moreover, the power behind her was comparable to the heavy sword sect. If they could ally with the charm sect, then they could shake the Light Star Hall's position. Unfortunately, the charm sect had rejected them, so the heavy sword sect could only eat the lotus in silence, but they didn't dare to cause trouble for the charm sect. Therefore, the marriage fell on Yun Mingqi of the Purple Sky sect. After all, Yun Mingqi's Tenbin was more outstanding, and she was also younger. As long as she was nurtured, her future achievements wouldn't be lower than Luo Batian's. Moreover, the Purple Sky sect was much weaker than the Heavy Sword sect, so it would be easier to control. The people of the Heavy Sword sect didn't know that the younger generation of their sect had died at the hands of Ling Xiao of the Purple Sky sect. If they knew, they wouldn't have proposed a marriage, but would have directly killed their way to the Purple Sky sect and caused chaos. When Luo Batian arrived at the Purple Sky sect, he decided to make this beautiful woman his wife. Moreover, Yin Mingqi was even more beautiful and powerful than the information said. A 21-year-old mid-king level cultivator. Even he didn't have such a terrifying Tenbin. Originally, Yin Mingqi had also fallen in love with him at first sight, but who would have thought that a similarly monstrous young man would suddenly appear out of nowhere? He was about the same age as Yin Mingqi, but he was also at the mid-stage king realm. Moreover, he had reached the peak of the mid-stage king realm and could break through to the high-stage king realm at any time. When Yin Mingqi saw this young man, her expression changed. Her eyes were filled with love as she looked at Yin Qing. Even an idiot could see that she had different feelings for him. Therefore, Luo Batian had to kill Ling Xiao with his own hands. Only by displaying his strength in front of Yin Mingqi would she willingly submit to him. He had thought that he could easily take down Ling Xiao, but his leg was broken by Ling Xiao. This time, he had lost all his face. Now, he was brimming with killing intent. His first move was a frightening blue stair sword skill. The frightening sword rain completely drowned Ling Xiao. Laugh! Yin Mingqi cried out worriedly. She wanted to go over and save Ling Xiao, but Yin Xiong grabbed her hand and said, "Don't go over. You can't save him with your strength." "No, even if I die, I'll be with him." Yin Mingqi wanted to shake off her father's hand, but Yun Xiong held on tightly. Luo Batian waved his sword with a malevolent expression on his face. Die, you little bastard. However, a dazzling golden light appeared in the midst of the sword rain. Following that, a series of clanging sounds could be heard. Ling Xiao had actually used his golden fist to shatter the condensed sword rays. How is this possible? He actually used his physical body to destroy my attacks. Luo Batian was shocked. Ling Xiao ignored the sword rain and continued to sing, blasting a path through the sword rain and smashing it towards Luo Batian. The elder from the heavy sword sect couldn't help but exclaim, "Young master, don't let him get close." He could already see that Ling Xiao's physical body was extraordinary, and if Ling Xiao got close, even his young master would be at a disadvantage. Luo Batian naturally wasn't a brainless person. He no longer used elemental attacks and directly slashed at Ling Xiao with his giant sword. Let this overlord see which is harder, your fist or my high-grade profound artifact. Luo Batian's eyes flashed with a ruthless light as his giant sword slashed at Ling Xiao in a yellow arc. Ling Xiao actually didn't dodge, and the golden dragon scales on his fists covered his hands like gloves, flashing with golden light. Clang! The giant sword and the fist clashed, emitting an ear-piercing sound. The giant sword had a hole in it, but the golden light on the fist was still flashing nonstop. Everyone's hearts were beating wildly at this scene. They all exclaimed in their hearts, "What kind of physical body is this? Bastard from the heavy sword sect, today is the day of your death." Ling Xiao's killing intent was awe-inspiring, and his aura was once again at its peak. His figure suddenly disappeared, but an afterimage remained in front of Luo Batian. "Young master, be careful behind you." The elder from the heavy sword sect caught hold of Ling Xiao's figure. He really wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but he knew that his young master's pride wouldn't allow him to do so. Luo Batian wanted to dodge after hearing the elder's warning, but Ling Xiao's fist was as fast as lightning, and it instantly landed on his back. Luo Batian was sent flying like a cannonball, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Ling Xiao's attack had only just begun, and his figure once again disappeared with a faint smile. Before Luo Batian could stabilize himself, Ling Xiao appeared beside him again. "Don't worry, I won't kill you immediately. I'll let you know what it's like to live a life worse than death." After saying that, Ling Xiao ruthlessly kicked Luo Batian again. Luo Batian felt as though he had been smashed by a 10,000-kilogram boulder, and even the defensive armor on his body seemed to be of no use. Luo Batian, who was sent flying again, let out a loud roar, and a powerful sound wave spread out with him as the center, causing the eardrums of the surrounding people to ring. This was his sound wave mystical technique, Lion's Roar. Ling Xiao didn't expect Luo Batian to have such a mystical technique, and he was momentarily stunned. Luo Batian finally found an opportunity to counterattack, and he casually threw away the huge sword in his hand as though it was trash, and an earth-yellow spiritual sword appeared in his hand. Rank 6 mid-tier, yellow heavenly sword. This was an earth attribute spiritual sword, and this was Luo Batian's true weapon. "Little bastard, did you have a good time just now? Let's see how you resist my yellow heavenly sword. Go to hell." Luo Batian's eyes flashed with malice, and the yellow heavenly sword pierced towards Ling Xiao's lower abdomen. At this moment, everyone regained their senses, and they just happened to see this scene. "No!" A few exclamations rang out at the same time. Unfortunately, it was of no use. Luo Batian's spiritual sword continued to pierce towards Ling Xiao courageously. The few people from the heavy sword sect revealed a delighted smile. In their eyes, the young master would never lose to a nameless kid. Poof! By the time Ling Xiao regained his senses, the spiritual sword had already reached his chest. He tried to dodge it, but it was too late, and the spiritual sword still sank into his chest. Fortunately, the spiritual sword did not pierce his heart. In an instant, Ling Xiao's chest was dyed red with golden blood. Luo Batian was surprised for a moment, but he didn't show any mercy as he gave a vicious kick to Ling Xiao's lower abdomen. Ling Xiao separated himself from the spiritual sword, and his entire body flew downwards, crashing under the pavilion and smashing through the roof. Falling into the room of the pavilion, Ling Xiao only felt waves of pain, and he almost fainted. Although his body was strong, it was still far from being comparable to a spiritual weapon. It was impossible for him to withstand the attack, not to mention that he had already lost his defensive state after being shaken by the lion's roar. Fortunately, he had the insane ancient Emperor Divine technique, and that recovery ability was not a joke. Ling Xiao didn't have much time to recuperate. He took a few elixirs, suppressed his injuries, and got up to fight again. At this moment, a surprised voice came from beside him. "Xiao, is that you?" Hearing this familiar voice, Ling Xiao's body trembled slightly. Then he turned his head and saw a delicate and beautiful face looking at him excitedly. Xian, why are you here?" Ling Xiao didn't care about his injuries and rushed to Ji Beixin's side to ask. However, when Ling Xiao moved, it affected his injuries, and he couldn't help but grimace in pain. "Xiao, you're injured. Who is so heartless?" Ji Beixin's tears immediately flowed out like a fountain. Ling Xiao's originally angry and berserk state of mind was instantly melted by her tears. Ling Xiao gently wiped Ji Beixin's delicate face, wiped away the tears, and said gently, "It's nothing. I was just accidentally stabbed. I'll be fine later." Just as Ji Beixin was about to say something, Luo Beixin's voice sounded faintly. "Little bastard, I know you won't die that easily. Quickly come out and die." Following Luo Beixin's voice, his yellow heaven sword shot out an earthen light, as if a small mountain was smashing down from the pavilion. He actually didn't care about the people below the pavilion, which showed how ruthless his heart was. Ling Xiao's reaction was fast enough. He picked Ji Beixin up, gritted his teeth, and smashed into the wooden wall. Boom! An explosion rang out, and a large part of the house in the pavilion was smashed into ruins. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's reaction was fast, otherwise he and Ji Beixin would have been buried alive here. Luo Batian had already expected that Ling Xiao wouldn't die so easily, so he raised his yellow heaven sword and chased after Ling Xiao, sending powerful earthen yellow sword beams towards him. "Stop!" Yun Mingqi took advantage of Yun Xiong's distraction to block his hand and raised her sword to intercept Luo Batian. Luo Batian didn't want to hurt Yun Mingqi, so he could only stop his attack and ask, "Junior Sister Yun, what is the meaning of this? This is the territory of our Purple Sky sect, not the territory of your Heavy Sword sect. Do you really want to destroy our Purple Sky sect by doing this?" Yun Mingqi changed her attitude towards Luo Batian and questioned him. Luo Batian sneered, "Didn't I say it before? I only want to kill that old and young dog. They're no longer members of your Purple Sky sect. Why do you have to do this, Junior Sister Yun?" In his heart, he naturally understood that Yun Mengqi was protecting Ling Xiao, and in his heart, he was even more determined to kill Ling Xiao. Yun Mingqi still wanted to say something, but Ling Xiao had already placed Ji Beixin next to Muin. He then rushed into the sky, and a dragon's roar shook the horizon. Chapter 456. Ling Xiao finally used the dragon's Tenbin ability. The powerful sound wave was many times more powerful than Luo Beixin's lion roar. Many people were shaken and felt as if their eardrums were being pierced by sharp needles. Luo Batian took the brunt of the attack and was pushed back more than 10 meters. Blood flowed from his ears. Ling Xiao ignored his injuries and charged at Luo Batian as fast as he could. "Don't even think about succeeding, you little thief." The old man from the Heavy Sword sect instantly stood in front of Ling Xiao and slapped his palm toward Ling Xiao's chest. Although Ling Xiao was fast, he was greatly affected by his injuries. His opponent was a peak Earth Emperor, so it was not easy for him to avoid the attack. Seeing that Ling Xiao was about to be crushed by the palm, Xiao Songlin was too far away to help, and the others did not dare to act rashly. Unexpectedly, When the old man from the heavy sword sect slapped Ling Xiao's chest, he felt an inexplicable pain in his mind. It was as if his sea of consciousness was being cut by thousands of swords. Fortunately, he was a peak Earth Emperor, and his sea of consciousness had become his soul. He could resist some mental attacks, unlike martial artists below the king stage who would be instantly killed. Even so, he had to stop attacking Ling Xiao and put his soul in a defensive state. Seeing this, Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and extracted all his mental power from his sea of consciousness. The powerful mental power turned into countless swords that rushed into the old man's sea of consciousness. The terrifying and powerful mental power attack made him cry out in pain. Ling Xiao seized the opportunity, and a long sword that was glowing red and blue appeared in his hand. The ice and fire swords streaked across the sky like shooting stars. Everyone only saw a blur before they saw a bloody mist bloom. The old man from the heavy sword sect had been cut in half in front of their eyes, and his corpse was nowhere to be found. Everyone was shocked. They rubbed their eyes hard. They could not believe it, but the truth was right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it, unless they were all dreaming. A peak Earth Emperor had been killed by a mere mid-stage, king-stage martial artist. This was simply inconceivable. Elder He, the people of the heavy sword sect cried out in anger. "Boy, give me your life." The other earthly sovereign of the Chongjian sect was the first to come to his senses. He charged at Ling Xiao. Xiao Songlin risked his injuries and waved his spirit tool to block him. Although Xiao Songlin was injured, he had adjusted his breathing for a while. Moreover, he had a spirit tool in his hand. Therefore, he was not afraid of earthly sovereign realm cultivators who were at the same level as him. In addition, 2 mid-stage king-tier experts from the Chongjian sect wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, they were afraid. What kind of strength did their black elder have? Yet he could only die on the spot. If they went up, they would most likely die as well. They did not move, but Ling Xiao took the opportunity to chase after Luo Batian. Luo Batian panicked and could only summon the yellow earth lion. "Lion King, eat him for me." Luo Batian jumped on the back of the yellow earth lion, pointed at Ling Xiao, and shouted. His eyes were filled with anger. He must make this little bastard die without a place to hide. And this damned purple sky sect, he must let them know how powerful this overlord is. Luo Batian had suffered a loss here. Moreover, more than half of the people who came with him had died. Even the strongest black elder had died here. When he returned to the sect, he would definitely be punished. Therefore, he must pay the price with his blood. The yellow earth lion received Luo Batian's instruction and roared at Ling Xiao. When the lion opened its mouth, the experts of the Purple Sky sect quickly retreated. Roar! A powerful sound wave roared at Ling Xiao. Waves of yellow waves rippled endlessly, and the space seemed to have become distorted. The houses, trees, and rocks below were all shaken and sent flying. It was as if a Category 10 hurricane was blowing, and it was terrifying. Muan, who was below, had already taken Mu Huai and Ji Beixin to hide far away. Ji Beixin's strength was still shallow. If she hadn't jumped quickly, she would have become deaf. Her beautiful face turned pale as she screamed towards the sky, "Xiao." Muan's expression was also extremely ugly. Mu Huai, who had just recovered a little breath, was knocked unconscious by the aftermath of the sound wave. Yun Mengqi, who was not far away, almost rushed into the sound wave. But Yin Xiong held her back, not allowing her to move forward. "Father, if anything happens to Xiao, I don't want to live anymore," Yin Mingqi said resolutely, tears gushing out of her eyes. Yin Xiong was stunned for a moment. Daughter, didn't you agree to marry Luo Batian?" Yin Mingqi's beautiful eyes flashed with killing intent, and she lowered her voice. "I thought I wouldn't be able to laugh. I agreed to it to avenge him. Do you also think that your daughter covets the position of their heavy sword sex, young madam?" Yin Xiong finally understood. No wonder he felt that his daughter had become strange during this time. It turned out to be because of this reason. The sound wave shook for a while and finally calmed down. The surrounding scenery was almost completely destroyed, and the private room had completely turned into a wasteland. "Huh, you dare to kill the people of my heavy sword sect. Today, I will let you see how you offend this overlord." Luo Batian laughed very proudly. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, his expression froze. His eyes looked as if they were about to pop out, and his mouth was wide open, as if it was stuck by something. Other than him, the people not far away also became petrified like him. What did they see? A dragon. A six-clawed blue flood dragon. That majestic appearance, that terrifying and powerful aura, made them have the urge to worship it. Heavens! That is a real flood dragon. From the looks of it, it's at least a rank 6 flood dragon. Too terrifying. The one sitting on top is Ling. Elder Ling, it's too impressive. If I had such a flood dragon, I would be willing to reduce my lifespan by dozens of years. Elder Ling is always so unexpected. Now our Purple Sky sect doesn't have to be afraid of anyone. The deacons and disciples below the various peaks of the Purple Sky sect all looked at the blue flood dragon with stars in their eyes. Their hearts were filled with endless worship for Ling Xiao. When the yellow earth lion roared, Ling Xiao immediately summoned the blue flood dragon. With its protective divine light, he was not affected by the lion's roar. Don't think that you are amazing just because you have a rank 6 spirit beast. Little dragon, get rid of them for me. Ling Xiao frowned as he pointed in the direction of the yellow earth lion. The blue flood dragon swung its tail and stood up straight. It did not immediately pounce over, but instead used sound waves to fight back. Roar! Dragon's Tenbin's divine ability appeared. The dragon's roar was even more terrifying than the lion's roar, and the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart. The yellow earth lion had already sensed that the blue flood dragon was even more terrifying than its own strength. It did not dare to face it head-on and turn around to run. Luo Batian, who was sitting on the yellow earth lion, was also frightened to the point of panic. He never thought that a mere disciple of the Purple Sky sect would have such terrifying strength. He could not help but wonder, could it be that the Purple Sky sect has been hiding its strength? At the thought of this, cold sweat broke out on his back. Now, he just wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible, or he would really die here. The yellow earth lion was not slow, but it was far inferior to the blue flood dragon, which was of a higher rank than it. Moreover, the yellow earth lion was dizzy from the dragon's roar. In an instant, it was ruthlessly scratched by the front claws of the blue flood dragon. Luo Batian, who was sitting on the yellow earth lion, was so frightened that he quickly jumped off the lion's back. The other earthly sovereign of the heavy sword sect cried out nervously, "Protect the young master!" After he shouted, he immediately moved closer to Luo Batian with the remaining 2 mid-stage king stage experts of the heavy sword sect. Xiao Songlin, however, chased after them without any hesitation. Mu Huai was his favorite disciple, and he had to vent his anger when he was injured by the heavy sword sect. At this time, Yun Xiong shouted loudly, "Everyone stop fighting." What a joke! How could Yun Xiong not stop them? Luo Batian was causing trouble in their Purple Sky sect, so they could only try their best to endure it. Maybe nothing serious would happen, but if something happened to Luo Batian and their Purple Sky sect, it would be a disaster that would destroy their sect. After all, the heavy sword sect had been standing in the northwest for so many years, and their foundation and strength were not something they could compare with. Therefore, Yun Xiong had to open his mouth to stop them. However, could he still stop them now? Impossible. Ling Xiao saw Mu Huai injured, knew that Ji Beixin was kidnapped by the heavy sword sect, and he had a grudge against Luo Meiying. No matter what, Ling Xiao would never let the heavy sword sect go. Xiao Songlin was also determined to vent his anger for his disciple, so he did not take his words to heart. Ling Xiao jumped off the back of the blue flood dragon and let it deal with the yellow earth lion, while he charged towards Luo Batian. The ice and fire swords shot out fierce blue flames, forming a sea of fire in midair. Luo Beixin's yellow sky sword swept out layer after layer of earth walls, forming a strong defense in an attempt to isolate the terrifying sea of fire. He was shocked This kid cultivates multiple elements at the same time. No wonder his combat strength is so abnormal. The yellow earth walls could not withstand the burning of the heavenly fire, and they turned into nothingness as soon as they came into contact. Luo Batian was shocked and quickly turned to run. Want to run? No way. Ling Xiao sneered and raised his speed to the extreme. He instantly caught up to Luo Batian, and the ice and fire swords attacked him again. Luo Batian blocked with all his strength, using powerful sword techniques one after another. The battle between the two was so intense that the two mid-stage king stage cultivators could not get close. Boom, boom, boom. Ling Xiao was determined to kill Luo Batian, and the ice and fire profound skills were unleashed. Luo Batian was shaken to the point that the web between his thumb and index finger was torn, and his clothes were accidentally touched by the heavenly fire. At first, he did not think much of it. After all, he was wearing a high-grade armor, and it was nothing to block a little fire. However, it was precisely that bit of flame that was like a maggot's bone, igniting with a single touch. Bang! The blue flames instantly burned Luo Batian, and he let out a shocking scream. He threw himself into the soil, hoping to extinguish the flames. Unfortunately, the heavenly fire could burn anything, and his efforts were futile. Young master, the Earth Emperor from the Heavy Sword sect heard Luo Batian scream and looked down, only to see Luo Batian rolling on the ground like a man on fire. A moment later, he turned into nothingness. Chapter 457. Young Master, the Earth Emperor of the Heavy Sword sect cried out in alarm. Unfortunately, no matter how loud he shouted, Luo Batian and his high-ranked armor were all burned to ashes. Xiao Songlin took advantage of the moment when the Earth Emperor was distracted, and the Spirit Sword released a powerful green light. Swoosh, swoosh. Countless rays of green light shot towards the Earth Emperor. The Earth Emperor was also amazing. He turned around in time and raised a blue wall of water to block the green light. However, the energy released by the spirit weapon might be terrifying, so how could his attribute light block it? The earthly sovereign was covered in wounds. Terrifying wounds crisscrossed one after another, as if he was going to be dismembered. In this moment of danger, the Earth Emperor of the Heavy Sword sect fought with his life on the line. A powerful blue light appeared around his body, and waves of water ripples collided with the sword moves with all his might. At the same time, he decisively turned around and fled. His movement technique was not bad, and in an instant, he was 1,000 meters away. He did not forget to shout, "Our Heavy Sword sect will not let you off." Xiao Songlin wanted to chase after him, but he knew that he was too far away. The other Earth Emperors of the Purple Sky sect were also anxious. If they let the people from the Heavy Sword sect escape, their Purple Sky sect would only perish even faster. However, how could Ling Xiao let that person escape? He immediately commanded the Blue Dragon to chase after him. A dragon's roar shook the Earth Emperor of the Heavy Sword sect, who had fled far away. The ice and fire sword in Ling Xiao's hand instantly flew out, and he shouted, "Go!" Under the control of Ling Xiao's mind instructs, in a second, the ice and fire sword chopped off the head of the Earth Emperor, who had fallen down. The ice and fire sword emitted a buzzing sound as it flew back to Ling Xiao's side. The other two middle-stage king-level experts of the Heavy Sword sect were already scared out of their wits. They immediately begged Yun Xiong for mercy. Sect leader Yin, you can't kill us. You will provoke a war between the two sections. They were also scared out of their wits. Even their young sect leader had died. This enmity had already been formed, so why would they care about killing two more insignificant people? What should we do? Yun Xiong's face was extremely pale. The thing he was most worried about still happened. Everyone in the Heavy Sword sect knew that their young sect master came to the Purple Sky sect to propose marriage. Now that Luo Batian was dead, everyone thought that it was the doing of the Purple Sky sect. The enmity between them and the Heavy Sword sect was too great. The person in question, Ling Xiao, did not care so much. The ice and fire sword shot out again. The heads of the two mid-stage King Realm experts were chopped off in front of Yin Xiong. This scene left the surrounding people speechless. After not seeing him for half a year, Ling Xiao gave them a feeling as if he was the ruler of the world, a high mountain that they looked up to. This decisive killing intent made them feel a chill in their hearts. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was not their enemy. At least for now, Ling Xiao would not treat them as enemies, right? On the other side, the astral yellow lion couldn't block the blue flood dragon's attack and was quickly torn in half by the blue flood dragon. A large amount of blood splattered down from the sky. Ling Xiao indifferently withdrew the ice and fire sword and summoned the blue flood dragon. Ling Xiao coldly looked around at the crowd. Then his gaze fell on sect master Yin Xiong. Yin Xiong felt as if he had been pierced by two sharp blades, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Ling Chong. Yin Xiong wanted to say something to Ling Xiao, but he was interrupted by Ling Xiao. Sect Master Yin, my master has already left the sect. I, Ling Xiao, will also leave the sect today. In the future, I will have nothing to do with the Purple Sky sect. If anyone from the Heavy Sword sect comes, you can tell them that I was the one who killed them. Ling Xiao indifferently said, then landed in Mu Un's direction. Yin Mengqi, who was not far away, felt her heart tremble. Ling Xiao actually ignored her, not even sparing her a glance. She only felt as if the world was about to collapse. Yin Mengqi desperately chased after Ling Xiao. Martial Uncle Mu In, Mu Huai and I are going to leave. Will you come with us? Ling Xiao asked Muin. Muin immediately nodded. Of course, junior brother and I are like brothers. If he leaves the sect, why should I stay? All right, I'll ask Grandmaster if he's willing to leave. Ling Xiao was very touched and nodded. Then he turned his face to Xiao Songlin and called out, Grandmaster, we've already left the sect. Do you want to come with us? The people of the Purple Sky sect were stunned. They didn't expect Ling Xiao and Mu In to really make such a decision. It seemed as if they really didn't have any reluctance to leave. Brother Xiao, don't be impulsive. The Scarlet Flame Peak's previous generation elder hurriedly advised Xiao Songlin. Xiao Songlin lightly nodded, then revealed a kind smile to Ling Xiao and said, You guys can go out and explore. I don't want to move my old bones. The person in front of him was his grand disciple. He was actually able to kill all the experts of the Heavy Sword sect by himself. This kind of pressure was something that even they, who had lived for hundreds of years, couldn't do. And his grand disciple was only 21 years old. With this ability and this kind of pressure, it was already certain that Ling Xiao would definitely shine in this continent in the future. This Purple Sky sect, this northwest region, could no longer trap him, a true dragon that shines brightly. But Xiao Songlin was different. He had taken root in the Purple Sky sect for hundreds of years. His feelings for this place was not something that Ling Xiao and the others could imagine. Moreover, all the people from the Heavy Sword sect had died here. Their Purple Sky sect could be destroyed at any time. How could he abandon it? Master, take care, Muin called out reluctantly, then knelt down in front of Xiao Songlin and kowtowed a few times. The people of the Purple Sky sect looked at Ling Xiao and the others who were about to leave. They felt very uncomfortable in their hearts, but no one dared to say anything to stop them. After all, they were the ones who first proposed the marriage with the Heavy Sword sect. Xiao, I won't let you go. Yin Mingqi pounced from behind and hugged Ling Xiao's waist. Ling Xiao's heart ached. He never thought that Yin Mingqi would betray him, but he heard it with his own ears, and his martial uncle confirmed it. Yin Mingqi had already agreed to marry the so-called young master of the Heavy Sword sect, who was just killed by him. Once upon a time, the goddess in his heart had quietly been destroyed. Ling Xiao forcefully pushed Yin Mengqi's hand away. Miss Yin, please behave yourself. After saying that, he broke free from Yin Mengqi's embrace, walked over and carried Ji Beixin in his arms, and flew in the direction of the Purple Sky City. Muin looked at Yin Mengqi coldly, and also carried Mu Huai to catch up with Ling Xiao and disappeared into the sky. Yin Mengqi looked at the disappearing figure and tears were already covering her delicate face. She used all her strength to shout, "Xiao, why don't you believe me? Why don't you believe me?" The voice kept reverberating in the air. In the next moment, Yun Mengqi's eyes darkened, and she directly fainted. "Mengqi!" Yun Xiong cried out in alarm and quickly flew over. All the people of the Heavy Sword sect who came to propose marriage were all killed. The young generation of the Purple Sky sect cheered in their hearts, and it was their idol who was killed by a single person, which made them feel even more refreshed. But they didn't know that they were about to face the craziest revenge of the Heavy Sword sect. The elders of the Purple Sky sect were all dejected, and none of them were in a good mood. They thought differently from the young people, and they had to consider the safety of the entire sect. Judging from the strength that Luo Batian had shown today, the Heavy Sword sect was far more terrifying than their Purple Sky sect. The two were not on the same level. What ability did they have to stop the crazy revenge of the Heavy Sword sect? In the Purple Sky sect's meeting hall, the elders of the Purple Sky sect sat down. After a while, Sect Master Yin Xiong walked out from the back door. His expression was extremely ugly, and he looked a bit older. He clearly hadn't recovered from what had just happened. Yin Xiong sat at the head of the table, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Elders, what should we do?" All the elders sighed softly, not knowing how to answer. In the end, the Scarlet Fire Peak's previous generation elders said, "Try to keep that child. With him here, the Heavy Sword sect won't be able to stir up any waves." Originally, with their status as Grand Elders, they shouldn't have appeared in the meeting hall. But this time it was a matter of life and death for the sect, so they couldn't just close it. Senior brother is right. That child's flood dragon is already at the peak of the 6th step. As long as he's here, the sect will have nothing to worry about. The one who spoke was the Jade Spring Pavilion's previous generation elder, the only female earthly emperor. AI, is there any use in saying this now? That child is a stubborn person. Since he has already left the sect, I'm afraid. The Golden Tree Peak's previous generation elder shook his head and sighed. For a moment, everyone fell into silence. "If Elder Xiao comes forward, I think there's still a chance," the Jade Spring Pavilion's Wen Haiyan said. "Yes, Junior Brother Mu listens to Elder Xiao the most. If Elder Xiao can bring Junior Brother Mu back, I think Elder Ling will also come back." The Golden Tree Peak's Su Jianan agreed. The others also agreed with Wen Haiyan's words. Impossible, Senior Brother Xiao didn't leave, which is already worthy of the sect. How could he call his own disciple to come back and face this disaster with us? The Scarlet Flame Peak's previous generation elder waved his hand and interrupted their fantasies. Sitting at the head of the table, Yin Xiong didn't know what to say. At this time, he didn't know whether his previous decision was right or wrong. He agreed to the marriage with the Heavy Sword sect, mostly for the sake of the sect's interests, but also for his own private interests, so that both sides could achieve the goal of mutual benefit. However, he completely didn't think that things would develop to this point. Seeing Ling Zhao's strong return, he inexplicably felt bitter in his heart. If he could stick to his principles and refuse the Heavy Sword sect, then their Purple Sky sect would now have a high 6th rank sect guardian spirit beast, as well as a young expert who could grow infinitely, and a high rank alchemist. Unfortunately, all of this was outside of his expectations, and also outside of his daughter's expectations. They couldn't help but sigh at Ling Zhao's luck. Not only was he trapped in the secret realm and didn't die, but he also obtained an opportunity that others would be unable to obtain in their lifetime. Why don't I personally ask them to come back? Yin Xiong had no choice but to face the cruel reality. If Ling Xiao could return to the sect, they would have a little capital to contend against the Heavy Sword sect. If Ling Xiao left the Purple Sky sect, then their Purple Sky sect would only have one result: destruction. Faced with such a choice, Yin Xiong felt that it was necessary for him to put down his identity and beg Mu Huai and Ling Xiao to come back. At the same time, he also hoped that his daughter could explain to Ling Xiao clearly, so that his daughter wouldn't live in pain for the rest of her life. Chapter 458. The vast Northwest was divided into a total of 36 territories, and the three largest and best territories were naturally controlled by the three rank 7 sections. The number 1 sect, the Light Star Hall, occupied the most territory, followed by the Charm sect, and then the Heavy Sword sect. The Heavy Sword sect governed a total of more than 100 cities, and the scale of each city was definitely much more imposing and prosperous than the Purple Sky sect's territory. As for the city directly under the Heavy Sword sect, it was known as the Heavy City. This was one of the top 3 major cities in the Northwest, so there is no need to mention its degree of prosperity. The Heavy Sword sect was built in a place densely packed with majestic mountains not far from the Heavy City. The trees here were tall, spirit grasses were common, hundreds of flowers were everywhere, spirit birds were flying, and waterfalls were hanging upside down. This scenery could definitely be called unique. The spiritual energy here was much denser than the Purple Sky sects, so the disciples cultivating here were naturally much faster than the disciples of the lower rank sections. On top of the Spirit Mountain, buildings rose from the ground, faintly exuding a simple, ethereal, and mysterious aura. In this Spirit Mountain, there were also many martial artists walking with giant swords on their backs, appearing very unique. In the most majestic pavilion on the Spirit Mountain sat 8 old men who were already hundreds of years old. These old men all had their essence, energy restrained, and their strength was unfathomable. If other martial artists were here, they would definitely discover that every one of them was actually an Earth Emperor stage powerhouse, and none of them had the strength of a low-level or mid-level Earth Emperor. As for the tall and thin old man sitting at the very top, he was impressively much stronger than the 8 people below him. He was actually an Empyrean level super expert. In the Northwest, Empyreans were godlike existences. The Empyreans' eyes blossomed with a frightening fierceness, as if just looking at them would make one's entire body feel uncomfortable. He hoarsely said, "Tian is dead?" The Peak Earth Emperor to his right replied nervously, "Yes, Grand Elder. Hei Xian and Zorn, who accompanied the young master, have their jade tubes of life extinguished." Although he was a Peak Earth Emperor and could be considered a top figure, in front of this ancestor, he was just an ordinary commoner who had to be respectful to a great figure. The Celestial Master's eyes widened in an instant, and a strong murderous intent emanated from him, causing everyone present to hold their breaths. Tian has the astral yellow lion by his side. In the Northwest, besides those old farts, who else can kill him? The Empyrean said with grief and indignation. The Peak Earthly Sovereign who had spoken just now said, "This time, young master is going to the Purple Sky sect to choose a wife. There shouldn't be any accidents, but are you crazy? You actually let Tian personally propose marriage. He is a dignified young master. How could he lower his status? He could have just sent someone from the Purple Sky sect to send the woman over. Now that Tian is dead, who is going to take responsibility?" The old heavenly venerable interrupted the earthly emperor and said angrily. All the earthly sovereigns present trembled in fear, and none of them dared to utter a single word. "I don't care what method you use. You must find out who killed Tian. Also, this matter is definitely related to the Purple Sky sect. I don't care who it is, but if they dare to harm my Tian's life, I will exterminate their entire sect." The heavenly venerable old man stood up and said faintly. That terrifying killing intent and aura filled the entire hall. "Yes, Supreme Elder." The 8 earthly sovereigns immediately bowed and responded. The 8 of them left the hall, and the heavenly venerable old man shouted, "Where is Feng Ying?" As soon as he finished speaking, another person immediately appeared in the hall. The man was wearing a mask, and his face could not be seen clearly. He knelt on one knee in front of the heavenly venerable old man and replied, "Feng Ying is here. I order you to immediately rush to the Purple Sky sect and find out the truth. I don't believe that the Purple Sky sect has the ability to kill Tian, and the others. If it is really the doing of those 2 sects, I will definitely not let them off." The heavenly venerable old man said angrily, then threw an item to the man and said, "Wear this pair of wind boots. It can double your speed." You must understand this matter. Yes, master. The man's face revealed a happy expression, and he caught the item. He responded and followed out of the hall. In the city directly under the purple sky sect, Ling Xiao carried Ji Beixin and rushed to the courtyard he bought in the purple sky city with Mu In and Mu Huai. Cruel Leopard and Xian Li walked out of the house. Master, you're back. Xian Li called out happily. Cruel Leopard bowed slightly. Is young master all right? They could hear the sound waves of the battle in the purple sky sect, and Cruel Leopard could sense the aura of many experts over there. He didn't need to guess to know that there was a battle over there, but Ling Xiao hadn't called him over to help, so he could only wait here for the result. Muin looked at the two of them with some astonishment, and then cast a questioning look at Ling Xiao. Martial uncle, I'll explain later. Help master in to heal first. Ling Xiao said to Mu In after putting Ji Beixin down. Mu In nodded, and under the lead of Cruel Leopard, he entered one of the rooms and let Mu Huai heal. Ling Xiao comforted Ji Beixin a few words, then entered Mu Huai's room and took out 2 bottles of 10,000-year stone milk. Martial uncle, this bottle is for you. Ling Xiao handed one of the bottles to Mu In, then took the other bottle and walked to the side of Mu In, who had fainted, and poured the 10,000-year stone milk into his mouth. Mu In was still in a daze as he asked, "What is this?" Ling Xiao replied, 10,000-year stone milk. It can help martial uncle recleanse his marrow and meridians. It's actually such a good thing. Mu In cried out in joy. Mu In had lived longer than Ling Xiao, so his knowledge was naturally not too bad. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a good thing, which made him extremely happy. With it, his body could be recleansed, and he would be able to walk even further in the future. How could he not be happy? Martial uncle, take it now, lest a long night brings many dreams. Ling Xiao reminded, then sat down cross-legged to help Mu Huai speed up the refining of the 10,000-year stone milk. Muin was also an impatient person, so he immediately sat down and drank the 10,000-year stone milk. Muin drank the 10,000-year stone milk, and a pure and vast energy instantly flowed into him. At the same time, there was also a chill that flowed through his body. Muin was already a high-stage king, so he naturally wouldn't be easily frozen by this chill. He immediately calmed his mind and absorbed this pure energy. Half a day later, Mu In walked out of the house with great joy. Ling Xiao and Mu Huai also walked out. Mu Huai's state of being on the verge of death had been swept away, and his essence had become even more refined. Now that Mu In and Mu Huai had been recleansed by the 10,000-year stone milk, they both felt as if they had been reborn. Moreover, the spiritual energy within their bodies had already reached the peak of the king's stage. As long as they had a further understanding of spiritual energy, stepping into the Earth Emperor stage was only a matter of time. Xian Li, come here. Ling Xiao beckoned to Xian Li. Xian Li quickly came to Ling Xiao's side and said respectfully, Master. When Xian Li called Ling Xiao Master, Mu Huai's expression stiffened, and then his gaze fell on Xian Li. He sized up this grand disciple of his who was able to catch his disciple's eye. However, when he saw that Xian Li was actually an ordinary person who had never cultivated Xian energy, his expression didn't look too good. After all, Xian Li was already 16 years old, and he hadn't cultivated at this age. It was obvious that he had passed the best time to build a foundation, and this was what Mu Huai was dissatisfied with. Ling Xiao smiled and introduced, Xian Li, this is great master and great martial uncle. Xian Li's body trembled slightly, and he immediately bowed to the 2 elders to greet them. Mu Huai frowned slightly and looked at Ling Xiao. Xiao, where did you get this disciple? He doesn't seem to have cultivated. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Master, Xian Li is the precious grand disciple that your disciple went through untold hardships to find for you. Mu Huai said unhappily, What precious disciple? Are you trying to anger your master? Master, listen to me. Xian Li has a pure wood attribute physique. Ling Xiao immediately explained. What physique is not important? Mu Huai replied uninterestedly. and then his expression changed. You said he has a pure wood attribute physique? Absolutely, he has a pure wood attribute physique, but it turned out that he was born with a useless physique. I was the one who reconstructed and unblocked his meridians. Although he started a little late, with his physique, he should still be able to make it, Ling Xiao said. At this time, Mu Huai looked at Xian Li with a gentle gaze, and he was extremely satisfied. Good, haha. I didn't expect that in my lifetime I would actually accept a pure wood attribute disciple, and also a pure wood attribute grand disciple. This time, Mu Huai's face is also shining. Mu Huai said very happily. Mu In, who was at the side, revealed an envious expression and said, Junior brother, why don't you give this grand disciple to me? I will definitely teach him well. Mu Huai immediately protected Xian Li behind him and said, I appreciate senior brother's good intentions, but this child has already taken Xiao as his master, so he is already my grand disciple. How can I just give him up? Muin also knew that Mu Huai would not give up, so he could only laugh dryly and not say anything more. Ling Xiao said from the side, Martial uncle, he is my master's grand disciple, so naturally he is also your grand disciple. There is no difference. That's right, I like hearing Xiao's words. I am his martial uncle, haha, Muin said happily. Right, this is... Mu Huai glanced at the savage leopard and carefully asked Ling Xiao. He could not sense the depth of the savage leopard's strength, but the savage leopard gave him a strong sense of oppression just by standing there. Even his master Xiao Songlin could not make him feel this way. He was sure that the strength of the person in front of him was definitely not lower than his master's. Ling Xiao replied, He is one of my followers. Now this disciple is already a 5th grade alchemist. What? You're already a 5th grade alchemist? Mu Huai and Mu In exclaimed at the same time. This was also the first time Xian Li had heard Ling Xiao reveal his identity, and his eyes were filled with stars. Yes, so master, martial uncle, you don't have to worry about leaving the sect without resources to cultivate. With this disciple's current strength and identity, I dare not say that I can move unhindered across the continent, but it is not difficult to get some good things in this northwest region, Ling Xiao said with a very confident expression. Mu Huai and Mu In naturally believed in Ling Xiao's words. There are less than 5 5th grade alchemists in the northwest, and they could casually refine a few 4th grade or 5th grade medicinal pills that could be auctioned for high grade. With wealth, it would be much more convenient to buy any cultivation resources. Chapter 459. Master, martial uncle, let's adjust ourselves and leave this place as soon as possible. Ling Xiao looked in the direction of the Purple Heaven sect, his eyes flashing with an undetectable pain. Sung Ji's goal and wish were no longer there, and he no longer had any reluctance to leave this place. Mu Huai and Mu In both sighed. They were also in a bad mood. They had quite a deep relationship with the Purple Heaven sect. Now that they had to leave just like that, they naturally couldn't bear to part with it. However, it had already become a reality, and they could only look on and sigh. At night, Ling Xiao and Ji Beixin began to talk in private. Ling Xiao stood in front of the window and raised his head to look at the vast starry sky. His expression was indescribably lonely. Ji Beixin wrapped her arms around Ling Xiao's waist from behind and buried her face in Ling Xiao's back. She said faintly, Xiao, I miss you so much. It had been a long time since she had seen Ling Xiao, and she had almost been forcefully captured by him as a maid. This made Ji Beixin's longing for Ling Xiao grow stronger and stronger. Now that she was hugging his strong waist, her heart felt especially at ease. Ling Xiao turned around and caressed Ji Beixin's beautiful hair. Smelling her refreshing body fragrance, he said lightly, Hexa, I missed you too. After saying that, he hugged Ji Beixin tightly in his arms. Ling Xiao admitted that he was a playboy, but the woman he loved the most in his heart was still Yun Mingqi. The position of his wife had always been reserved for her, and Yun Mingqi was the first woman who had made him fall in love at first sight. However, The woman he loved the most had betrayed him. His heart felt as if it had been cut by a knife. Ji Beixin could feel Ling Xiao's strange emotions. As she hugged him, she said gently, "I know you feel bad, but you still have me. In this life, I will only recognize you." Ling Xiao took a light breath and expelled the image of Yun Mengqi from his mind. Then, he held Ji Beixin's face and said with a smile, "I'm fine. I'm already very satisfied with such a beautiful wife like you." After saying that, he lowered his head and kissed Ji Beixin's jade lips. Their longing was ignited at this moment. The dry firewood and the raging fire burned fiercely. The rippling spring water intertwined with each other. How shy she looked under the night sky. After a while, the two of them fell asleep in each other's arms, satisfied. When they woke up the next day, Ji Beixin's smooth body was on top of Ling Xiao, and she was writhing crazily again. Just like last night, the two of them entered the state of oblivion. The innate wind, baleful qi kept circulating in their bodies, and their auras were faintly growing stronger. This was especially true for Ji Beixin. She had unknowingly reached the middle stage spirit master level. If someone was here, their jaw would definitely drop. To think that doing that thing could actually allow one to advance. This world was too crazy. Ling Xiao was not surprised by this, because he already knew that this would be the result. With Ling Xiao's current senses, he could already sense that the absolute seal in Ji Beixin's body contained strong power, and this power was unsealed by his innate wind, baleful qi. That energy was also gradually absorbed and used by Ji Beixin. Therefore, it was not surprising that she could reach the middle stage spirit master level in a short period of time. After Ji Beixin was satisfied, her delicate face was like a flower in the early morning, making her look even more beautiful. She shyly buried her head in Ling Xiao's chest and said softly, "Xiao, I don't want to be separated from Grandpa." G2 had been injured by Luo Batian and was still recuperating in the Wooden Flag Peak. Ji Beixin and G2 had relied on each other since they were young. They had no other relatives, so the one she was most reluctant to part with was naturally G2's day. Ling Xiao replied, "Don't worry, I will bring Grandpa Ji with me. No matter where you go, I will follow you. I just want to stay by your side and serve you." Ji Beixin said emotionally, "Don't worry, with such a beautiful wife like you, I can't bear to let you leave either. Otherwise, I'll be struck by lightning." Ling Xiao was in a much better mood and joked, Is I really that beautiful?" Ji Beixin asked sweetly in her heart. "Unless you're blind, anyone would think that you're one of the most beautiful women in the world," Ling Xiao said to please Ji Beixin. The two chatted for a while more before walking out of the house. Ling Xiao looked at Xian Li in the courtyard with a bit of astonishment. He found that he was in a horse stance with water in his hand, and his face was covered in sweat. On the other side, Mu Huai and Mu In were staring at him with smiles. "Master, this is?" Ling Xiao asked Mu Huai. Mu Huai smiled and said, "Training is a process of accumulating day and night. Master will first train Lier's body so that he can advance as soon as possible." After hearing this, Ling Xiao was speechless. He had been busy with matters on the road, but he had neglected to teach Xian Li. In his heart, he scolded himself for being a failure of a master. Now that his master was here, it would be hard for Xian Li not to cultivate. 3 things appeared in Ling Xiao's hands. As soon as the thing appeared, Mu Huai and Mu In's eyes were immediately filled with surprise and joy. This is a spirit weapon, such a strong wood attribute," Mu Huai said as he rubbed his hands. Mu In also swallowed his saliva and said, "There's definitely no mistake. Moreover, I feel that it seems to be of a higher grade than Master's green spirit sword." "Master, martial uncle, this is the green dragon moon slaying sword and the heavenly dragon shield." Ling Xiao smiled faintly and then handed the 2 spirit weapons he obtained from the secret realm to the 2 old men. Mu Huai and Mu In took the 2 items and touched them with their hands without hesitation. Both of them were of the wood attribute, so of course they were very interested in wood attribute spirit weapons. Moreover, This kind of spirit weapon above the 7th rank was difficult to find even in the Northwest. Now there were 2 of them in front of them. How could they not be excited? Master, Martial Uncle, I'll give these 2 spirit weapons to you. As for how to divide them, you can decide, Ling Xiao said very casually. Mu Huai and Mu In looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. They obviously did not expect Ling Xiao to give them these 2 high-grade spirit weapons. It should be known that once these 2 spirit weapons were known, even celestial master powerhouses would fight for them at all costs. However, Ling Xiao was actually so generous to them, which really made them feel satisfied. With such a disciple, what was there to be dissatisfied about? However, Mu Huai and Mu In were not greedy for these 2 spirit treasures. Mu Huai returned the sword and shield to Ling Xiao and said, Shower, you have this kind of heart. Your martial uncle and I are very happy, but they could be used more if they stay by your side. Mu In also agreed. Yes, with them by your side, you'll be a little more secure when you travel the continent in the future. Your master and I don't need them. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and a warm current surged in his heart. What a good master and martial uncle. If it was someone else, they would not care whether they were their own disciple or not. These were spirit treasures that even celestial masters would fight for. Of course, they would want to take them for themselves, but they returned them to him. Ling Xiao's respect for these 2 old men increased a little, and in his heart, he already regarded them as the closest people. Master, martial uncle, please accept them. You also know that I cultivate the 5 elements at the same time. The wood element is not my main attack attribute, so it is not very useful to me. Besides, I still have spirit weapons, so you don't have to worry about me. Ling Xiao handed the spirit weapons back to them and said, These are the sect's cornerstone spirit treasures that I obtained from the secret realm. They are called the Green Dragon Moon Slaying Sword and the Heavenly Dragon Shield. In addition, they are also equipped with a set of high-grade sword techniques. I will pass the sword techniques to you later, and in the future, I will trouble you to help me teach Lier well. Ling Xiao also had a good idea. He himself wanted to continue to become stronger, so he might not have much time to teach Xian Li. So he could only ask these 2 old men. He believed that they would also be very happy to see their disciple diligently cultivate and achieve success early on. In fact, this was just an excuse that Ling Xiao found for himself to be free and unfettered. Understanding Ling Xiao's meaning, Mu Huai and Mu In no longer refused and accepted the 2 spirit treasures. However, Mu Huai first stated, When Lier can take charge of an area in the future, we will pass these 2 spirit weapons to him. It can be considered as our sect's heirloom. Ling Xiao did not care about this. Anyway, it was still early. Maybe in the future, he would be able to get better spirit weapons or sacred weapons. At that time, he was afraid that they would not feel that these 2 spirit weapons were so precious. Subsequently, Ling Xiao passed the moon beheading art to Mu Huai and Mu In. When the 2 of them felt the terrifying power of the moon beheading art, they were both extremely happy. The moon beheading art was a purple rank Xian skill. No matter where it was, it would cause a reign of terror. After Mu Huai memorized the moon beheading art, he said to Ling Xiao seriously, Shower, in the future, when you travel the continent, you must not casually tell such a precious thing to others. Otherwise, I am afraid that it will bring about a fatal disaster. Ling Xiao understood Mu Huai's meaning and nodded obediently. On this side of the earth, the strong were as numerous as the forest. He was not arrogant enough to think that he was invincible in the world. In a situation as a last resort, he would never expose all his trump cards. Mu Huai and Mu In entered the house to comprehend the moon beheading art. Ling Xiao was supervising Xian Li, who was galloping on the horse. When he saw that the wooden buckets in Xian Li's hands were only half full, he frowned and then filled both buckets with water. In this way, Xian Li, who was running on the horse, began to sway. Keep it like this for 4 hours. If water overflows, keep it for another 4 hours, Ling Xiao said with a straight face. Xian Li complained in his heart, but he still nodded and replied, Yes, master. Ling Xiao knew that Xian Li's willpower was strong, but he had started too late. So he had to be strict, lest he learn his attributes and become arrogant and lax. Let me tell you a story. Ling Xiao looked at Xian Li and said, then recalled, in the past, there was a boy who cultivated Tenbin and was very outstanding. At the age of 15, he was already at the Mystic Knight level. However, he was seriously injured by someone and his meridians were broken, turning him into a cripple. However, the boy was unwilling to be at the mercy of fate and continued to cultivate every day. However, after 2 years, he had been doing useless work. His meridians had been destroyed, and he could not cultivate martial arts, and he did not have high-grade medicinal pills. However, his unyielding spirit made him blessed by heaven. At the age of 17, he obtained a chance to cultivate again. In just a few years, not only did he become a middle-stage king stage, he was also an unknown 5th-grade alchemist. Xian Li listened carefully to every word of his master, and his inferiority complex gradually became confident. He secretly made up his mind. One day, I can also be as outstanding as that boy. No, I want to be stronger than him. Xian Li did not know that the boy was now in front of him. Chapter 460. Before Ling Xiao and the others had even left the Purple Sky City, more than a dozen guests had already arrived. The newcomers were the Purple Sky sect Master Yun Xiong, as well as the Peak Lord Su Jiannan, Zhao Mingyuan, Wen Haiyan, and Nangong Chengle. Among these people, G2 was also among them. Ling Xiao was still within the Purple Sky sect's territory, and they did not deliberately hide their auras, so it was naturally much easier for Yun Xiong to find them. Seeing the newcomers, Ling Xiao's expression immediately turned cold. Savage Leopard felt Ling Xiao's displeasure and immediately blocked Yun Xiong and the others. Whoever dares to take half a step forward will die. Savage Leopard's voice was like the voice of a malicious ghost from the 9 Serenities, causing the people of the Purple Sky sect to feel a sense of fear. A terrifying killing intent seemed to have turned into a sharp blade on their necks, causing them to not dare to take half a step forward. A common thought emerged in their minds. This person is definitely a monarch stage expert, and not an ordinary Earth Emperor. They had seen all kinds of terrifying battle cards of Ling Xiao, and they all felt that it might have been the full display of Ling Xiao's strength. But now, in this small courtyard, there was actually an Earth Emperor, which made them feel even more awe towards Ling Xiao. That's right, it was awe towards Ling Xiao. Ever since Ling Xiao's identity as a 4th-grade alchemist was announced, they had treated Ling Xiao as a person of such status. Previously, Ling Xiao's battle in the Purple Sky sect had caused them to completely change their view of Ling Xiao. He had actually killed everyone from the Heavy Sword sect, including 2 Earth Emperors and a terrifying mid-stage 6th-grade spirit beast, all by himself. These scenes were still clearly remembered in their hearts. Ling Xiao's ability had already surpassed all of them, surpassed all of the people of the Purple Sky sect. Ling Xiao had reached such a terrifying level at such a young age. How could they not revere Ling Xiao? Elder Ling, G2, who was behind the crowd, walked out. His expression was rather pale, and it seemed that he had been heavily injured and had yet to recover. You ignore my words. Die. Savage Leopard's cold voice rang out. He was about to attack. Wait! Ling Xiao stopped him in time and then took 2 steps forward. Grandpa G, you're here. I want to go look for you today, but I didn't expect you to come first. You can leave with us. When the people of the Purple Sky sect heard Ling Xiao's words, they all revealed complicated expressions. G2 was very happy with Ling Xiao's respect. He asked, Is Xner all right? Coincidentally, Ji Beixin heard her grandfather's words and rushed out of the house. Grandpa, I'm fine. All right. As long as you're fine, G2 said excitedly as he grabbed Ji Beixin's hand. He had thought that his granddaughter would definitely be humiliated. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao would always appear at the critical moment to save her. It seemed that his granddaughter was destined to be Ling Xiao's woman. At this time, Mu Huai and Mu In also walked out of the house. However, the expressions of the two of them were slightly unnatural. When Yin Xiong saw Mu Huai and Mu In, he immediately called out, "Senior Brother Mu, can we talk?" Before Mu Huai and Mu Un could say anything, Ling Xiao answered for them. "My master and martial uncle have nothing to talk about with you. You can leave." Ling Xiao knew his master and martial uncle's feelings for the sect. Now that Yun Xiong had condescended to persuade them, maybe they would return to the sect. Ling Xiao didn't want them to return to that heartless sect. He was already extremely disappointed with that place. The people of the Heavy Sword sect killed Luo Meiying in the secret realm, which was a thorn in Ling Xiao's heart. He and the Heavy Sword sect were sworn enemies, not to mention that he was trapped in the secret realm because of the Heavy Sword sect. He believed that everyone in the sect knew about this. However, these sect elders were willing to let go of their hatred and respect for the sake of their so-called benefits. This was something that Ling Xiao couldn't tolerate. A person's life was gone, but he couldn't lose face, dignity, or hatred. This was Ling Xiao's principle of doing things. If it was an ordinary person or an ordinary disciple scolding Yin Xiong like this, the people of the Purple Sky sect would definitely make him bleed on the spot. Unfortunately, this person was Ling Xiao. They couldn't move, and they didn't dare to move. They could only swallow their anger in their hearts. Yin Xiong frowned slightly and said, "Elder Ling, I know you are angry. You can vent this anger on me, but you can't vent all of your responsibility on the sect. For the lives of thousands of people in the sect, I am now asking you to return to the sect in the name of the sect master. There's no need to say anymore. Don't you want to marry the Heavy Sword sect? There are so many people in the Heavy Sword sect, so it's easy to find another marriage partner. If they want to take revenge, you could just tell them that I did it. I, Ling Xiao, have never been a person who is afraid of things," Ling Xiao said very firmly. Ling Xiao's words were so heartless that the expressions of the Purple Sky sect's elders became even more unsightly. At this time, when Haiyan of the Jade Spring Pavilion walked out and said, "Elder Ling, why are you so heartless? No matter what, you are still a part of the Purple Sky sect. There's no need to say anything more, Elder Wen. There's no room for discussion. I will definitely make the Heavy Sword sect pay in blood for killing Mei Ying." Ling Xiao's body was emitting a dense, killing intent. The scene of Luo Meiying's death was something Ling Xiao would never be able to forget for the rest of his life. Although the main culprit, Luo Baxing, had died by his hands, that didn't mean the hatred was over. He swore to uproot the Heavy Sword sect to vent his hatred. "Elder Ling, you can't be so ungrateful. If it wasn't for the sect, you wouldn't have had the opportunity to participate in the sect oath assembly, and you wouldn't have obtained such a shocking opportunity. Now that you've caused such a disaster, you can't just leave like that." The one who spoke was Su Jianan of Golden Tree Peak. Previously, he was the one who was most supportive of the marriage because he didn't want Yun Mingqi to remain in the Purple Sky sect. Everyone knew that his son, Su Yi, liked Yun Mingqi, but Yun Mingqi didn't like his son. Later on, his son had fought with Ling Xiao over Yun Mingqi and had been heavily injured by Ling Xiao. Although he wasn't angry at his son for not living up to expectations, he was still dissatisfied with Yun Mingqi and Ling Xiao. Ever since his son had been defeated, he had become dispirited, and his strength hadn't improved in the slightest in half a year. That was why he strongly supported Yun Mingqi marrying into the Heavy Sword sect. First, it would benefit the sect, and second, it might be able to untie the knot in his son's heart. Now that Ling Xiao had killed everyone from the Heavy Sword sect, and Ling Xiao was about to leave, the Heavy Sword sect would definitely massacre the Purple Sky sect. Everyone was anxious, and Su Jianan was no exception. He had always felt that the reason Ling Xiao's strength could advance so quickly, and he also had that powerful blue flood dragon, was because he had obtained it in the secret territory. Otherwise, how could he have obtained such a powerful strength? In his heart, a strong jealousy arose. He felt that all of Ling Xiao's achievements should have belonged to his son. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's appearance, his son would have become the leader of the Purple Sky sect's elites, and lead the younger generation to the secret territory. That heavenly opportunity would have definitely fallen on his son, and as a father, he would have felt proud and arrogant. Therefore, he didn't have the slightest favorable impression of Ling Xiao, and only felt a strong sense of dissatisfaction. Ling Xiao cast a sharp gaze at Su Jiannan and faintly said, "That's right, the sect gave me the opportunity to go to the secret territory, but without me, the disciples of the other peaks would have already died. If you can't, you can ask them. In other words, I'm trapped in the secret territory, unable to come out. Don't you think this is a heavenly opportunity? Moreover, do you think that all of my strength came from the secret territory? How laughable." Speaking up to here, he disdainfully looked at Su Jiannan and then continued, "I originally returned to the sect with a happy heart, but you wanted to marry our enemy, and even watched as my master was killed by them. You still have the face to question me. If it wasn't for our past friendship." Humph. Ling Xiao was very angry at Su Jiannan's words. What ungrateful. Fuck, this was simply taking off his pants to fart. In the face of an enemy, he became servile and even wanted to send his woman. Now, he was talking about benevolence, righteousness, and morality. Wasn't he just looking for trouble? Su Jiannan didn't expect Ling Xiao to reprimand him like this, and moreover in front of so many people. This was simply a slap to his face, and it made him feel uncomfortable. "You!" Su Jiannan clenched his fists and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Yun Xiong. Yun Xiong didn't want to be entangled any longer, so he called out to Mu Huai and Mu En. He knew that Ling Xiao was young and impetuous, and it would be difficult for him to listen to their advice, so he could only start with Mu Huai and Mu En. This time, before Ling Xiao could speak, Mu Huai sighed and replied, "Xiao, I'll go talk to them." Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but did not refuse. However, he still couldn't help but remind, "Master, don't be bewitched by them." "Stinking brat, I know what I'm doing." Mu Huai lightly patted the back of Ling Xiao's head. Seeing his disciple being so strong, he was very happy in his heart. At this moment, he was above the peaks of the sect. "Yun, sect master, elders, please come inside," Mu Huai said to Yun Xiong and the others. When the people of the Purple Sky sect heard Mu Huai's way of addressing them, they all felt bitter in their hearts. They had always been brothers who were as close as brothers. But now, there was a thick layer of estrangement, as if they had met a stranger. The friendship from before no longer existed. Savage Leopard stepped aside, allowing the people of the Purple Sky sect to enter the hall in the courtyard. Ling Xiao was too lazy to pay attention to them. He sat on a stone bench outside the courtyard, his face full of displeasure. At this time, G2 and Ji Beixin walked over. Ling Xiao stood up again, took out a 4th-grade healing pill, and handed it over. "Grandpa Ji, take it." Of course, G2 would not refuse, and immediately took it. "Xiao, do you really want to leave the sect?" G2 asked Ling Xiao as an elder. Ling Xiao nodded firmly. "That's right. It's better not to leave this kind of sect." G2 sighed. "I won't persuade you. I just hope that you can take good care of Exa. I've been in the sect for almost 100 years, so I won't run around with you young people." Chapter 461. G2 was born and raised in Purple Heaven City. He joined Purple Heaven sect at the age of 21. It had been decades. He had been the city lord of Purple Heaven City for nearly 20 years. He had a strong sense of belonging to Purple Heaven sect. This was his hometown. He could not bear to leave here when his hometown was in danger. He and Ling Xiao said that completely from the bottom of their hearts, not to let Ling Xiao and Ji Beixin stay. Ji Beixin was his granddaughter. Even if he died, he would never let his granddaughter be hurt. He knew that only Ling Xiao could protect his granddaughter and live a safe life. He had already lost his son, so he naturally did not want to see anything happen to his granddaughter. "Grandpa, come with us. I will serve you well for the rest of my life," Ji Beixin said before Ling Xiao could speak. Previously, when she was disabled for 17 years, it was her grandfather who brought her up. G2 was her closest person, so how could she be willing to part with him? "Silly child, a girl will get married one day. In the future, follow Xiao cultivate well, become stronger as soon as possible, and have the ability to protect yourself. You don't need Xiao to worry about you. G2 patted the back of Ji Beixin's hand kindly and said, Grandpa Ji, don't worry. With me here, no one can hurt Xena. Ling Xiao promised solemnly. He knew that it was useless to persuade G2's day. He could more or less feel the old man's thoughts. At the same time, he also realized that it might not be the right time for him to leave. Although he left Purple Heaven's sect, there were still some people he cared about, such as Bing Ruoshui, Yulayan, Hua Xiao. Ling Xiao decided to ask them if they were willing to leave with him before he left. If they were willing, it would be best. If they were unwilling, he would naturally not force them. No matter what they chose, Ling Xiao would never let anyone hurt them. In the house, all the elders of Purple Heaven sect went in together. If the martial artists in Purple Heaven City saw this situation, they would be shocked. How could the higher-ups of Purple Heaven sect all live in such a simple house? Senior brothers, is there really no way to turn this around? Yin Xiong asked Mu Huai and Mu En. He did not put on the airs of a sect master. It could be seen that he had put down his pride and sincerely wanted them to return. As long as Mu Huai and Mu En didn't leave the sect, everything would be easy. Mu Huai and Mu En kept saying that they wanted to leave the Purple Heaven sect, but when they were really faced with a choice, it was difficult for them to speak. Previously, they couldn't take it lying down because of Ling Xiao's matter. Moreover, Yin Xiong and the others insisted on a marriage alliance with the Chongjian sect, which made them disappointed in the sect. Even so, they had been in the sect for more than 100 years, and it was hard for them to cut off their relationship. Zhao Mingyuan of Red Flame Mountain advised, Two senior brothers, now that the sovereign has lowered himself to invite you, I think you should just come back. Could it be that you are willing to part with us old fellows? Are you willing to abandon those kids from Wooden Flag Peak? When Haiyan of the Blue Spring Pavilion also said, Yes, senior brothers, don't you care about your junior sister? I remember that you guys doted on me the most back then. When Haiyan was also playing the emotional card, she wasn't showing off, but she also had a deep brotherly relationship with Mu Huai and Mu En. Mu Huai glanced at Wen Haiyan and sighed heavily. I also don't want to leave the sect, it's just that senior brother and I are too disappointed. If Xiao didn't come back in time this time, I'm afraid I would have gone to see the King of Hell, and Exa would have been ruined by Luo Batian. What's the point of me going back? Yin Xiong heard Mu Huai's soft tone and felt that there was hope in his heart. He immediately said with more strength, This is all my fault. I am the sinner of the sect. As long as senior brother Mu is willing to return to the sect, I am willing to withdraw from the position of sovereign. Sovereign, you can't. At this time, the elder behind Yun Xiong immediately said anxiously, Sect Master, why do you have to be like this? Even without us, the sect won't have any problems. In any case, it was Shower who killed them. You can just explain this matter to them. If we return to the sect, it will cause the sect to be exterminated. You have to think about it carefully, said Mu and Yo unhappily. His words were tactful, but everyone could tell that he still had a lot of anger in his heart. However, what Muin said was the truth. Now that they had returned to the sect, they would be sitting on the fact that they were enemies with the Heavy Sword sect. Could their Purple Sky sect offend the Heavy Sword sect? For a moment, the elders of the Purple Sky sect hesitated again. On the other hand, when Haiyan was decisive and said, Even if we tell the Heavy Sword sect the truth, they may not be willing to believe it. It is better for us to advance and retreat together with Ling Xiao, so we can still have a chance to protect the sect. The others thought about it, and also felt that what Haiyan said made sense. Zhao Mingyuan was the first to agree. Junior sister one is right. This time, no matter who is right or wrong, we can't reconcile with the Heavy Sword sect. It is better to break the cauldrons and sink the boats. The others also echoed in agreement. In the end, Yin Xiong said, That's right. This time, all of us will advance and retreat together. Even if we die, we will not let the Heavy Sword sect have an easy time. So the two senior brothers do not need to worry that we will compromise with the Heavy Sword sect again. After Yin Xiong made his stance, Mu Huai and Mu In both fell into deep thought, and the others revealed a slightly perturbed expression. In fact, whether the two of them returned to the sect or not was secondary. The main thing was that after the two of them returned, Ling Xiao would naturally belong to their Purple Sky sect. Then Ling Xiao would naturally protect the lives of thousands of people in the Purple Sky sect. They all knew that only Ling Xiao and the Blue Dragon could suppress the Heavy Sword sect, so that they would not dare to act recklessly. This was the real reason why they came to ask Mu Huai and Mu In to return to the sect. After a long time, Mu Huai let out a light breath and said, "We can return to the sect." At this point, everyone let out a sigh of relief. "However, I have a condition," Mu Huai said. "What condition?" "As long as the sect can do it, we will do it. Even if you want to sit in our sect, I can give up my position," Yin Xiong said very straightforwardly. Mu Huai waved his hand and said, "Sect Master is too serious. Please listen to me first." He paused for a moment and then said, "My condition is that Ling Xiao no longer belongs to the Purple Sky sect. If you can agree to this, I will return with Senior Brother." After hearing Mu Huai's words, everyone's expression changed. Su Jiannan said from the side, "Do you two not have any feelings for the sect? If Ling Xiao does not return, how can we fight against the Heavy Sword sect? Do you want the sect to be destroyed? Are you willing to be the center of the sect?" Before Mu Huai could speak, Mu In met Su Jiannan's eyes and said, "Senior Brother Su, you are wrong. We are willing to return to the sect and fight with everyone. Even if we die, we are not afraid. But whether Xiao Air returns or not is his business. Is our return not important at all? You only care about Xiao Air's strength." Mu In could understand Mu Huai's thoughts. He simply wanted Ling Xiao to leave as soon as possible. After all, the true strength of the Heavy Sword sect was not something that Ling Xiao could handle alone. As a master, which disciple did not want their disciple to live well? This was Mu Huai's painstaking effort as a master. If Ling Xiao does not return to the sect, all of us will die. Have you considered the consequences? Su Jiannan was still angry. You reap what you sow. Don't push all the responsibility on Xiao Air. He does not need to die. Mu In and Su Jiannan took the blame. Enough, stop arguing, Yin Xiong shouted. He then waved his hand at the people behind him and said, "You all leave. I want to talk to Senior Brother Mu alone." As soon as Yin Xiong finished speaking, everyone left the room. Mu Huai glanced at Mu In. Mu In hesitated for a moment, but still walked out of the room. "Senior Brother, I beg you this time. Without Ling Xiao, the sect will definitely be destroyed. For the sake of the lives of thousands of disciples, please let him stay," Yin Xiong said emotionally. At the same time, he wanted to kneel down to Mu Huai. He was able to put down all his face because he knew that this time, the Heavy Sword sect would definitely not rest until one of them was dead. If Ling Xiao did not hold the fort, as he said, the Purple Sky sect would be destroyed in a day. Then he, the sect master, would be the real sinner. Mu Huai's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He supported Yin Xiong and said with some pity in his old eyes, "Sect master, you are flattering me. But you should know that even if Xiao Air agrees to return to the sect with me, he will definitely not stay here. You should know this the best. He is a stubborn child." Yin Xiong replied, "Yes, he is a stubborn child. Isn't Meng Qi the same?" Mu Huai heard this and frowned slightly. Of course, Yin Xiong saw it and immediately sighed. "Maybe you don't know, but Yun Ming agreed to marry Luo Batian in order to avenge Ling Xiao." "What?" Mu Huai showed a shocked and puzzled expression. No one knows a daughter better than her father. After Meng Qi returned from the Thousand Bee City, she went into seclusion and quickly broke through to the middle stage king stage. She trained so hard because she wanted to avenge Ling Xiao as soon as possible. At the same time, she also hoped to rescue Ling Xiao from the secret realm. But cultivation is not a day's work. If she wants to have the strength to eradicate the Heavy Sword sect, she doesn't know how long it will take. So when the Heavy Sword sect came to propose marriage, she agreed without thinking. Her purpose was to marry into the heavy sword sect, and then use her position as the future sect master's wife to find a way to destroy the heavy sword sect, Yun Xiong explained. Mu Huai didn't expect Yin Meng Qi to have such difficulties, and the decision in his heart was a little shaken. However, he was still puzzled and asked, "Then why didn't she make it clear earlier?" "She's very stubborn. She was afraid that if she said it out loud, no one would agree with her, so she could only endure it." When Ling Xiao came back, she went to his side. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao didn't listen to her explanation. "When you left, she fainted. Even now, she still hasn't woken up. Poor child." Yun Xiong sighed, his expression indescribably lonely. After listening to Yun Xiong's explanation, Mu Huai fell into a dilemma. Whether to let Ling Xiao return to the sect or not, it was really difficult for him to make a decision. At this time, outside the courtyard, another unexpected person came. After seeing this person, Ling Xiao was greatly surprised. Chapter 462. A skinny young man wearing an alchemist's robe appeared in front of the courtyard Ling Xiao had bought. This young man wasn't tall, and his appearance couldn't be considered handsome, but he had a delicate and pretty appearance. His bashful appearance made him look simple and honest. He sneakily looked around Ling Xiao's courtyard. When he saw the elders of the Purple Sky sect, he shrunk his head and wanted to slip away. "Xiaogui, why are you here?" Nangong Changle immediately saw his disciple who wanted to slip away. The person who had come was the disciple of Medicine Peak, Hua Xiaogui, who was also Nangong Changle's adopted grandson. After not seeing him for half a year, Hua Xiaogui was already a low-rank spirit master. However, his steps weren't very solid, which showed that his strength was accumulated through the accumulation of medicinal pills. If he were to truly fight against other low-rank spirit masters, he would probably not be their match. Hua Xiaogui could only brace himself and walk out. He greeted Nangong Changle and the elders, then scratched his head and said with a silly smile, "I'm here to look for boss." "Looking for boss?" Everyone looked at Hua Xiaogui in confusion. They didn't understand who the boss Hua Xiaogui was talking about was. On the other hand, Nangong Changle had already vaguely guessed who it was. "Little turtle." Ling Xiao turned his head and saw Hua Xiaogui. He immediately cried out in surprise. "Boss!" Hua Xiaogui replied excitedly when he saw Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao instantly arrived in front of Hua Xiaogui, and Hua Xiaogui took the initiative to pounce towards Ling Xiao. The two of them gave each other a fierce bear hug. "You bastard, Scram. This young master isn't interested in men." Ling Xiao pushed Hua Xiaogui away and scolded him before lightly punching him in the chest. "Hee boss, you know that I don't like men either," Hua Xiaogui replied with a hollow laugh. His heart felt warm as he sighed to himself. Boss is still the same boss. He hasn't changed at all. He had originally thought that Ling Xiao would distance himself from him due to the difference in strength, and that he wouldn't even recognize him as a little brother. Now, it seemed that he had thought too much. The elders of the Purple Sky sect all looked at Nangong Changle, only to see him turn his face away. Ling Xiao used to be a disciple of Medicine Peak, so they did not find it strange that he was familiar with Hua Xiaogui. They felt that Nangong Changle should have received half of the glory from such an outstanding disciple. However, because of his wrong decision, he had to hand over this disciple to someone else. They felt pity for him. "All right, now that you're cleric master, have you reached level 3? Ling Xiao asked after recovering. At this point, Hua Xiaogui revealed an awkward expression and said, "Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more?" Ling Xiao's expression became a little ugly, and he continued to scold. "You pighead, you still dare to say that you're a genius alchemist? How long has it been? And you haven't even reached level 3. In the future, don't tell others that I'm your boss. I can't afford to lose this face." Of course, when he and Hua Xiaogui first came to the Purple Sky sect, when he bought this courtyard, Hua Xiaogui had also come and stayed here for a few days. At that time, he didn't know that Ling Xiao was already a level 3 alchemist, and often boasted in front of Ling Xiao about how good he was at concocting tenbin. Now, when Ling Xiao scolded him, Hua Xiaogui did not feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, he calmly accepted it and said, I also know that I'm useless. It's already been 3 years, and I'm still unable to become a level 3 alchemist. I'm afraid that little Snow, back then, when he had just entered the Purple Sky sect, he had already taken a fancy to Wu Xixue, who was now in the Jade Spring Pavilion. Wu Xixue had told Hua Xiaogui that if he could reach level 3 within 3 years, she would agree to go out with him. At that time, he had confidently promised that he would definitely become a level 3 alchemist within 3 years. Now that the 3-year period was almost up, he was still only a level 2 alchemist. His heart was filled with anxiety and sorrow. He now finally understood why it was so difficult for every alchemist to advance. It was because in refining medicine, other than perseverance, one also needed to rely on tenbin and comprehension. He had always felt that his tenbin was not bad, but every time he refined a level 3 pill, he would always be unable to condense it into a pill at the critical moment. This made him extremely depressed. When Nangong Changle, who was at the side, heard Ling Ji scolding Hua Xiaogui like that, his old face also felt hot to the point of pain. Wasn't Ling Xiao secretly scolding him for being incompetent in teaching? He cursed in his heart. Do you think that alchemists are as easy to advance as martial artists? Otherwise, I would have long since become a level 5 alchemist. Nangong Changle had been a rank 4 alchemist for a long time, but he had been stuck at this rank 4 realm for many years. How could he not want to advance? However, he knew that an alchemist was different from a martial artist cultivation. Every time an alchemist advanced to the next rank, he would have a chance only after going through a lot of tempering. Ling Xiao lightly patted his forehead and said, Brat, can you give yourself a little more confidence? I'm already at the level 5 realm now. No, I have to help you out so that you won't embarrass me in the future. Boss, you're a level 5 alchemist? Hua Xiaogui cried out in shock, his eyes already filled with worship. At this time, the surrounding elders of the Purple Heaven sect all gathered their gazes over, their eyes filled with shock. Ling Xiao was so happy to see Hua Xiaogui that he forgot that there were other people here. However, he had already said it out loud, so he did not plan to hide it. In any case, he was also a guy who liked to show off. Don't you think about who your boss is? A mere level 5 alchemist is nothing. In the future, I will become a godly alchemist. Ling Xiao said, rather carelessly. Boss, my dear boss, quickly teach me how to advance so quickly. Hua Xiaogui almost threw himself onto Ling Xiao's body and begged. Ever since he knew Ling Xiao, no matter if it was picking up girls, cultivating martial arts, or refining pills, he had always worshipped him like a river. Now that he heard Ling Xiao personally confirm that he was already a level 5 alchemist, he did not doubt that he was bragging at all. Ling Xiao laughed and said, Don't worry, we are brothers. I can't just watch you be a bachelor for the rest of your life. I will raise your alchemist rank right now. Follow me. Ling Xiao said as he walked towards the small hill in the backyard. Hua Xiaogui followed him while trembling. For a moment, all the elders of the Purple Sky sect looked at Hua Xiaogui with envious eyes. They were all thinking that to be able to have such a brother, it was truly a blessing that they had cultivated for several lifetimes. Su Jiannan, who was at the side, asked Nangong Changle, senior brother Nangong, Can someone help you raise the rank of an alchemist? Nangong Changle shook his head and said, Perhaps he wants to impart some experience to Xiaogui. As for whether or not he can comprehend it, it will depend on Xiaogui's ability. He looked at Ling Xiao's departing figure, and his heart was filled with an indescribable bitterness and self-deprecation. I didn't expect that not only did Elder Ling's strength increase, but his alchemy equipment has also reached the level 5 realm. In our northwest, it seems that only the 3 great sects have level 5 alchemists. Zhao Mingyuan sighed. When Haiyan also said, That's right, Elder Ling's talent is outstanding. I'm afraid that in the Northwest, whether it is the younger generation or the older generation, they have all been thrown to the back of his head. If he can still return to the sect in less than 100 years, we will definitely have the qualifications to become a level 7 sect. The others all agreed with what they said. If a sect had a level 5 alchemist overseeing it, it would be difficult for it not to grow stronger. When they thought of this, they all regretted their decision to support the marriage. After arriving at the small hill behind the courtyard, Ling Xiao found an excellent location and waited for Hua Xiaogui to walk over. Then, he laid down a restriction in the surroundings to prevent others from disturbing him. Boss, when we first entered the sect together, you were already a high and mighty king. It really makes me envious. Hua Xiaogui sighed as she looked at the restriction that Ling Xiao had casually laid down. What's there to be envious about? Once you reach the king level, you will discover that there are many earthly sovereigns above you. You will feel that the king level is only SOSO. Once you reach the earthly sovereign level, you will know that there are Empyreans above the earthly sovereign level. You will no longer feel that earthly sovereigns are the strongest, so we must continue to work hard. There is no limit to martial arts, Ling Xiao replied. Hua Xiaogui spread out his hands and said, I will be satisfied if I can reach the king level and become a level 4 alchemist for the rest of my life. Earthly sovereign and Empyrean have nothing to do with me. Hua Xiaogui knew that his cultivation in Tenbin was very ordinary, so he said this with a bit of self-mockery. Ling Xiao glared at him and said, You ungrateful fellow, if you want to reach the king level, I can help you right now. But don't even think about improving in this lifetime. Boss, can you really help me reach the king level now? Hua Xiaogui excitedly grabbed Ling Xiao's hand and asked. That's right. I'll give you 2 choices now. The first choice is that I can help you reach the king level in a short period of time, but you'll be stuck at the king level for the rest of your life. The second choice is that you continue to cultivate steadily and steadily. There will come a day when I can help you reach the Earth Sovereign level, or even the Empyrean level. Think about it carefully, said Ling Xiao very seriously. With his current alchemy ability and the many high-grade spirit herbs he had collected, if Hua Xiaogui really wanted to immediately reach the king level, he would definitely be able to do it. However, he didn't want Hua Xiaogui to make the first choice, because he could be sure that he would go further in the future, and if Hua Xiaogui followed him, he would naturally not be too bad. When his alchemy level increased, even if he used medicinal pills to smash Hua Xiaogui, he would still be able to make Hua Xiaogui reach the earthly sovereign level or even the Empyrean level. He still had this bit of confidence. Hua Xiaogui listened to Ling Xiao's words and calmed his emotions, falling into deep thought. Ling Xiao ignored him and continued to set up a few more restrictions before he was done. After a long while, Hua Xiaogui's eyes lit up and he said, Since boss has said so, then I will choose the second option. I believe that boss will definitely not be willing to see me be worse than others. Ling Xiao patted Hua Xiaogui's shoulder and said, That's right. We have to look a little further, and you will find that this sky is actually very big. As long as we dare to think and dare to break through, there will be a day when we will break free and reach a peak that others can't even imagine. Yes, I will listen to boss. Hua Xiaogui nodded firmly. Chapter 463. Okay, tell me how to refine a 3rd-grade pill. I'll see what the problem is, Ling Xiao said, cutting to the chase. Therefore, Hua Xiaogui told him about the process of refining a 3rd-grade medicinal pill. Then, Ling Xiao communicated with Hua Xiaogui based on his own experience. After Ling Xiao's clear explanation, Hua Xiaogui felt that his knowledge of alchemy was indeed too poor. Now, after Ling Xiao's explanation, he was finally enlightened. He was now confident that if he were to refine a 3rd-grade pill at this time, he would be able to succeed quickly. These are just some of my experiences in alchemy. Also, here's a high-rank alchemist's notebook. You can take it for reference, said Ling Xiao as he tossed a scroll to Hua Xiaogui. This scroll was found in the space ring of Dan Shundao. Now that he had the alchemy secret art, he naturally didn't need this scroll, so it was suitable for Hua Xiaogui. Hua Xiaogui took the scroll and couldn't wait to open it. He knew that what his boss gave him was definitely something good. Hua Xiaoguwei had just turned to the first page when his expression became excited, and then he couldn't wait to turn to the next page. His eyes glowed, as if he had seen a naked beauty, making him unable to move his eyes away. Okay, put away first. Boss has other things to give you. Ling Xiao looked at Hua Xiaoguwei's fascinated appearance and said very casually. Hua Xiaoguwei's strength was not very good, and he looked very weak, but he was a good friend. When he first entered Purple Sky City, Ling Xiao had a conflict with a young master of the Lao family, but Hua Xiaoguwei still stood by his side. Although he couldn't help, Ling Xiao already regarded him as a good friend and a friendly brother. Ling Xiao's principle was that if others were good to him, then he would only treat them better. He would never think that the other party was not worthy of being his friend or brother because of the gap between the two. Such a phrase would never appear in Ling Xiao's dictionary. Boss, what other good things do you have? Hurry up and take them out. Hua Xiaoguwei didn't stand on ceremony with Ling Xiao. After putting away the scroll, she rubbed her hands together, her eyes shining. Ling Xiao chuckled, and a cauldron appeared on the ground. This medicinal cauldron had bursts of intense reddish-brown flames circulating around it, emitting bursts of spiritual qi. At the same time, there was also a strong smell of medicinal herbs. With just a glance, one could tell that this was not an ordinary item. Upon seeing this medicine cauldron, Hua Xiaoguwei's mouth gaped wide open, speechless. Ling Xiao was just about to say something when he saw Hua Xiaoguwei pounce towards the cauldron. Who knew that just as he pounced over, he would be sent flying by the powerful aura emitted by the medicinal cauldron. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had set up a restriction within a radius of several meters. Otherwise, Hua Xiaoguwei would have been sent flying far away. Hey, I say, what the hell are you doing? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Boss, I want this cauldron. Even if you want me to be your follower for the rest of my life, I'm willing. Hua Xiaoguwei crawled up from the ground and said very seriously. Hua Xiaoguwei's dedication to alchemy was even crazier than Ling Xiao's. Even if his horizons weren't as high as Ling Xiao's, his knowledge of alchemy was not one bit inferior to Ling Xiao's. He could feel the extraordinariness of this medicinal cauldron at a glance. As an alchemist, other than having the most powerful flames, a good medicinal cauldron was also what they wanted the most. These two things practically had a fatal temptation to any alchemist. Hua Xiaoguwei was naturally no exception. One had to know that every high-level medicinal cauldron was extremely rare. TCH, a follower like you who has neither strength nor character, what would Big Brother want you for? You'd better be my little brother obediently. Big Brother won't mistreat you. Oh, this medicinal cauldron is a spirit artifact. Now it belongs to you. Drip a drop of blood with it first, Ling Xiao said very casually. This medicinal cauldron was similarly an item of the pill dust path. It was called the Five-Direction Medicinal Cauldron, a Tier 6 spirit artifact. This kind of medicinal cauldron that reached the spirit artifact grade, there probably wouldn't be more than 3 in the Northwest or the Southern Domain. Even if those 4th and 5th tier alchemists saw this medicinal cauldron, they would crazily fight over it. But Ling Xiao had casually given it to Hua Xiaoguwei without even batting an eyelid. It could be seen that he viewed Hua Xiaoguwei like a real brother. But then again, he already had the Heaven Cauldron. This kind of spirit artifact cauldron, he naturally didn't need it. Boss, are you really giving it to me? Forget it. Boss, you're more suited to it than me. I'll just leave it for you, said Hua Xiaoguwei with a bit of worry. He really did want this medicinal cauldron, but then he thought about how Ling Xiao's alchemy level was higher than his. Perhaps this medicinal cauldron was more suited to Ling Xiao, and so he could only restrain his desire. If I tell you to take it, then take it. This kind of low-level medicinal cauldron isn't something your boss can use, said Ling Xiao disdainfully. Hua Xiaoguwei very seriously looked at Ling Xiao and asked, Boss, I know you're good to me, but this is a spirit artifact medicinal cauldron. Even Master doesn't have such a good medicinal cauldron. What are you blabbering about? Do you want it or not? If you don't, then I'll give it to someone else, impatiently interrupted Ling Xiao. Hua Xiaogui hastily said, "You want it? Why not?" He knew that perhaps Ling Xiao really didn't put this medicinal cauldron in his eyes, and was immediately overjoyed. He hastily responded, bit his finger, and dripped his blood onto the medicinal cauldron. After the medicinal cauldron came into contact with Hua Xiaogui's blood, it once again blossomed into a ball of flame. Finally, the flame completely shrank back into the medicinal cauldron, and only the surface of the cauldron was still suffused with a faint halo. Hua Xiaogui didn't hesitate to grab it in his hand and caress it incessantly, as if he was caressing the tender hand of his lover. "All right, put it away first. I still have something to give you," repeated Ling Xiao. Hua Xiaogui hastily waved his hand and said, "Forget it, boss. You've already given me such a precious thing. I'm already very satisfied. I can't accept anything else from you." "Are you sure you don't want it?" asked Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao looked like he didn't care, Hua Xiaogui could still guess that the thing Ling Xiao gave him shouldn't be any worse than the previous two. He immediately revealed a dry smile and said, "How about we take a look first? Forget it. Since you're so reluctant, I'll just leave it for someone else," Ling Xiao said as he spread out his hands. "Don't, I want it. I want it, okay?" Hua Xiaogui hastily said, thinking, "It's a waste not to take something for boss. It'll save Ping the trouble of letting someone else go." "Forget it. Do you think it's easy for me to give something to someone else?" Ling Xiao stood up and pretended to leave. Hua Xiaogui didn't care about anything else. He immediately threw himself onto Ling Xiao's body and begged, "Boss, my new boss, even if the thing you give me is trash, I'll treat it like a treasure, okay?" First, he gave her the alchemy notes, and then he gave her the spiritual artifact medicinal cauldron. These two things were the dreams of alchemists. To be able to get these two things, Hua Xiaogui was already very satisfied. However, Ling Xiao still had something to give her. Hua Xiaogui's heart was already in a mess. He thought, "In this life, boss is my blood brother. Whether he wants me to climb a mountain of swords or a sea of fire, I won't hesitate. F*CK, let go. I hate zero contact with men. If you don't let go, I'll take back the thing I gave you," Ling Xiao said angrily, then said, "Will the thing I gave you be trash? You really don't know what's good for you." Hua Xiaogui laughed dryly and said, "Boss, don't be angry. I was just making an analogy. The things boss gave me are all treasures. How can it be trash?" Ling Xiao glared at him and then said seriously, "The thing I'm going to give you next, and the two things just now must not be seen by others. Even if it's the people closest to you, try not to let them know. Only when your strength has reached the Earth Emperor stage, or even higher, can you take it out. Do you understand?" Hua Xiaogui saw that Ling Xiao was listening attentively and immediately nodded his head in agreement. He also understood the stakes. If some people with evil intentions found out, he was afraid that he would be killed. After Ling Xiao waited for Hua Xiaogui to agree, he then spread his palms to the sides. Two balls of blue flames shot out from his hands. With Ling Xiao as the center, the two balls of flames instantly surrounded him and Hua Xiaogui within a 2-meter radius. Hua Xiaogui felt the scorching energy and only felt abnormally hot and uncomfortable. "Restrain your mind," Ling Xiao reminded Hua Xiaogui. Hua Xiaogui immediately sat down cross-legged and meditated, calming his state. "Come out." Ling Xiao looked at the black ring on his finger and shouted. Then, a small brownish-red flame emerged from the top of the ring. The surrounding blue flames felt the brown flame and wanted to pounce towards it. The brown flame seemed to be very afraid and wanted to drill back into the black ring. Unfortunately, without Ling Xiao's instructions, there was no way for it to go back in. Hua Xiaogui looked at the brown-red flame on Ling Xiao's finger. His eyes filled with a strong burning color. "Oh, boss, this is?" Hua Xiaogui was not sure of his own thoughts and asked with a little doubt. "Earth-level fire, brown fire seed," Ling Xiao replied faintly. Hua Xiaogui listened to Ling Xiao speak out the doubts in his heart. His mouth opened wide, and his eyes almost popped out Quickly adjust your state. Listen to my instructions later and transfer your mind over. Then it will be yours." Ling Xiao shouted lightly. Hua Xiaogui saw Ling Xiao's serious look and did not think anymore, and quickly restrained his mind. After a while, the blue flame came closer and closer. If not for Ling Xiao's suppression, it was likely that the brown flame would have been swallowed by it. If you want to continue to live, then listen to me and submit to him, or you will be swallowed. Choose for yourself. Ling Xiao looked at the brown flame and said lightly. The brown serene flame had no choice but to obediently sway the flame to show its agreement. Little turtle, transfer your mind over. It will not resist. If it resists, I will immediately swallow it. I will not let it hurt you. Ling Xiao shouted lightly. Hua Xiaogui received Ling Xiao's hint and immediately transferred his mind over. The brown flame naturally did not dare to move and obediently accepted Hua Xiaogui's mind. Hua Xiaogui slightly opened his eyes and said lightly, "Come here." Following Hua Xiaogui's shout, the brown flame drilled into the space between his eyebrows. Chapter 464. When the dark brown flame entered Hua Xiaogui's forehead, an explosive energy instantly burst out. Streams of fire attribute energy washed through his meridians and finally rushed to his dantian. Hua Xiaogui didn't dare to hesitate and immediately used the displacement force cultivation method that Ling Xiao had passed on to him to absorb the explosive energy. Hua Xiaogui wouldn't be able to absorb this energy in a short period of time. Ling Xiao didn't want to go back to the courtyard to see the elders of the Purple Sky sect, so he immediately withdrew the blue demon flame and closed his eyes to meditate. Not long after, Hua Xiaogui's aura fluctuated continuously. First, he reached the peak of the low-rank Spirit Master, and then a moment later, he broke through the barrier and reached the middle-rank Spirit Master realm. His aura didn't stop and continued to rise explosively. After a while, he actually broke through to the high-rank Spirit Master. After absorbing an Earth-rank Fire rank, the energy that came back was very powerful. It wasn't surprising that he advanced 2 ranks in a row. However, Hua Xiaogui's aura was still rising bravely, and not long after, he reached the peak of the high-rank Spirit Master. Ling Xiao's eyes jumped a few times, and his expression changed slightly as he shouted, "Stop! You can't break through anymore." Hua Xiaogui, who was in the middle of breaking through, couldn't hear Ling Xiao's words. His aura was still rising. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart, "Damn bastard." Then he rushed in front of Hua Xiaogui, and a powerful ice-cold aura gathered in his palm. He slapped his palm toward Hua Xiaogui's forehead. When Ling Xiao's powerful ice-cold aura entered Hua Xiaogui's forehead, Hua Xiaogui's explosive energy was temporarily suppressed. "Wake up!" Ling Xiao shouted. Hua Xiaogui shivered. He realized that he had been impulsive just now and immediately formed different hand seals to suppress the energy in his body. In the end, the aura still stopped at the high-rank Spirit Master strength and didn't break through anymore. Only then did Ling Xiao withdraw his palm and shout at Hua Xiaogui, "You're courting death. You actually dare to break through to the king's stage." Hua Xiaogui knew she was in the wrong, so she scratched her head and said, I thought I could give it a try." The energy that was reflected back by the dark brown flame was very powerful, and Hua Xiaogui was lost in the thrill of leveling up. When he became a high-rank Soul Master, he discovered that there was still energy being transmitted to him, so he couldn't help but try to break through to the king rank. However, he hadn't realized that this energy was utterly insufficient to allow him to charge into the king rank. Moreover, he didn't know the slightest technique to support spirit energy, so charging into the king rank rashly like this would only cause him to suffer backlash. If it was light, his meridians would be damaged and his strength would regress. If it was heavy, he would immediately go berserk and finally die on the spot. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was there to protect him. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know what was going on. This was also why Ling Xiao was so angry. It wasn't that he didn't want Hua Xiaogui to reach the king level, but now was not the time. He didn't want to give the dark brown flame to Hua Xiaogui and instead harm his life. Looking at Hua Xiaogui's innocent look, Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to be angry anymore. He changed the topic and said, "What I should give you is more or less enough. Now, refine a grade 3 spirit increasing pill for me to see. If you still can't refine it successfully, then don't say that you're my brother in the future." Ling Xiao had already communicated with Hua Xiaogui before, and had also given him the spirit artifact cauldron and the earth stage fire stage. With the help of these two items, he believed that it shouldn't be a problem for Hua Xiaogui to refine a grade 3 pill. Ling Xiao's words were just to provoke Hua Xiaogui. Hua Xiaogui nodded his head and confidently controlled the dark brown flame in his hand a few times. Then, he placed the cauldron properly and threw the spirit herbs into the cauldron to be refined. Ling Xiao had been paying attention to Hua Xiaogui's movements the whole time. Seeing that each of his irregular steps was quite steady and solid, his eyes revealed a satisfied look. Although Hua Xiaogui's tenbin couldn't compare to his, it was much stronger than many alchemists. To be able to break through to the grade 3 realm at his age was definitely a genius. It all depended on whether or not he could succeed this time. Ling Xiao watched from the side and didn't say anything. Time passed bit by bit. After some refinement, Hua Xiaogui finally finished the previous process. At the last and most crucial moment of condensing the pill, Hua Xiaogui's expression became slightly nervous. As the energy of the beast core was melted, the spirit herb's medicinal transformation also began to mix with the beast core's energy. Hua Xiaogui didn't dare to be slow. With a loud shout, his palms began to squeeze and knead the essence of the cauldron together. Punk! The pure medicinal power condensed with the beast core's energy, and the powerful energy produced a muffled explosion sound. If Hua Xiaogui still had the strength of a low-level spirit master, he might have been sent flying to the side by this powerful force. But he was now a genuine high-level spirit master and wasn't affected much. With the medicine cauldron as the center, a medicinal smell spread out. A round pill emitted a faint halo of light in the medicine cauldron, looking quite alluring. Hua Xiaogui looked excitedly at the pill and couldn't help but shout, I did it, boss, I did it." At the same time that Hua Xiaogui was happy, he was about to throw himself at Ling Xiao again. This time, Ling Xiao was determined not to hug Hua Xiaogui again. He raised his foot and gave the leaping Hua Xiaogui a kick, sending him flying to the side. "You damn glass, if you dare come half a step closer, brother will have you die," Ling Xiao said angrily. Hua Xiaogui crawled up, a silly smile on his face, but his heart was filled with boundless gratitude towards Ling Xiao. In just a short half a day, he had obtained something that others would find difficult to obtain in a lifetime. He had also used this to break through to high-level spirit master and become a grade 3 alchemist. He was only 20 years old this year. Thinking about this age, this strength, and this grade of alchemist, if it was made public, who knew how many people would be shocked to death and how many people would be envious and jealous? However, all of this was given to him by his boss. Without his boss, it could be said that Hua Xiaogui wouldn't have his current achievements. His feelings towards Ling Xiao were hard to express with words. He could only silently remember it in his heart. Ling Xiao took out the pill from the medicine cauldron. Hua Xiaogui said proudly to the side, "Boss, the pill I concoct isn't bad, right? It's only the first time concocting a pill, and it's already so perfect. Before long, I think that the pills refined by ordinary grade 3 alchemists won't be able to compare mine." The spirit-increasing pill in front of him had reached 60% color and 70% smoothness. It was a pretty good grade 3 pill. It was no wonder that Hua Xiaogui was so proud. However, after hearing Hua Xiaogui's words, Ling Xiao's expression turned ugly. "I really don't know how old man Nangong taught you. Thinking back to the first time I condensed a grade 3 pill, I had 2 pills in one furnace. Moreover, I became famous many times better than you. If you used a normal fire and a normal master apothecary, it would make sense. But now you're using a spirit weapon apothecary, and you also have an earth rank flame. You still have the nerve to be happy after refining this kind of trash pill? What should I say to you? Ling Xiao mercilessly attacked him, causing Hua Xiaogui's happy mood to drop. However, Ling Xiao knew when to stop. He softened his tone and said, "Go back and refine more. If there's a chance, I'll take you outside to have a look. There are many high-grade alchemists, so we need to look further. With your Tenbin, a grade 4 or 5 alchemist is nothing." Hua Xiaogui understood Ling Xiao's painstaking efforts and nodded firmly. "I definitely won't let boss lose face. Whether or not you lose face is none of my business. Now, you better tell Xiaoxue about this news. Otherwise, if she runs away with someone else, you'll only be able to cry," Ling Xiao joked. "Yes, I'll tell her when I get back. I'm confident that she'll choose to follow me," Hua Xiaogui said confidently. With his current strength, he didn't believe that Wu Xixue could still reject him. What should be done is more or less done. Let's go back. "I think those old fellows have also gone back," Ling Xiao said. With a palm strike, he dispersed the restriction he had set up and walked down the hill. Hua Xiaogui hesitated for a moment and asked, "Boss, you really want to leave the sect?" "Yes, this place is no longer suitable for me. In any case, I'll have to leave sooner or later. Leaving now might not be a bad idea," Ling Xiao replied softly. He had always yearned for the martial arts holy land of the central region. Sooner or later, he would leave the northwest and wander around the central region. Now that this had happened, he felt even more at ease when he left. However, there were still some things in his heart that he couldn't let go of that made his heart ache. Hua Xiaogui asked from the side, "Boss, what plans do you have for the future?" "First, I'll look around. When I become stronger in the future, I'll also create a place that belongs to me and settle down," Ling Xiao replied. "Then can I follow boss?" Hua Xiaogui asked with some anticipation. Ling Xiao glanced at him and said, "You might not be able to in a short period of time. Your strength is too weak, and your boss is someone who is often feared by others. Who knows if I'll be chased down by others one day. If you follow me, you'll only be a burden and useless." He paused for a moment before continuing, "But don't worry, once I've established my own power, I'll take you over." Hua Xiaogui still wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he didn't say anything. After all, he knew that once his boss made a decision, it would be very difficult to change. The two returned to the courtyard, but the people from the Purple Sky sect still hadn't left. When the people from the Purple Sky sect saw Hua Xiaogui following behind Ling Xiao, their expressions all became shocked. How is it that in just a short half a day, she had jumped 2 levels from the strength of a low-level spirit master to the strength of a high-level spirit master? However, when they thought about how Ling Xiao was already a 5th-grade alchemist, it might not be difficult for him to accomplish this. They were all more and more in awe of Ling Xiao, and, at the same time, they hoped that Ling Xiao would really be able to stay. As long as Ling Xiao stayed, the sect would definitely become even more powerful in the near future. "Why haven't you guys left yet?" Ling Xiao said to the elders of the Purple Sky sect in a somewhat impolite manner. They were a little embarrassed to speak, but Mu Huai walked over and said, "Xiao, there's something I need to tell you. At that time, you can consider whether or not you really want to leave the sect." Chapter 465. Looking at his master's expression, Ling Xiao had already guessed that his master had probably been persuaded by Yun Xiong. However, he had no choice but to listen to Mu Huai's words, so he could only follow him into the house. After entering the house, Mu Huai went straight to the point. "Xiao, I know you definitely don't want to return to the sect now, but there's something I must tell you. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll regret it for the rest of your life." "Master, speak." Ling Xiao saw Mu Huai listening seriously and honestly. "You may have misunderstood that child, Meng Qi," Mu Huai said, and then told Ling Xiao what Yin Xiong had told him. Ling Xiao listened to Mu Huai's words and went silent for a moment. In his heart, he kept recalling the scene of that day. It seemed that Yun Mengqi was still very concerned about him, but at that time, he was so angry that he only thought that she was pretending. Could it be that I really misunderstood her? Strong doubts rose in Ling Xiao's heart, and his already dusty heart seemed to be thawing bit by bit. No, I have to ask her myself. The more Ling Xiao thought about it, the more he felt that Mu Huai's words should be right. He might have really misunderstood Yun Mengqi. He shouted and rushed out of the house with an excited expression. Then, he sped in the direction of the purple sky sect with all his might. His speed was like a gust of wind, so fast that it was hard to catch. Senior brother Mu, Ling Xiao, did he agree to stay? Yun Xiong asked nervously. Ling Xiao's departure was related to the safety of the purple sky sect, so it would be strange if he wasn't nervous. Mu Huai replied, "If what you said is the truth, I think he should stay." "That's good. That's good, then. Let's go back now," Yun Xiong replied. "That's right, senior brother Mu. Our sect definitely can't do without you. In the future, our peaks will unite and raise the prestige of our sect," when Haiyan echoed. Mu Huai glanced at Mu In, and the two of them nodded slightly. Then, they followed the elders of the Purple Sky sect and flew back to the sect. They couldn't let go of the disciples in the wooden flag peak, and they couldn't let go of the 100 years of friendship. Above the Purple Heaven sect, a figure rushed into the main peak. The deacons above the Purple Heaven sect didn't notice that someone had broken in. In a quiet and secluded courtyard, a pure girl with a round face was sitting on the edge of a soft couch in the room. In front of the bed she was sitting on, there was an elegant and refined woman who was incomparably beautiful. This woman's aura was weak, and her face was pale. Her brows were slightly furrowed, as if she had suffered some serious injury. Her situation was very bad. "Big Sister Mengqiu, why did you have to do this?" "If you hadn't made that choice back then, the two of you would have been in love with each other," the woman on the bedside then said. "He is such an amazing man, much more handsome than that surnamed Luo, and who knows how many times stronger he is. I really don't understand why you agreed to the marriage. If it was me, I wouldn't agree even if I died." The woman stared at the woman on the bed and said, "But it can't all be blamed on you. The people of the Heavy Sword sect have gone too far. I heard from my mother that if you didn't marry, our sect would have suffered. All of this is because of the people of the Heavy Sword sect. If it wasn't for them, senior sister Luo wouldn't have died." However, just as she was cursing up to this point, a figure barged in. "Who is it?" The woman felt an oppressive aura and immediately turned around and shouted nervously. When the woman saw who it was, her body began to tremble. She didn't dare to believe her eyes as she covered her wide-open mouth and muttered, "How could it be you?" Ling Xiao ignored Wenkidi and directly walked to the side of the bed. Staring at the beauty lying on the bed, his heart began to beat wildly. At the same time, an uncomfortable feeling made him feel like he was suffocating. "You go out. I'll take care of her." Ling Xiao took a deep breath and said to Wenkidi. Wenkidi could feel the strangeness in Ling Xiao and also knew the affection between Ling Xiao and Yun Mengqi. After hesitating for a moment, her beautiful eyes revealed a faint sadness as she walked out of the room. Ling Xiao sat next to Yun Mengqi and gently caressed her pale face. His heart was tightly clenched. "Mengqi, I'm here," Ling Xiao affectionately whispered into her ear. Yun Mengqi seemed to be able to hear Ling Xiao's call. She muttered, Xiao, don't leave me. Can you believe me?" She murmured softly as if she was talking in her sleep, and her expression revealed sadness and sorrow. Ling Xiao was sure that he had really misunderstood Yun Mengqi. Looking at the unconscious Yun Mengqi, Ling Xiao knew that she was currently in a state of self-isolation. It was a sad state of not wanting to face reality. As long as she woke up and untied the knot in her heart, he believed that she would quickly recover. Ling Xiao helped Yun Mengqi up, and a bottle of 10,000-year stone milk appeared in his hand. He had stored over 30 bottles in the cave. He had used several bottles before, so there was still quite a few left. Ling Xiao poured the 10,000-year stone milk into Yun Mengqi's mouth, and pure energy instantly flowed through her body. Ling Xiao placed his hand on her back and gently dissolved the cold energy in her body. Mengqi, quickly wake up, I'm Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao constantly called out while guiding the energy in Yun Mengqi's body. Yun Mengqi seemed to really feel it and gradually relaxed, allowing the energy to cleanse her meridians. After a while, Yun Mengqi finally regained consciousness and began to adjust her body's spiritual energy. Ling Xiao let out a light breath and moved his hand away. He tenderly looked at her from the side, feeling a sense of guilt involuntarily welling up in his heart. He cursed himself. I really am a pig. How could Mengqi be a woman who only cares about benefits? Not to mention that she already has deep feelings for me, so there's no way she would like another man. She only belongs to me, and besides me, no one else has the qualifications to have her. Yun Mengqi's heart was unlocked, and with the pure energy of the 10,000-year stone milk cleansing her meridians, her aura continued to rise until she finally broke through to the peak king realm. Ling Xiao, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded. He had given the 10,000-year stone milk to quite a few people, and normally it would only allow them to reach the peak of their realm. Yun Mengqi was the first to use it to break through. It had to be said that Yun Mengqi's talent was extraordinary, and, at the same time, it had a lot to do with the inheritance she had obtained. When Yun Mengqi's aura broke through to the peak king realm, it finally stopped. She slowly opened her eyes, and an enchanting light blossomed in them. Ling Xiao's tiger-like eyes directly met hers. Just like that, the two of them stared at each other with an indescribable tenderness in their eyes. After a long time, Ling Xiao slightly opened his arms. Sparkling tears slid down Yun Mengqi's beautiful eyes, and she threw herself into Ling Xiao's embrace. The two of them tightly hugged each other. At this moment, time seemed to have frozen. No one wished for time to pass, and no one wished for this to be a dream. In their hearts, there was only the word eternal. They hugged for a long time, so long that their arms were completely sore. Only then did they reluctantly separate. But Yun Mengqi seemed to feel that this wasn't enough. She hugged Ling Xiao's face and fiercely kissed him. When Ling Xiao felt those soft lips and that faint fragrance, he felt as if he had fallen into an immortal realm. He felt that everything was so beautiful and blissful. Ling Xiao was just about to take advantage of the situation to counterattack when he felt a sharp pain in his mouth. Hiss! Ling Xiao pushed Yun Mengqi away and sucked in a breath of cold air. A thick layer of blood flowed down for his lips. Mengqi, what are you doing? Ling Xiao was a bit angry. He hadn't even had the chance to properly experience that wonderful taste when he had been bitten. Although it wasn't much, his mood was still ruined. You bastard! Why did you still appear? Didn't you leave? Didn't you not want me anymore? I'll bite you to death, you bastard! Tears flowed down Yun Mengqi's beautiful eyes as she continuously cursed. Then she grabbed Ling Xiao's arm and viciously bit down, as if she wanted to vent all the grievances in her heart. Ling Xiao didn't dare circulate his qi when Yun Mengqi bit him. Her teeth deeply sank into his flesh, causing a wave of pain to spread throughout his body. Luckily, Ling Xiao's endurance was astonishing. He only lightly furrowed his brows a few times, but didn't let out the slightest cry of pain. After a while, Yun Mengqi finally let go of his arm. The blood that flowed from her lips was so thick and beautiful. Ling Xiao didn't care about his bleeding hand and tenderly said to her, "Have you bitten enough? If not, then take a few more bites. In any case, my skin is thick, so I'm not afraid." Yun Mengqi dazedly stared at the faintly smiling Ling Xiao. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore and began to cry loudly. Ling Xiao's eyes were a bit moist, but he forced himself not to cry. He lightly hugged Yun Mengqi and indifferently said, "Mengqi, I'm sorry, I wrongly blamed you." Yun Mengqi sobbed as much as she wanted in Ling Xiao's embrace. Her tears soaked Ling Xiao's clothes. At this moment, Ling Xiao really felt very satisfied and comfortable. The pain in his arm was almost negligible. She still belonged to him. Yun Mengqi struggled out of Ling Xiao's embrace and nervously grabbed Ling Xiao's arm. Her heart ached as she said, "You're bleeding so much. Why aren't you circulating your qi to resist?" It's fine. I have a lot of human blood, so I'll be healthier if I put some in." Ling Xiao foolishly laughed. Looking at Ling Xiao's handsome face and that warm smile, all of Yun Mengqi's grievances were swept away. A bright and beautiful smile appeared on her face. Ling Xiao gently wiped away the tears on Yun Mengqi's face and faintly said, "Mengqi, marry me." Yun Mengqi's face heated up when she heard this. She slightly lowered her head and said in a low voice, "Who wants to marry a heartless man like you? Even if you don't want to, you still have to marry me. If any man dares to have any thoughts about you, I'll kill him," Ling Xiao fiercely said. Hearing Ling Xiao's tyrannical words, Yun Mengqi only felt a wave of sweetness wash over her body. Yun Mengqi raised her head and lightly wrinkled her nose. You're really tyrannical. Do you still remember the agreement we made back then?" Ling Xiao nodded. "Of course I remember." "Then that's enough. Right now your strength is one level lower than mine, so you still have to continue working hard." Yun Mengqi revealed an incomparably charming smile. Her appearance was like that of a fairy descending to the mortal world, so beautiful that Ling Xiao was stunned. Chapter 466. In the desolate mountain range, Ling Xiao and Yun Mengqi had gone through several life and death situations. After Yun Mengqi had obtained the inheritance, she had decisively left Ling Xiao. At that time, Ling Xiao had only been a young master from a small, remote city. Moreover, his strength had only been at the mystic realm. In terms of background, it was impossible for them to be together. So before they parted, in order to give Ling Xiao hope, she had said that as long as Ling Xiao's strength surpassed hers, she would be together with him. This was also the goal and motivation that Ling Xiao had been fighting for all these years. Originally, his strength had already reached the peak of the mid-stage king realm. Before this, he had already surpassed Yun Mengqi. But just now, in order to help Yun Mengqi recover, Ling Xiao had given her the 10,000-year stone milk, which had allowed her to break through to the high-stage king realm. In terms of strength alone, Yun Mengqi was indeed above Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at that breathtakingly beautiful smile, and his face drooped. "Although your strength surpasses mine, it doesn't mean you can defeat me. So I've already surpassed you." You say I can't defeat you? Why don't we have a competition and see who's stronger?" Although Yun Mengqi had seen Ling Xiao's terrifying killing methods, she had always been called a heaven's daughter. She was still very arrogant. After being provoked by Ling Xiao, she wanted to have a fight with Ling Xiao. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to accept it. That's not good. If I accidentally hurt you, I wouldn't be able to bear it." Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment. "You can injure me?" "Impossible. I'm a stage higher than you. You're not my opponent. Come, let's go outside and fight. If you can really defeat me, I'll agree to your request." Yun Mengqi also had a competitive personality. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, her desire to fight was ignited. That's right," she shouted and took the lead to rush out of the room. She didn't look weak at all. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and followed her out. "Elder Sister Mengqi, are you all right?" When Kitty, who was sitting in the courtyard, cried out in surprise when she saw Yun Mengqi come out. I'm fine now. Thank you for your concern," Yun Mengqi replied. "It's good that you're fine," Wen Kudai replied, but her eyes were looking at Ling Xiao, who had just come out, and her beautiful eyes revealed a complicated expression. Beauties love heroes. This has been the rule since ancient times. Which woman wouldn't like a young and promising hero like Ling Xiao? When Kudai had long been interested in Ling Xiao, she had always wanted to tie down Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao didn't seem to have any feelings for her, and this caused her heart to suffer a blow. During the time that Ling Xiao was trapped in the mystic realm, she had tried to forget about Ling Xiao, but she couldn't seem to get rid of his shadow. Now that Ling Xiao had reappeared, and she saw how passionate he was towards Yun Mengqi, she suddenly felt a sense of relief. She knew that it was impossible for her to capture this man in this lifetime. Hurry up and come over. If you beat me, I'll be yours for the rest of my life." Yin Ming-chi shouted at Ling Xiao. Her lithe body leapt into the air, a blue long sword appearing in her hand. "Come over here." A burst of blue light instantly appeared around Yun Ming-chi, making her look like a pure and flawless fairy, giving people a feeling that she was ethereal and ethereal. Ling Xiao lightly laughed, and with a tap of his foot, his figure gracefully soared into the air. "Ming-chi, do you really want to fight?" Ling Xiao asked to confirm. "Less nonsense. Watch my move." Yun Ming-chi responded, and the sword in her hand rippled with layers of waves, rushing towards Ling Xiao. This was the blue stare technique, gentle tide wave art. Although Yun Ming-chi wanted to exchange pointers with Ling Xiao, she didn't dare use her full strength at the start, afraid that she would injure Ling Xiao. Although this move might seem extraordinary in the eyes of others, in front of Ling Xiao, it wasn't enough. "You little bitch, if I don't show my power, I really can't control you." Ling Xiao also steeled his heart and decided to properly teach Yun Ming-chi a lesson. He wanted to completely subdue this woman and let her know that her man's strength wasn't something to be trifled with. The surging waves fiercely smashed into Ling Xiao's body. Yun Ming-chi really thought that Ling Xiao had been hit by her attack, and her heart trembled. He couldn't have been hit so easily, right? However, what she had hit was only an afterimage of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's real body had already appeared behind her. By the time she had sensed it, Ling Xiao had already fiercely slapped Yun Ming-chi's perky butt. "Pow! You dare shout fiercely in front of your man? Today your husband will properly teach you a lesson," Ling Xiao fiercely said. The astonishing elasticity he felt in his hand made him feel incomparably refreshed. Yun Ming-chi's face was even redder. She hadn't expected that Ling Xiao would actually take advantage of her. Furthermore, when Kitty was still watching from below, this caused her to be incomparably angry and embarrassed. "You're dead for sure." Yun Ming-chi didn't mean what she said. She swung her sword back, and a wave soared into the sky, as if the Milky Way was pouring down from the 9 heavens. She had used her full strength in this attack. In order to display his domineering might, Ling Xiao summoned a powerful golden dragon image. The golden dragon's roar shook all 4 directions. Under the impact of the golden dragon's phantom, the powerful wave of water that came crashing over immediately dissipated. Ling Xiao used his finger as a sword, repeatedly stabbing out with his finger. Yun Ming-chi had seen how strong Ling Xiao's physical body was, so she was no longer afraid of injuring him. She used her full strength to exchange blows with him. Clang, clang, clang. The sword finger and the Xian weapon collided, emitting an ear-piercing sound. The two of them collided, and a small crack appeared on Yun Ming-chi's Xian weapon. Seeing this, Yun Ming-chi's heart ached. "Do you still want to fight? If I use my full strength, your Xian weapon will be destroyed." Ling Xiao said in an extremely pleased manner. "Don't be so pleased. Today, I will definitely defeat you." Yun Ming-chi shouted, and a powerful elemental energy condensed around her. With her as the center, layer upon layer of terrifying waves rippled out. 1,000 layered waves, Yun Ming-chi shouted, and 10 waves of water came crashing down from the horizon. It was like a terrifying tsunami, causing people to feel incomparably terrified. Ling Xiao revealed a look of admiration. His entire body's energy was raised to its peak, and he dove into the tsunami. He was like an eagle soaring through the sky, not fearing any danger. The blue waves drowned Ling Xiao. However, just as the waves were unceasingly rippling, a golden fist image rushed out from the waves. It was as if a golden sun was shining down on the world, completely destroying the waves. Yun Ming-chi lightly stamped her foot and once again attacked with a powerful attack. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao did not let her succeed. In an instant, he appeared behind her, and his large palm once again fiercely slapped down on her perky butt. "Pa, do you yield or not?" This time, Ling Xiao did not let her leave so easily. With one hand, he grabbed her small waist, and his large palm continuously slapped down. Yun Mingqi only felt a wave of shame crawl up her heart, and she really wanted to find a hole to bury herself in. At the same time, her entire body felt numb, as if that hand was carrying an electric current, causing her entire body to feel weak. She could not help but let out a soft moan. Ling Xiao was completely unaware of Yun Mingqi's strange state, and only stopped after slapping her for a while. Afterwards, he turned Yun Mingqi around and faintly said, "From today onwards, you are Ling Xiao's woman." After saying that, he kissed Yun Mingqi's jade lips. When Kitty, who was below, was stunned when she saw this scene. Her beautiful eyes cast an envious gaze at the two people in the sky. The deacons and disciples around the main peak also watched in surprise, and their hearts were filled with endless worship for Ling Xiao. They sighed inwardly. He is truly a role model for our generation. Even the eldest miss has been completely punished. The elders who had just rushed back from the Purple Sky sect saw Ling Xiao taking care of Yun Mingqi from afar. Yin Xiong only felt his expression change a few times, and he cursed in his heart, "Good brat, you actually dare to bully my daughter in public. If you dare to treat her badly in the future, I will be the first to not let you off." In the end, Mu Huai coughed lightly and said, "Let's disperse so as not to affect the young people." After saying that, he and Muin took the lead and flew back in the direction of the Wooden Flag Peak. The other elders also flew off in different directions. Yun Mingqi was forcefully kissed by Ling Xiao for a while. In the end, she felt the gazes of many people and used all her strength to push Ling Xiao away. She scolded softly, "You're so bad. How am I supposed to go out and meet people in the future?" After saying that, she flew down the courtyard, slipped into the room, and fiercely closed the door. Her back was facing the door, and the blush on her face extended to her ears. So many people saw it. It's really embarrassing. No matter what, Yin Mengqi was a woman in her early 20s. She had never been intimate with any man in such an occasion, so of course she was extremely shy. Ling Xiao landed in the courtyard and looked at Wen Qidi, who was still in a daze. He coughed lightly and said, "Junior Sister One, Elder One has already returned. Are you going back as well?" Right now was the time for him to be intimate with Yun Mengqi, and he did not want anyone else to be in this courtyard. However, Wen Qidi did not understand Ling Xiao's meaning. She waved her hand and said, "I'm not in a hurry. My mother told me to accompany Sister Mengqi more." Ling Xiao replied, "Mengqi is already fine. She doesn't need anyone to take care of her. I think you—" Before he could finish, Wen Qidi continued, "It's good that she's fine. I can chat with her, or else I'll be bored to death." When Ling Xiao heard this, he almost fell to the ground. He cursed in his heart, "Is this girl pretending to be stupid, or is she really stupid? Don't force me to go crazy." Looking at Ling Xiao's depressed look, Wen Qidi revealed a complacent smile and said, "You're really boring. If you want to chase me away, just say it. Why beat around the bush?" After saying that, Wen Qidi turned around and left. When she walked to the entrance of the courtyard, she turned her head and revealed a sly smile. "When you do bad things, keep your voice down." Only then did she quickly leave the courtyard. That figure looked very beautiful, but for some reason, her heart seemed to be a little lonely. This girl is really a little witch. Ling Xiao secretly sighed and quickly rushed into the house. Dong dong. Ling Xiao lightly knocked on the door and shouted, "Mengqi, open the door." Yin Mengqi did not answer. Ling Xiao was a little angry and fiercely kicked the door. Yin Mengqi, who was behind the door, was shocked and shouted at Ling Xiao, "What are you doing? You broke the door. What am I doing?" "Of course I want to." Ling Xiao looked up and down at Yun Mengqi's body that was as graceful as a snake and chuckled. Yun Mengqi felt Ling Xiao's aggressive gaze, and her heart beat faster. Chapter 467. Looking at Yun Mengqi's tender and alluring appearance, Ling Xiao's Adam's apple couldn't help but roll a few times. Ling Zhao's fire instantly soared. He stepped forward and hugged her in his arms, his thick lips kissing Yun Ming Qi's jade lips. His large palm was about to grab her, but it was held back by a delicate hand. "Don't," Yun Ming Qi said coquettishly, her expression revealing an incomparably flirtatious look. Ling Zhao's body was even more aroused by this sound, and he hurriedly said, "Just a touch, okay?" Right now, it was already dry wood and raging fire. The gun was already loaded. It would be strange if Ling Xiao could endure it. Yun Ming Qi's inner desire was also aroused by Ling Xiao, and at the same time, she thought about how Ling Xiao had almost left her before. In her heart, she thought, since I only love him in this life, there's no harm in giving it to him now. Yun Ming Qi moved her hand away from Ling Zhao's, and Ling Zhao's palm just happened to imprint on the little pigeon. Bouncy, soft, and comfortable feeling instantly filled Ling Zhao's heart. Ling Zhao's blood vessels surged, and he could no longer endure the most primal and urgent desire. He roughly tore off her clothes, revealing her exquisite jade-like skin, and bursts of virgin fragrance assailed his nostrils. Yun Ming Qi couldn't help but let out a moan. This was simply the most deadly sound of soul summoning. How could Ling Xiao still endure it? He threw Yun Ming Qi towards the soft couch in the room, and in an instant, he tore off the clothes on his body and pounced on her like a hungry wolf. Very quickly, in the room, the courtyard rippled with waves of happy and pleasant sounds. The sun set, the moon rose, the moon set, and the sun rose. It was another bright and beautiful morning. Yun Ming Qi happily leaned on Ling Zhao's chest. There was no trace of her previous indifferent appearance. Every part of her body and mind was now subdued by the man in front of her. That wild aura, that overbearing and rough movements, it was something she would never be able to forget in this lifetime. She had already fallen hopelessly in love with this man. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and looked at the stunner who was caressing his chest. Her fair skin was rosy, smooth and delicate, her body as soft as a snake, and her face as charming as a flower. There was no part of her that wouldn't ignite fire in him. Ling Zhao's lower body became firm and ferocious, and Yun Ming Qi, who was lying on top of his body, felt a little uncomfortable. She raised her head and stared at Ling Xiao, and said with a blush, "It's so early in the morning, and you?" Ling Xiao laughed dryly, his hands roaming all over her smooth, jade-like body. "I finally got you. I have no more regrets in this life." Yun Ming Qi said, "You like me just to get my?" "Of course not. I love every part of you to death. For you, even if it's a mountain of daggers or a sea of fire, I can go through it," Ling Xiao said softly against her chest. "Don't move, you're tickling me." Yun Ming Qi's heart was filled with sweetness, and she shyly pulled away from Ling Zhao's hand. Ling Xiao looked at Yun Ming Qi, who was trying to resist, and the evil fire in his heart soared. How could he bear it any longer? He flipped over and pressed down. Yun Ming Qi turned her red face to the side and didn't forget to cry out, "It hurts, be gentler." Another round of tumbling clouds and rain filled the sky and the earth. At noon, the sun was already high up in the sky. The flowers and plants in the courtyard sparkled under the sunlight. Within the room, Ling Xiao and Yun Ming Qi had already walked out hand in hand. One was flushed with success, and the other was still as beautiful as before. "You said you have something for me again? Quick, let me see." Yun Ming Qi turned to Ling Xiao, who was laughing happily. Ling Xiao pulled Yun Ming Qi to sit on a stone bench that was shaded by a tree. "Take a look at this." A pagoda appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. This pagoda was like glass, and divine light shot out in all directions, illuminating the courtyard. This is... Yun Ming Qi's mouth was wide open. She didn't know why, but when she saw this pagoda, her heart began to beat faster, and a strong desire involuntarily rose in her heart. She could feel that this pagoda wasn't ordinary, and she could feel that it had the same attribute as her. "This is a water attribute saint item. Quickly drip your blood on it, and let it recognize you as its master." Ling Xiao handed the pagoda over to Yun Mengqi. Saint weapon. Yun Mengqi cried out in shock. Her eyes were filled with shock. It's the real deal, Ling Xiao replied very seriously. Yun Mengqi reached out and took the pagoda. A faint aura of the swan and I pervaded the surroundings, and streaks of elemental energy entered her palm. It was as if it was bestowing her with limitless power, making her feel that she was in control of this world. Xiao, where did you get this? Did you get it from a mystic realm? Yin Mengqi guessed. No, let it recognize you as its master first. I will tell you later. Ling Xiao shook his head and replied. Yin Mengqi didn't argue anymore. She was already Ling Xiao's woman, and her things were also his things. After dripping the pagoda's essence blood, Yun Mengqi established a connection with the pagoda and found out that it was called the Glazed Pagoda. It was a defensive high-grade saint item. As long as she had it, even a mystic Tharch wouldn't be able to kill her in a short period of time. Yun Mengqi happily kept the pagoda and even happily kissed Ling Xiao's forehead as a reward. Ling Xiao then told Yun Mengqi about everything that had happened to him over the past few years. His deep and magnetic voice would always enchant people. His graceful past made people surprised and happy again and again. Every time there was a twist, it made people feel as if there was more to it. Yin Mengqi couldn't help but be mesmerized. She didn't think that this man had reached his current strength by risking his life. Although he had attracted many women, they were all the ones who took the initiative to seduce him. How could a hot-blooded man like him endure it? After listening to Ling Xiao's complaints, Yin Mengqi didn't feel disgusted or angry at him because of his fickleness. Instead, she felt even more affection for him. He had suffered so much just to follow in her footsteps. Why did she have to stop other women from being with him? She was very satisfied that he insisted on putting her in the first place. This was because he was much more outstanding than any other man. This kind of man was destined to have an extraordinary life. It was destined that he couldn't be tied down by just one woman. Xiao, do you blame me for leaving you back then and making you suffer so much? Yin Mengqi sat on Ling Xiao's lap and tenderly caressed Ling Xiao's determined face. Ling Xiao grabbed her delicate hand and said, "This little bit of suffering is nothing. Now that I have you, everything is worth it." Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Yun Mengqi's delicate face rippled with a happy smile. However, her face changed extremely quickly. With a stern face, she angrily said, "From now on, you're not allowed to add any more sisters to me, understand? Otherwise, you'll be in for a good time." Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and smiled. "No, I definitely won't. A man like me, who's so devoted and infatuated, usually won't flirt with other women." He then muttered in his heart, "If those beautiful wildflowers are willing to touch me, then that's not what I want, hee. All right, Bing." Junior sister Bing was angered away by me. What should I do? Yin Mengqi thought of Bing Ruoshui, who was angered away by her, and her mood became sad again. She had long since treated Bing Ruoshui as her best sister. Previously, she didn't want Bing Ruoshui to know her difficulties, so she had no choice but to anger her away. What's going on? Ling Xiao didn't understand the whole story and asked. Yin Mengqi briefly explained it to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao lightly frowned and said, "She might just be too angry. She should come back after a while." He couldn't help but think of the hot and cold beauties. He thought to himself, "I wonder if that fierce girl is at Scarlet Flame Peak right now." Thinking back to Yu Lai Yin and Bing Ruoshui, the two beauties who couldn't get along with each other, his heart was filled with joy. He couldn't help but reveal a wretched smile. Seeing this, Yin Mengqi ruthlessly pinched Ling Xiao's thigh and said, "Your smile is so disgusting. Are you thinking of something again?" "What disgusting? Husband, this is a pure smile, okay?" Ling Xiao said righteously. After pausing for a moment, he said, "Senior sister Bing might have gone back to her hometown. It's possible. She told me long ago that she wanted to take some time to go back to her family." Yin Mengqi nodded. "Since that's the case, I'll go find her later. I still have some things to do anyway." Ling Xiao said. All right, can I go with you to Gucci City to see that little sister Yin? Yin Mingqi asked with a hint of jealousy. Although she could tolerate Ling Xiao's fickleness, it didn't mean she didn't care at all. She had heard that Ling Xiao had traveled thousands of miles to the southern region to find the heaven gu divine art for the priestess. She could imagine that the priestess's charm was definitely not inferior to hers. In her heart, she had already classified the priestess as her #1 enemy. What made her feel even more uncomfortable was that Ling Xiao had already married her. His position as the main wife seemed to have been taken by her, so she had to rely on her own strength to fight for the position that belonged to her. However, she also knew that the priestess didn't have long to live. The prejudice in her heart turned into pity. This caused her to feel very conflicted. This might not be good. The Gu clan has a rule that forbids their son-in-law from being together with other women. If you want to see her, I'll bring her back. Ling Xiao replied after a moment of hesitation. Although Yun Mengqi's strength was already outstanding among her peers, the priestess was definitely not inferior to her. If the two of them met and fought, he wouldn't know what to do. It was better to avoid them as much as possible. In any case, the priestess didn't have much time left. He had to accompany her through her last days. Just as the two of them were happily chatting in the courtyard, the people from the Heavy Sword sect finally arrived at the Purple Sky sect. The battle was about to begin. Chapter 468. Ling Xiao and Yun Mengqi reconciled, and the two of them enjoyed the rare, peaceful time of love in the courtyard. The people of the Purple Heaven sect seemed to be very tactful, and no one came to disturb the two. Ling Xiao felt like he had fallen into a grave of tender love. After his hard work, Yun Mengqi was no longer an inexperienced girl, but a vivid and beautiful young woman, giving people a kind of youthful beauty and a bit of mature charm, which made Ling Xiao even more infatuated with her. Of course, Ling Xiao would not stay here for the rest of his life. He still had to go to Guji City. But before he went, he had to solve the biggest hidden danger for the Purple Heaven sect. Although he was staying in the Purple Heaven sect, it did not mean that he would definitely come down to be an elder. The elders of the Purple Heaven sect were not reliable, so there was no need for Ling Xiao to continue to get involved. He only cared about the safety of Yun Mengqi, his master, and a few others. After killing all the people of the Heavy Sword sect, he would decisively leave the Purple Heaven sect. During this period, Ling Xiao had gone to Scarlet Flame Peak to look for Yulai Yin, but unfortunately he was told that she had already left the sect. This made Ling Xiao feel extremely puzzled. Do they all think I'm dead? Forget it. If they can find their own happiness, it might not be a bad thing. Not finding Yuli Yin's whereabouts, Bing Ruoshui had also left long ago, and Ling Xiao was a little less worried, but a little more yearning. Ling Xiao leisurely walked to the Jade Spring Pavilion. When Haiyan personally came out to greet him, she had long been optimistic about this young man, and had always encouraged her daughter to find a way to take him down. Unfortunately, her daughter's methods were still a little lacking, and until now, she had not been able to occupy a little place in Ling Xiao's heart. In fact, it wasn't that when Haiyan wasn't beautiful enough, but she was too young. She wasn't the type that Ling Xiao liked, and she didn't make Ling Xiao's heart skip a beat. Therefore, she was destined to be a beautiful and lovely passerby in Ling Xiao's life. Elder Ling, what brings you here? Your presence brings light to our humble Jade Spring Pavilion. When Haiyan's charming face blossomed with an enchanting radiance. Although her daughter was unable to take him down, it did not hinder her admiration for Ling Xiao. Such an outstanding young man would one day become famous in the Northwest. Elder One, you could just call me Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao politely replied. He respected when Haiyan very much. When Haiyan laughed and said, "Haha, young people are not arrogant or rash. No wonder you have such high achievements now, unlike my naughty daughter, who only knows how to play all day. When you have time, help me teach her well." At the side, when Kitty revealed a bashful expression and said, "Mother, how can you say that about your daughter? She has already worked very hard." Looking at the pure and lovely Winkidi to the side, Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Junior sister Wen isn't even 20 yet, but she's already a mid-stage soul master. Many people can't even catch up to her. Elder Wen's requirements are too high. If it wasn't for your spirit-breaking pill, she would only be a low-stage spirit master." When Haiyan still criticized her daughter in front of Ling Xiao, Winkidi also had a resigned look, and it seemed that she didn't want to refute. She looked at Ling Xiao with a burning gaze, really hoping that Ling Xiao could teach her. Ling Xiao understood Winkidi's intentions, but unfortunately, he didn't want to entangle himself with such a fruitless relationship. He secretly decided in his heart, "What kind of person is this young master? I will definitely not be tempted by beauty." If others were to hear what he was thinking, it was likely that a large number of people would be knocked down on the spot. This guy was a complete pervert, and he still dared to say that he wasn't tempted by beauty. He really was a bastard who wouldn't blush. "Elder One, junior sister, this time I came to see Mei Ying." Ling Xiao took a light breath, and the smile on his face was replaced by a gloomy expression. The sword that Luo Ming blocked for him would forever be a thorn in his heart. For every day that she didn't come back to life, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. In fact, there was no need for Ling Xiao to say anything. When Haiyan and Winkidi both knew the purpose of his visit. "Xiao, some things are in the past. Don't take it to heart. Ming also doesn't want to see you live in guilt." When Haiyan advised as an elder, Ling Xiao nodded and said, "I know. Today I came to see her, otherwise my heart would be at ease. Kidi, you take your senior brother there." When Haiyan said to Winkidi, Winkidi nodded and led the way for Ling Xiao. The Jade Spring Pond of the Jade Spring Pavilion was a pond formed by the accumulation of cold water for more than 1,000 years. Not far from the pond, there was an ice mountain that didn't melt all year round. This ice mountain was formed by the formation set up by the seniors of the Jade Spring Pavilion. This place only absorbed the cold energy of the world, which accumulated day and night and condensed into a cold pond and ice mountain. There was a hole in the ice mountain, and through the hole, it was where Luo Meiying's delicate body was stored. In the secret realm, Luo Meiying was assassinated by Luo Baxing in order to block the sword for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao used his own cold energy to freeze her. But this was not a long-term solution. After Winkidi returned to the sect, she immediately asked her mother to store Luo Ming in this ice mountain. Because this ice mountain had 1,000-year cold energy, it could allow Luo Meiying's body to survive here for a long time. Ling Xiao cast a grateful look at Winkidi. If she hadn't thought it through, Luo Meiying's body would have become a pile of bones and disappeared from the world. Ling Xiao looked at the huge ice sculpture and the peaceful smile on the face, and his heart felt like it was being ruthlessly stabbed. Back in the secret realm, if he had been more ruthless, he would have killed Luo Baxing and the others long ago, and this wouldn't have happened. Ling Xiao placed his hand on the ice, his eyes filled with infinite tenderness and guilt. He didn't know whether it was love or gratitude for Luo Meiying, but he had already given her a big place in his heart, and he would never forget her in this life. "I know you have the ability to resurrect senior apprentice Sister Luo, right?" Winkidi's adorable face had a touch of sadness as she spoke. She asked in her heart, "If I were to die for him, I wonder if he would also feel sad for me." "Yes, I can definitely resurrect her," Ling Xiao replied indifferently, but his tone revealed an indescribable firmness. Was it possible to resurrect the dead? Ling Xiao didn't know either, but he had seen Lu Wang's miraculous ability to resurrect all living things. He felt that everything was possible. Therefore, he decided to let Lu Wang recover as soon as possible. At that time, he believed that it would definitely be able to resurrect Luo Meiying. After the Heavy Sword sect confirmed that Luo Batian and the others were dead, they argued about who should solve this problem. In the end, the Heavy Sword sect sent a total of 6 monarch and 10 king to the Purple Sky sect to denounce them. Considering that there might be a mysterious super expert in the Purple Sky sect, how else could their young sect master, who was a stage 6 soul master, be killed? Hence, The people from the Heavy Sword sect didn't dare to start a massacre right after they arrived. Instead, they flew directly to the Purple Sky sect to find out what was going on. Luo Giang, the leader of the Heavy Sword sect's Grand Elders, was half a step away from the exalted level. He was the strongest person in the group this time, and the other Earth Monarchs were all elites of the Heavy Sword sect, while the 10 King-level experts were all high-stage King-level experts. All of them were riding on flying spirit beasts, and each of them looked like majestic heavenly soldiers and generals. Their bodies emitted an unconcealable tyrannical aura, and it could be seen that the Heavy Sword sect was truly angry this time. As soon as the Heavy Sword sect's people approached, the elders of the Purple Sky sect sensed them, and everyone began to gather together to prepare for this fierce battle. They knew that this matter couldn't be hidden from the Heavy Sword sect, and now that Ling Xiao was here, they weren't too afraid. If Ling Xiao wasn't here, then the Purple Sky sect's half-step Empyrean would be able to annihilate everyone in the Purple Sky sect. They really came. What a powerful aura. Xiao Songlin gripped the Azure Spirit Sword and waited for the people to come. The Scarlet Flame Peak's previous elder, Kuang Dong, had a grave expression on his face as he said, "Senior brother Xiao, whether or not we can escape this time depends on that little boy at the foot of your peak. If he can help the sect successfully escape this calamity, I would like to suggest to the sect that he be our sect's guardian elder." "Junior Kuang, you think too highly of him. That child is only in his 20s, and he can't take on such a heavy responsibility," Xiao Songlin replied with a smile. The position of guardian elder was an elder who held the power of life and death. His status was higher than the other elders, and it was comparable to the position of the sect master. Each generation's sect protector elder would be the strongest person in the current generation, and his strength would at least reach the Earth Emperor stage. Guangdong was the previous generation's sect protector elder of the Purple Heaven sect, and no one in the next 2 generations had broken through to the Earth Emperor stage, so he had not been chosen yet. Now that Ling Xiao was only at the mid-stage king realm, he had been nominated by Guangdong to be the guardian elder. Xiao Songlin was quite happy. His strength is obvious to all. The others are still a bit weaker, and I've also heard that he's already a 5th rank alchemist. I'm afraid he won't even be interested in the position of sect protector, said Guangdong. Xiao Songlin smiled faintly. We'll talk about this later. They've already arrived. For a moment, the elders behind the 2 of them were extremely nervous. More than a dozen golden-feathered eagles flapped their wings and flew quickly, rippling out circles of dazzling golden light, causing the surrounding air to emit bursts of ear-piercing sound. In the middle of the many golden-feathered eagles, there was a particularly eye-catching spirit beast. This spirit beast flew in the middle, causing the dozen golden-feathered eagles to hide behind it, not daring to get close, as if they were very afraid of the spirit beast. This was a blood-eyed eagle, a low-rank 6th-grade spirit beast. Its pair of blood-red eyes were always revealing a strange and frightening look, as if one would enter the boundless hell and be unable to extricate oneself from it. Occasionally, it let out a few strange cries, and its sharp and deep fangs were filled with the smell of blood. The attendants and disciples under the Purple Sky sect all panicked, and all of them were ready to fight. Xiao Songlin and Guangdong looked at each other, and the 2 of them went to greet the dozen or so people. It is the honor of our Purple Sky sect that distinguished guests have come to our Purple Sky sect, Xiao Songlin said to the dozen or so riders in a clear voice. Regardless of whether the Heavy Sword sect was an enemy or not, they still had to treat their guests with courtesy. As the saying goes, diplomacy before force. Chapter 469. Your Purple Sky sect has guts to actually dare to kill my Heavy Sword sect's future young sect master. How should you be punished? Luo Giang stood on the huge blood-eyed eagle's malevolent head and coldly said. He was like a high and mighty king, berating his lackeys who didn't have eyes. The kind of arrogant gaze, that disdainful sneer, that thick, killing intent was almost undisguised. Xiao Songlin and Quang Dong frowned slightly. They had always been in high positions. Who would like to be questioned like this? Xiao Songlin met Luo Giang's gaze and said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing, "We are deeply sorry that young Master Luo died in our Purple Sky sect. But think about it. With the strength of young Master Luo and the people he brought with him, do you think our Purple Sky sect is a match for them?" The reason why Xiao Songlin said this was because the people from the Purple Sky sect had communicated with each other beforehand. It was not a wise move to provoke the other party at the beginning. With just a few people, how could they block the other party's powerful strength? Moreover, that brat Ling Xiao might still be hiding in the courtyard with Yunmingqi. Originally, they wanted to ask Ling Xiao to come out and kill the people from the Chongjin sect, but Ling Xiao said, "The main character is usually the last to appear." The people of the Purple Sky sect were both furious and helpless. They were all cursing inwardly. This kid really can't tell the situation apart. When you show up, I'm afraid that everyone will be dead. Luo Giang glanced at the people from the Purple Sky sect. The strongest among them were Xiao Songlin and Quang Dong, who were at the middle stage Earth Emperor realm. Moreover, they had been very familiar with the situation of the various sects over the years. It was impossible for the Purple Sky sect to hide any thousand-year-old old monster. However, Luo Giang would not look at things from the surface. "No matter what, my heavy sword sect died in your Purple Sky sect. You are all responsible. You'd better hand over the murderer. Otherwise, don't blame us for being cruel and merciless," Luo Giang said faintly. This time, the old ancestor had given a death order. No matter what, they had to bring the murderer's head back. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to go back. They could only obey the old ancestor's orders. Otherwise, with his temper, they wouldn't have a good life. That person said that if we leak out his whereabouts, he will destroy our Purple Sky sect. "We really can't bear this sin," Xiao Songlin said awkwardly. "Oomph. Are you not afraid of offending our heavy sword sect?" Luo Giang snorted coldly. A tyrannical aura spread out and pressed down on Xiao Songlin and Quang Dong. Xiao Songlin and Quang Dong were forced to retreat more than 10 meters. Their expressions turned ugly in an instant, and traces of blood appeared at the corner of their mouths. This was Luo Giang giving them a show of strength. He wanted to let the people of Purple Heaven sect know that their heavy sword sect was not someone they could afford to offend. "All right, senior brother Xiao, I think we should tell them," Quang Dong said, putting on a show. Xiao Songlin hesitated for a moment, then revealed a mournful expression and said, "All right." Then he said to Luo Giang, "Since you want to know, I'll tell you, but we can't say that we told you." Luo Giang disdainfully said, "Cut the crap. As long as you tell us where the murderer is, you will naturally be fine, but our young sect master had an accident here, so you must give our old ancestor an explanation. You must know that our old ancestor dotes on our young sect master the most." Luo Giang brought up the heavy sword sect's old ancestor in order to give the Purple Sky sect a good beating. Otherwise, they would not be able to recognize the heavy sword sect's thunderous rage this time. At the same time, he also hoped that Xiao Songlin and the others would tactfully tell them where the real murderer was. "That person is currently in a valley not far away. He seems to be from the southern region's Devil Shadow sect." Xiao Songlin pointed in a direction and said, "Someone from the Devil Shadow sect." Luo Giang immediately became vigilant. More than 200 years ago, the people of the Devil Shadow sect had invaded the northwest and were later driven out by the joint efforts of the various sections. The three great 7th grade sects had the deepest enmity with them, so Luo Giang was no stranger to the Devil Shadow sect. Among the large sects in the northwest, the Devil Shadow sect was regarded as an enemy. Now that he heard Xiao Songlin say this, he actually believed what Xiao Songlin had said. Could it be that the Devil Shadow sect is coming out to cause trouble again? Luo Giang thought worriedly. Knowing that the murderer was from the Devil Shadow sect, Luo Giang's arrogance decreased a lot. It could be seen that he was still very afraid of the people from the Devil Shadow sect. A person who could even kill a mid-level 6th rank spirit beast must at least be a high-level Empyrean. Otherwise, he would also have a spirit beast that was above the 6th rank. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to kill their young sect master. To go or not to go, Luo Giang hesitated. It was not easy for him to obtain his current strength. Within 100 years, he would definitely have the opportunity to comprehend his own Tao and become a true Empyrean. He really did not want to lose his life like this. However, if they did not carry out the mission, when they returned, the old ancestor would vent his anger on them. What should they do? I advise you not to go. That guy is very fierce. He kills without spilling blood, and he even eats human flesh and broken limbs. Kwang Dong kindly advised from his side. Hearing this, Luo Giang's face turned green. Wasn't this clearly saying that the people of the Heavy Sword sect were afraid? Luo Giang narrowed his eyes and glared at Kwang Dong. I hope you are not lying to me. Otherwise, I will definitely destroy your Purple Sky sect. Then he waved to the people behind him and said, "Follow me." Seeing the group of people fly towards a valley not far away, the people of the Purple Sky sect all let out a sigh of relief. However, in their hearts, they were also faintly worried. Would this scam work? I hope that child can really make them stay. Xiao Songlin sighed softly. Luo Giang's group arrived at a valley 20 miles away from the Purple Sky sect. It was filled with trees and flowers. He sensed the situation in the valley, and sure enough, he found a very powerful aura. However, he could not grasp the true strength of this aura. He could not help but shiver. There really are people from the Devil Shadow sect here. If what Xiao Songlin said was true, then the person here was definitely a high-level Empyrean. Would the 10 of them be able to deal with him? Luo Giang took a deep breath and made a decision in his heart. If I die, then I die. The people from the Devil Shadow sect still haven't shown themselves. Do you really think we don't dare to kill our way in? Luo Giang shouted at the valley. From the looks of it, he seemed to want to shout loudly to cover up the fear in his heart. His voice echoed endlessly in the valley, but unfortunately, there was no movement in the valley. The calmer the valley was, the more Luo Giang did not dare to act rashly. I will count to 3. If you don't come out, we will flatten this place. Luo Giang shouted again. 1, 2. Just as he was about to count to 3, a scream came from behind him. Luo Giang was shocked. When he turned around, a high-level king stage cultivator fell from the Golden Hawk. One of his companions beside him had sharp eyes and quick hands, and he quickly caught his fallen companion. However, when he stretched out his hand to check, he found that his companion was dead. The man was shocked and cried out to Luo Giang, Elder Yang, he died." No one knew how this person died, and no one sensed any attack energy. He died silently just like that. The people of the Heavy Sword sect became nervous, and their hearts were filled with goosebumps. Another scream sounded out. The high-level king stage cultivator who had run down to catch his companion was the same as the person in his arms. He screamed and died on the spot. The 2 of them fell from the sky at the same time. This time, no one dared to catch the 2 of them, afraid that they would follow in their footsteps. Everyone's expression was extremely ugly. Luo Giang roared, "You sneaky scoundrel, come out!" As he roared, he condensed a powerful spirit energy in his hand and fiercely smashed it towards the valley. As long as the powerful energy attack touched the valley, it would probably be razed to the ground. However, just as the energy was about to fall into the valley, a powerful black mist rushed out and dispersed Luo Giang's powerful attack. It really is someone from the Devil Shadow sect. Luo Giang and the others quickly retreated. When they saw the opponent's counterattack, they were immediately sure that it was someone from the Devil Shadow sect. Whether it was in the northwest or the southern region, only the people from the Devil Shadow sect would cultivate the dark attribute. Therefore, from the move just now, Luo Giang was sure that the people from the Purple Sky sect were not lying. Just as the move ended, another person from the Heavy Sword sect fell from the Golden Feathered Eagle, for no reason. 3 people had died in a row, and without any warning, the people from the Heavy Sword sect were panicking. Senior brother, this can't go on like this, a high-level Earth Emperor beside Luo Guiyang said worriedly. Why don't we go back and ask the old ancestor to come over? Another person suggested from the side. Just as they were speaking, another king rank expert died a violent death. Luo Guiyang had no choice but to shout, "Everyone retreat." As his voice fell, everyone retreated far away. They didn't even see the shadow of the person, but they had lost 4 high-level king stage cultivators for no reason. This was too terrifying. The people from the Heavy Sword sect felt a chill in their hearts. They all hoped that Luo Guiyang would immediately order them to retreat. Go back to the sect immediately and ask the old ancestor to come in person. This person is too strange, and we are no match for him, Luo Guiyang said seriously, and then a giant sword appeared in his hand. This giant sword exuded a powerful attribute brilliance, and, at a glance, it was at least a spirit tool. Senior brother, what are you going to do? If you want to retreat, let's retreat together. The high-level Earth Emperor who spoke just now said, "No, I must stay, or the old ancestor will say that we are not doing a good job. You should leave quickly before the other party starts killing," Luo Guiyang said with a heroic and stirring manner. Senior brother, don't. That person is unfathomable. If you go down, you will only die. If you want to leave, let's go together. I believe the old ancestor will not blame us, the high-level Earth Emperor persuaded. I have made up my mind. There is no need to say more. Luo Guiyang waved his hand, then held the giant sword and rode the blood-eyed eagle towards the direction of the valley. Senior brother, the Earth Sovereigns of the Chong Sword Sect shouted. Sigh, let's go back and report to the old ancestor, the high-level Earth Emperor said with a sigh. The others did not have Luo Guiyang's courage, and without hesitation, they rushed back to the sect at full speed to ask for help. Unexpectedly, at this time, a young man appeared not far behind them. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and said disdainfully, "Since you have come, then stay." Chapter 470. The one overseeing the valley was naturally not the Devil Shadow sect, but Ling Zhao's servant, Savage Leopard. Although he had the strength of a peak stage Earth Sovereign, he had the combat strength of a half-step honorable. If that was all, he would not be able to intimidate the Heavy Sword sect. The crucial point was that before the Heavy Sword sect's people came, Ling Zhao had given him an elixir, a grade 5 elixir, soul replenishing elixir. This elixir was refined by Ling Zhao in the southern region at the Tai Lu tribe, and it was also the first grade 5 elixir that he had refined. Ling Zhao had always wanted to consume this elixir to strengthen his mental energy, but after considering for a long period of time, he still decided to give it to Savage Leopard. He needed a higher-level servant to keep up appearances, and this made him feel that it would be a very flashy thing. He was not worried that Savage Leopard would betray him, because as his strength and mental energy grew stronger, he was able to sense any emotional fluctuations of the Devil Emperor in his sea of consciousness. As long as he made any strange movements, he would be able to make Savage Leopard lose more than half of his cultivation, and it would also leave behind an irrecoverable soul spirit wound. Moreover, during this period of time, he felt that Savage Leopard seemed to be more and more obedient towards him. He thought that perhaps the tyrannical aura that he displayed should have suppressed this fellow. No matter what, his trust towards Savage Leopard had increased by a lot, and thus, he decided to give this soul-replenishing elixir to Savage Leopard. Savage Leopard was originally a terrifying Devil Emperor, and his strength had already reached the peak of the Mystic Emperor realm. No matter which corner of the continent it was an ambitious and ruthless character that ruled over an area. To him now, he only needed to replenish his soul spirit force and strengthen his original sea of consciousness, and his strength would subsequently recover. Of course, if he wanted to recover to his peak, he would definitely need the other half of the soul spirit force in Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness. Other than letting him consume the soul-replenishing elixir, Ling Xiao also gave him a bottle of 10,000-year stone emulsion, which was to allow him to recover to a better state. As expected, after consuming these two items, Savage Leopard had an astonishing transformation. Savage Leopard had been absorbing the remnant souls of the dead to recover his soul spirit. However, these remnant souls were all mixed and incomplete. They all had different attributes, and their strengths and sizes were all different. Basically, he had forcefully mixed them together. Although his soul force had been strengthened, his soul had become extremely messy, and it was difficult for him to display his true strength. Now, the soul-mending pill could strengthen his soul force, and the 10,000-year stone emulsion could cleanse his original impure soul force, making it pure. The Savage Leopard's soul force was cleansed once more, and the 10,000-year stone milk expanded his sea of consciousness and cleansed his meridians. For a former demon emperor like him, there was practically no such thing as holding one's neck at any stage below the emperor rank. After all, he still had his previous comprehension and experience. After consuming these two items, the high-level Earth's sovereign Savage Leopard became a powerful existence at the peak of low-level heavenly venerable realm. Perhaps they were insignificant to him in the past, but to the vast Northwest, they were already one of the few super experts who stood at the top. Therefore, Ling Xiao had the sex elders lead the heavy sword sex people to this valley. He didn't let the Savage Leopard or the Blue Flood Dragon kill those people in one go. That was because he wanted to test his mental energy's ability to instantly kill people. At the same time, he wanted to let the heavy sword sect enjoy the terrifying feeling of dying silently. Ling Xiao didn't expect these guys from the heavy sword sect to be so afraid of death. After killing a few of them, they actually retreated. Only one of them dared to rush into the valley. The others wanted to leave, so Ling Xiao could only show himself. When the people from the heavy sword sect saw Ling Xiao, they were all stunned. They thought that the one blocking behind them should be an Empyrean rank powerhouse, or at least a half-step Empyrean. Otherwise, how could he dare to block so many of them? It should be known that each of them was quite powerful. It was easy for them to destroy 1 or 2 8th or 9th grade sect ranks. However, when they saw that it was actually a mid-level king rank powerhouse blocking their way, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was this guy retarded or an idiot? He actually dared to block them with such strength. He was really courting death. A high-level Earth Emperor from the Heavy Sword sect wanted to run, but he seemed to disdain to make a move. He said to another high-level king rank powerhouse, "Kill this idiot." The high-level king rank powerhouse nodded and revealed a sinister smile. A mere mid-level king rank powerhouse dares to show off in front of us? Go to hell. The high-level king rank powerhouse shouted and unsheathed the giant sword on his back. The high-level king rank powerhouse attacked with all his strength. Since they were running for their lives, they didn't dare to be careless. A dazzling blue light instantly slashed towards Ling Xiao. Swoosh! The blue light passed through Ling Xiao's body and seemed to cut him in half. The high-level king rank powerhouse said disdainfully, "What a waste." At this time, the high-level Earth Emperor behind him cried out in alarm, "Be careful behind you." That high-level king stage expert didn't even have time to react before a cold light streak passed, and his head was separated from his body. Ling Xiao's body wasn't cut off at all. No one knew when he had escaped to the other side, but the high-level king rank powerhouse's head was cut off by the ice and fire sword he controlled. "You're courting death. How dare you kill my disciple?" A mid-level Earth Emperor was furious, and a blue palm shadow blasted towards Ling Xiao. The blue palm shadow was like a huge water curtain that smashed down from the sky. Ling Xiao sneered, and with a finger, the ice and fire sword blasted towards the blue palm shadow. The ice and fire sword was already a high-rank, 7th rank spiritual artifact. It could even block the attack of a heavenly venerable, let alone a mere Earth Emperor rank powerhouse. The ice and fire sword directly cut the huge blue palm in half, and the remaining powerful energy blasted towards the mid-level Earth Emperor. It's a high-ranked spiritual artifact. Quickly kill him and take it." The high-level Earth Emperor shouted with a greedy look. As soon as his words fell, the people of the Heavy Sword sect didn't dare to be careless, and they all used elemental attacks to kill Ling Xiao in one fell swoop. Ling Xiao sneered, and his Adam's apple moved slightly. Suddenly, he looked up to the sky and roared. Roar! The earth-shattering dragon roar shook everything within a radius of hundreds of meters. The people of the Heavy Sword sect were temporarily at a loss because of this unexpected roar. Ling Xiao seized this critical opportunity and kept moving his hands. The ice and fire sword slashed towards them like a meteor. Their heads were chopped off like watermelons. 3 high-level king rank powerhouses and a low-rank Earth Emperor died in the blink of an eye. "Damn bastard, I will tear you into pieces." When the high-level Earth Emperor came to his senses, he let out a roar. His momentum instantly locked onto Ling Xiao, and a huge spiritual artifact slashed towards him. The powerful elemental attack seemed to be able to destroy several mountains. Ling Xiao had nowhere to hide. Just as he was about to be obliterated by the powerful sword Qi, another dragon soared to the sky. The blue flood dragon roared nonstop, and the sound waves reverberated endlessly. The people of the Heavy Sword sect were all shaken to the point of vomiting blood. Those 4th-rank golden eagles were shaken to the ground one by one. The high-level Earth Emperor who wanted to kill Ling Xiao just now was the most miserable. He didn't expect that a blue flood dragon would come out of nowhere, and it even had the magical power of Tenbin. He was shaken by the dragon's roar, and he bled 7 times. His head couldn't withstand the torment and exploded into a mist of blood. The rest of the people of the Heavy Sword sect were all scared out of their wits. They didn't dare to hesitate and dragged their heavy bodies to escape in different directions. They hated the fact that they didn't have a few legs, which slowed them down so much. Ling Xiao didn't intend to let any of them go. The blue flood dragon was full of bloodthirst, and it roared again and again, causing the surrounding area to shake violently. The eardrums of the people who were escaping were shattered, and they all slowed down. The dragon's tail swept across, and they were immediately smashed into meat paste. In just a few moves, Ling Xiao killed several small fries, and the blue flood dragon killed several big fries. Only one person from the Heavy Sword sect was still alive. The 6 Emperor rank powerhouses of the Purple Sky sect, who came to watch the battle, were all dumbfounded. Although they had seen Ling Xiao's terrifying killing methods before, they couldn't help but feel scared when they saw it again. They were all rejoicing. "Fortunately, this kid is on our side. If he was an enemy, we would be in trouble." After the battle, Ling Xiao laid on the flood dragon's body, intentionally or unintentionally glancing in the direction where the people of the Purple Sky sect were hiding. He cursed in his heart, "These old bastards, if you want to watch, then watch openly. Why do you have to do this kind of peeping? What a shameful behavior." If the Earth Emperors of the Purple Sky sect heard this, they would immediately beat their chests and wail. "To be looked down upon by such a kid, we don't want to live anymore." From the bottom of the valley, waves of powerful energy fluctuations could be heard. The battle between venerables was earth-shattering. The valley was quickly flattened, and 2 figures and a beast rose up. Luo Giang was sure that the person in front of him was a terrifying Empyrean-level expert. If he didn't have the blood-eyed eagle by his side, he would have died. When Luo Giang and the cruel leopard were fighting in the air, Ling Xiao had already finished the battle. He lazily said to the cruel leopard, "You're an Empyrean, but you can't even deal with this pseudo-Empyrean. You've really lost this young master's face. Look at this young master. I've taken care of everything here." When the cruel leopard heard this, his face darkened. When Luo Giang heard someone speak behind him, he retreated in shock and looked towards Ling Xiao. Seeing that Ling Xiao was only at the middle stage, he heaved a sigh of relief. But when he saw the 6-clawed flood dragon, he was so scared that he almost fainted. He tried to sense the aura of his companions, but found that they had all disappeared. Looking at the ground, there was only a pool of blood and broken limbs. "It's you. You killed him." Luo Giang cried out in horror. "Damn you, Don't make a fuss. Don't you want to find the murderer? I was the one who killed your young sect master. If you want to take revenge, just come at me. Ling Xiao said disdainfully as he hooked his finger at Luo Guiyang. He proudly shouted in his heart, I have the blue dragon on the left, the golden wolf on the right, and the fire unicorn in the middle. Ling Xiao didn't expect that the famous quote he changed at the last minute would become the representative of his future battle. Luo Guiyang suppressed his calmness and retreated slightly. After looking at the cruel leopard, he shouted, Our heavy sword sect will remember this enmity. As his voice fell, something appeared in his hand, and he threw out. Boom! Chapter 471. The Heavenly Thunder Seed was an explosive item refined from a beast core. Its power varied according to the grade of the beast core. It could be said that the higher the grade of the Heavenly Thunder Seed refined from a beast core, the more terrifying the power of the explosion. This kind of Heavenly Thunder Seed could only be refined by a Tier 5 refiner or above. Ordinary refiners did not have this ability. Fortunately, there was such a 5th-grade blacksmith in the Heavy Sword sect. It was not easy to refine a Heavenly Thunder Seed. If one was not careful, it would be easy to make a mistake. Once a mistake was made, the beast core would explode. The Tier 5 refiner of the Heavy Sword sect had only refined a dozen of these Heavenly Thunder Seeds in his life and distributed them to the upper echelons of the family to save their lives. What Luo Guiyang threw out was a Heavenly Thunder Seed refined from a Tier 5 beast core. When this Heavenly Thunder Seed exploded, it was as terrifying as the self-detonation of a Tier 5 spirit beast. The Heavenly Thunder Seed that Luo Guiyang threw was aimed at Ling Xiao and the Blue Flood Dragon. Ling Xiao did not know what it was, but relying on the protective divine light of the Blue Flood Dragon, he was not afraid of anything that could hurt him. However, when the power of the Heavenly Thunder Seed exploded, Ling Xiao knew that he was wrong. Even with the protective divine light of the Blue Flood Dragon, he was still shaken to the point of being dizzy, and his entire body was blown far away. Fortunately, the Blue Flood Dragon blocked most of the explosion's power for him. Otherwise, with his cockroach's fate, he would not have died. The Blue Flood Dragon's waist was also blasted into a large piece of flesh, and blood flowed nonstop. It opened its mouth wide and kept roaring. This time, it was really in pain. Not far away, the savage leopard was stunned for a moment before shouting, Young master! He wanted to fly towards Ling Xiao to check what was going on, but who knew that Ling Xiao had already stabilized his body and cursed, F***CK. Why aren't you getting rid of that bastard? As Ling Xiao cursed, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His clothes were almost torn apart by the explosion. Fortunately, the cloth covering the important parts of his body had not fallen off, which could be considered a blessing in disguise. Cruel Leopard listened to Ling Xiao's instructions and turned to chase after Luo Guiyang. His strength had already reached the Empyrean realm, so his flying speed was many times faster than before. Unfortunately, that low-tier 6 blood-eyed eagle's speed was much faster than his. Moreover, it had set off early, giving the savage leopard a feeling of being too far away to catch up. Fortunately, the blue water dragon was completely enraged. It burst forth with the terrifying speed of a 6th-tier advanced stage expert, and in just a few swings, it had already closed the distance of 1,000 meters. Luo Guiyang turned around and saw the ferocious blue flood dragon. He was so scared that he almost fell off the eagle's back. Eagle, hurry up, hurry up, Luo Guiyang urged as he patted the head of the blood-eyed eagle. The blood-eyed eagle also wanted to be fast, but it only had a pair of wings. Roar! The blue Jiao dragon unleashed a terrifying sound wave attack towards Luo Guiyang and the blood-eyed eagle. The man and the beast were shaken so much that they swayed. The blue aquatic dragon had already caught up to him, and it spat out a powerful water-type attack from its huge mouth. The torrential river water poured down like a magnitude 10 tsunami that could drown and break through all obstacles in the world. One man and one beast were blasted into dregs on the spot by the powerful water light. After the blue flood dragon killed the enemy, it roared a few times and grabbed the beast core of the blood-eyed eagle, as well as Luo Giying's spirit weapon and space ring in its claws before returning. It knew how to catch these things because of Ling Zhao's previous teachings. This kind of good thing couldn't be wasted. Any expert would treasure it, and to Ling Zhao, it was a rare treasure. Now that he had killed so many people from the Heavy Sword sect, it was a great harvest. After Ling Zhao let the savage leopard collect all the space rings, he grabbed them in his hands and said with dissatisfaction, "This young master was almost killed by the explosion, and I only got this much. What a big loss." The previous generation elders of the Purple Sky sect, who were watching from afar, almost fainted on the spot. Which one of them didn't covet the things in Ling Zhao's hands? That was comparable to a small treasure trove, and this guy was actually not satisfied. They all cursed in their hearts. "Pretentious brat, be careful of being struck by lightning." If Ling Zhao heard their curses, he would definitely reply with a proud smile, "I was struck by lightning a long time ago, and I even advanced." Just as Ling Zhao was about to return to the sect, he glanced in one direction and shouted, "Who is it? Come out." After he roared, a blue flame fist smashed out from his hand toward a nearby forest. Just as the blue flame fist was about to reach the forest, an attribute light flashed and dispersed the flames. The savage leopard cursed himself for being careless in his heart and chased after the forest. The hidden person was also amazing. Before the savage leopard could catch up, he turned into a meteor and flew off into the distance. His speed was as fast as lightning, causing the savage leopard to once again feel that it was difficult to catch up. "Xiaolong, chase after him, don't let him escape." Ling Zhao exclaimed towards the blue flood dragon, and also turned into a bolt of blue lightning to chase after it. The savage leopard felt that he had lost face to his grandmother's house twice. He had just recovered some of his strength. He thought that he was invincible in the Northwest, but he was still a figure that others could not shake. Unexpectedly, he had almost let someone kill Ling Zhao in front of him. Now, there was someone lurking nearby that he did not notice, and he could not catch up to that person. On the other hand, Ling Zhao was able to survive like a cockroach after being bombarded by the heavenly lightning seed. He was even able to sense the enemy lurking 1,000 meters away. Now, Ling Zhao was riding a blue flood dragon to chase after him. How could he, an Empyrean-level servant, endure this? However, even if he couldn't catch up, he had to chase after him from behind to prevent any accidents from happening to Ling Zhao. Son of a bitch, what kind of speed is this? F***CK. Ling Zhao rode the blue flood dragon for tens of thousands of miles, but he could only barely keep up. He was unable to close the distance between him and that person. Ling Zhao was worried in his heart. That guy can't be a high-level Empyrean, right? In fact, while Ling Zhao was worried, the person in front was also afraid, and his heart was in his throat. "Don't chase anymore. If I keep chasing, I'll run out of spiritual power." The person who was running shouted in his heart. This person was Wind Shadow, who had been sent by the Heavy Sword sect's ancestor to track down the murderer. Wind Shadow was this person's codename. He was a wind attribute half-step Empyrean and a servant of the Heavy Sword sect's ancestor. He had been lurking near the valley for a long time without being discovered. This was because he used to be a shadow assassin who was good at tracking and ambushing. He cultivated a turtle chi cultivation technique that concealed his aura. As long as he hid, even an Empyrean-level expert would find it difficult to find him. When he was at the high-level king level, he had relied on this cultivation technique to successfully assassinate a low-level Earth sovereign. He had not expected that he would be discovered in the end, even though he had been hiding so well. Of course, he had not expected that Ling Zhao's spiritual sea would be so magical. Within a radius of several kilometers, as long as Ling Zhao wanted to sense something, it would be difficult for it to escape his eyes and ears. Fortunately, before Wind Shadow rushed to the Purple Heaven sect, his master had given him a Wind Boot spirit artifact. Otherwise, he would have already died. The wind boots were a rare, non-offensive spirit artifact. This kind of spirit artifact was rarely seen in the Northwest or the Southern Territory. Although it did not have any offensive characteristics, it was just like its name, a spirit artifact used to increase one's speed and escape. As long as one wore it, even an ordinary person could increase their speed by 2 or 3 times. Wind Shadow was only a half-step Empyrean, and even if his speed was increased by 2 or 3 times, he would still not be faster than the Blue Flood Dragon. However, he had also taken several speed-enhancing pills, which increased his speed by nearly 5 or 6 times. This allowed him to have the super speed of a high-level Empyrean. This was also the reason why the Savage Leopard was unable to catch up. However, although Wind Shadow's speed was astonishing, the Blue Flood Dragon was also not a vegetarian. It closely chased after him, not letting him escape from its line of sight. Moreover, the Blue Flood Dragon contained much more energy than him. Even if he flew for 10 days and 10 nights, the Blue Flood Dragon would still be fine, but he could not. When he exhausted his spiritual power, it would be the time of his death. Wind Shadow was anxious like ants constantly crawling in his heart, and his face was dripping with cold sweat. The two of them chased and fled for a total of 4 hours. They did not know how far they had flown, but the Savage Leopard behind them had already lost sight of them. The more Ling Xiao chased, the more impatient he became. He wanted to use his spiritual power to attack, but unfortunately, the distance was too far, and he was unable to make an effective attack. He also did not have any other strong long-range attacks. As a result, the chase lasted for a day and a night. Wind Shadow did not know how many pills he had taken along the way to speed up his chi. Unfortunately, he still could not outlast the Blue Flood Dragon with amazing endurance. He had to stop and cry and beg, "Young master, please spare my life." He gasped for breath, sweating nonstop, and his whole person was extremely decadent. He swore in his heart that this was the most embarrassing escape he had ever been in since his debut. Ling Xiao rode on the Blue Flood Dragon and looked down at him. "Why should I spare you? As long as you spare me, I can offer you my life's treasures," Wind Shadow said nervously. Ling Xiao was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and immediately let the Blue Flood Dragon kill him. Wind Shadow had already exhausted all his spiritual power and was swept by the Blue Flood Dragon's giant tail, dying on the spot. Then, Ling Xiao unceremoniously searched Wind Shadow's body. Ling Xiao saw Wind Shadow's extraordinary pair of wind boots and was very happy in his heart, thinking that this guy might have other rare treasures. So Ling Xiao almost stripped Wind Shadow's clothes to see if there were any special treasures. Unfortunately, apart from this pair of wind boots and space ring, there was nothing else. This greatly disappointed Ling Xiao, and after the poor Wind Shadow died, he still had to be naked in the wilderness. Even if he became a ghost, he would still be a naked ghost. Ling Xiao played with the pair of wind boots in his hand, feeling more and more that they were extraordinary. So he put them on and casually ran for a while, discovering the mystery of the wind boots' speed increase. He murmured, "No wonder this guy could escape so quickly. These wind boots are really good stuff." The Heavy Sword Sect's foundation is really extraordinary. It seems that this young master will have to visit the Heavy Sword Sect sooner. Ever since Luo Meiying was stabbed to death by Luo Baxing, Ling Xiao had decided to wash the Heavy Sword Sect with blood. And before, the people of the Heavy Sword Sect had set their eyes on his most beloved woman, which made him even more enraged and strengthened his decision. Chapter 472. Although Ling Xiao had enough confidence to kill his way to the Heavy Sword Sect now, he had experienced the power of Luo Giang's heavenly lightning seed and felt that it was necessary to make a good plan. Otherwise, if he rashly killed his way over and was casually thrown a few of these heavenly lightning seeds, even the Blue Flood Dragon would not be able to withstand it. After rushing back to the Purple Heaven Sect, The elders of the Purple Heaven sect all ran over to get close to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was also very polite to them. He only hated the few peak lord led by Yun Xiao. When he thought that Yun Mingqi almost married into the Heavy Sword sect, he couldn't swallow it. He had never been a very tolerant person. After sending away those old guys, Ling Xiao returned to the courtyard. Now Yun Mingqi's courtyard had become his backyard. Ling Xiao wanted Ji Beixin to live with him, but Ji Beixin didn't want to disturb Ling Xiao's life. In fact, she didn't want to face Yun Mingqi. On the contrary, Yun Mingqi was more open-minded and accompanied Ling Xiao to see Ji Beixin. After the two women met, although their relationship didn't reach the level of sisters, there wasn't any unhappiness. Ling Xiao decided that once he found a place that belonged to him, he would definitely take all of his women and have a taste of what it felt like. After returning to the courtyard, Ling Xiao didn't let anyone disturb him for the time being. He told Yun Mingqi not to let anyone disturb him for the time being and to meditate for 2 days to think about what to do next. His current dilemma was whether to wash the Heavy Sword sect with blood or rush to Guzhai City first. Solving the Heavy Sword sect was imminent, but the priest maiden's time was getting shorter and shorter. In the end, Ling Xiao decided to destroy the Heavy Sword sect first and then rush to Guzhai City. Otherwise, the Heavy Sword sect was a thorn in his heart that could stab people at any time. Now that he had a heavenly venerable servant by his side, as well as a rank 6 flood dragon comparable to a peak heavenly venerable, there shouldn't be any problems as long as he was careful. Of course, even though Ling Xiao said that he wanted to wash the Heavy Sword sect with blood, his target was only the higher-ups of the Heavy Sword sect. He did not plan to kill all the people in the Heavy Sword sect. He must have always thought of himself as a very kind person and would never kill too much. He did this because he was not afraid that the Chong Sword sect would seek revenge in the future. Once the foundation of the Heavy Sword sect was shaken, it was unknown how many sects would come to divide the territory of the Heavy Sword sect. Over the past 2 days, Ling Xiao sorted out all the things in the space ring he had obtained. Looking at the small piles of treasures, Ling Xiao was overjoyed. No wonder so many people were involved in the business of killing and robbing. This was indeed the fastest and most effective way to obtain things. Ling Xiao took out a mysterious art he had obtained from Feng Ying's space ring. It was called Concealment Cultivation Technique. Ling Xiao felt that this mysterious art was quite interesting. Although it was only a green rank mysterious art, it still took him half a day to memorize all of its important points. It did not have any offensive abilities, but after cultivating it, it could conceal one's true aura, making it difficult for others to grasp it. Ling Xiao valued this the most. It would make it convenient for him to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, and finally reach a shocking entrance. After cultivating the concealment cultivation technique to the entry level, Ling Xiao did not continue. He wanted to leave it for the Heavy Sword sect to cultivate to the large success stage. Ling Xiao left the courtyard. Only then did he remember that he had not given the 10,000-year pearl in his space ring to his woman. So, he took out a large pearl and handed it to Yun Mingqi. Yun Mingqi was dazzled when she saw this pearl. Any woman seemed to have a special love for shiny things. Yun Mingqi had the appearance of a fairy descending to the world, and after taking the 10,000-year pearl, her peerlessly beautiful face made Ling Xiao unable to help himself from drooling several mouthfuls of saliva. In the end, he could not help but drag Yun Mingqi into the room and make love with her for a long time. Subsequently, Ling Xiao left a few more pearls for Yun Mingqi to dispose of as she pleased. Anyway, he still had a lot of stock. After leaving the courtyard, Ling Xiao rushed to the wooden flag peak and gave Ji Beixin a pearl and a lot of Yin grass. Ji Beixin was of the wind attribute, and her body contained the innate Yin evil qi. Absorbing the Yin grass was also of great benefit to her spiritual power. In the pavilion, after listening to Ji Beixin play a song, he informed Cruel Leopard to meet up. Just as Ling Xiao and Cruel Leopard were about to leave the Purple Heaven sect and rush to the Heavy Sword sect, The 6 Earth Emperors of the Purple Heaven sect appeared at the same time, followed by Yun Mingqi. Ling Xiao knew at a glance that it was Yun Mingqi who had told these old fellows about this. Ling Xiao stepped forward and greeted them one by one. Xiao Songlin went straight to the point and said, "Xiaoer, are you really going to the Heavy Sword sect?" Ling Xiao spread out his hands and said in a relaxed manner, "I'm just going to play and see if there's any good scenery worth enjoying. It's no big deal." "Haha, that's right. We old fellows also want to go see the scenery with you. I wonder if you welcome us?" The previous generation elder of the Scarlet Flame Peak, Guangdong, laughed. The other elders of the previous generation all nodded in agreement. "Xiaoer, we old fellows still have some strength. Let's go with you," Xiao Songlin said. Ling Xiao glared at Yun Mingqi, who was behind the crowd, then smiled and said, "Grandmaster, elders, you all have some strength, but compared to a young man like me, you are still a bit lacking. Moreover, when I admire the scenery, I'm not used to having old people by my side, otherwise it would be very awkward. You guys better not go." The 6 Earth Emperors only felt their faces heat up, but they also felt that Ling Xiao's words were not false. They might be able to help a little if they went with him, but it would distract Ling Xiao from taking care of them, which was not good. "Elders, I already said that he doesn't need your help, but you just don't believe me. You can go back. I will accompany him." Yun Mingqi retreated in order to advance. In fact, she only wanted to fight side by side with Ling Xiao. The others didn't matter. Ling Xiao had a look of refusal and said, "You all stay here and wait for my news." Yun Mingqi somewhat unwillingly pouted her sexy lips. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, "All right, you can come with me, but you can only watch from the side. Occasionally, I will kill a few small fish for you practice, but if you meet a difficult opponent, don't try to be brave." Only then did Yun Mingqi smile. She had always missed the days when she was protected by Ling Xiao in the desolate mountains, and now it seemed that she had returned to that moment. In the end, the 6 Earth Emperors of the Purple Sky sect did not put down their old faces and did not go in. They only told Ling Xiao to be careful, and then they dispersed. Just like this, Ling Xiao, Yun Mingqi, and the Savage Leopard set off for the Heavy Sword sect. When they set off, Ling Xiao was still worried about how to bring Yun Mingqi along. It had to be known that the Blue Flood Dragon had always been unapproachable. But this time, it was beyond Ling Xiao's expectations. After Yun Mingqi and he sat on the dragon's back, the Blue Flood Dragon did not struggle at all and allowed Yun Mingqi to sit down. Ling Xiao thought gloomily, could it be that this guy is a male dragon and has taken a fancy to Mingqi? Fortunately, the Blue Flood Dragon did not sign any contract with Ling Xiao and could not hear his words, otherwise it would have rolled its eyes. The Savage Leopard was still riding the bald Lion Eagle. Although its speed was not as fast as the Blue Flood Dragon, it was still better than not having a flying spirit beast. Ling Xiao told the Savage Leopard to find a spirit beast above the 6th rank as soon as possible, so that it would be convenient to travel and fight in the future. Of course, the Savage Leopard readily agreed, but he knew that it was not easy to find a powerful dark attribute spirit beast. He could not help but think of thousands of years ago, his protective spirit beast, the 7th rank Black Sky Tiger. If it was not to block the enemy for him, the Black Sky Tiger could have run away by itself. In the end, the Black Sky Tiger ended up being skinned and its tendons pulled out. "Black Sky Tiger, just you wait, I will avenge you." The Savage Leopard secretly made up his mind. The journey was not lonely. With the woman he loved by his side, he could meditate and cultivate during the day, and at night he could watch the stars and the moon together and talk about life's ideals. The Savage Leopard was also a tactful master. He only cared about leading the way in front and never looked back for no reason. Ling Xiao secretly praised the Savage Leopard, who was becoming more and more suitable to be his servant. After flying for a few days, Ling Xiao had a small success in the concealing breath cultivation technique, and he could disguise his middle stage king stage aura as a spirit master. No matter which high-level martial artist saw him, they would not regard him as a king stage martial artist. On the 6th day, Ling Xiao let Yunmengqi ride the blue flood dragon in front to lead the way. He wanted to talk to the savage leopard. "Young master, what instructions do you have?" The savage leopard did not know why Ling Xiao stopped him, and thought that he had some instructions. "What level of Xian skill are you most proud of?" Ling Xiao suddenly asked. The savage leopard was stunned for a moment, then said, "Red Stare Blade Technique, Bloody Battle 8 Forms, and Claw Technique, Tentacle Demonic Vine Technique." These two were the battle skills that he had relied on his life to become famous. "Why is it only a red stare technique? You didn't cultivate a purple stare or brown stare technique?" Ling Xiao asked in confusion. The savage leopard smiled bitterly. "There are a lot of Xian skills in the central region, but purple stare techniques are almost all the treasures of the major forces. As for brown stare techniques, they are even more mysterious. Once it is spread, it will immediately cause a bloody storm. Back then, I was lucky enough to obtain 1 or 2 purple stare techniques, but unfortunately, they were not of the dark attribute, so naturally I could not cultivate them. So that's how it is." Ling Xiao suddenly understood, and then said, "I also have a set of dark stare technique, which is pretty good, and I think it suits your character. I will use my mind to practice it and show you what rank it is." The savage leopard was stunned for a moment, and then nodded. In his heart, he was not very optimistic about Ling Xiao's Xian skill. On the continent, dark attribute Xian skills were extremely rare, and high-level Xian skills were even rarer. Back then, when he reached the peak of the Emperor stage, he had not been able to find a purple rank or above dark attribute Xian skill for 1 or 2,000 years. Therefore, in his opinion, Ling Xiao's dark attribute cultivation technique was at most green rank or blue rank, and it was absolutely impossible for it to reach red rank. However, when he felt the saber move that Ling Xiao had used in his sea of consciousness, he was deeply attracted. In the end, the initial disdain in his eyes turned into fanaticism. Young master, what profound skill is this?" The savage leopard asked excitedly. "Tell me first, what rank of profound skill is this?" Ling Xiao did not answer, and asked instead. The savage leopard said without hesitation, "It is at least a purple rank or above profound skill, perhaps. It has already reached the brown rank." You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.